It's moments like this when I truly wonder at the difference between you and a toadstool.
How you doing? How you doing?
A new day, and nothing has changed. Come then, who knows what we will find inside?
Young Doom, we are going to reverse sunglasses during night operation.
Draven just boosted Nom Nom 8. Pylorzian just boosted Diablo 3, what a surprise, right? Draven just boosted Anna in her timepiece. Pylorzian just boosted Grimrock. Draven just boosted magic casters and sword wielders.
Hello?
boosted Wasteland.
Hello everyone, happy Saturday. Welcome Draven, Thor, Pi, Parrot, and all the lurkers. Good to see you all. Hope you are doing well, hope you are feeling well, hope you are resting, and hope you are ready for a crap ton of more reading today, because we are going into another novel of a game. It had been a while. I think maybe the last one that we read a ton was, you know, Kingmaker had a lot, but
we fight as best we can.
actually, let me check. I think it might have been Tyranny. Well, we did read a lot in... Well, no, I wouldn't count Icewind Dale or Neverwinter Nights 2 as reading a lot. Dragon Age 2 had a ton of voice acting. So did KOTOR. Tyranny, it was Tyranny that we read a crap ton, which was a while ago. I'm doing well, thank you, Raven. I'm doing okay. Good day so far. Ready for more... I almost said Tyranny. Ready for more Torment. You got 51 minutes left of your shift. That's nice. Then you got the rest of the whole day to yourself. That's very cool, Pi. Tyranny and Betrayal Krondor before that. Well, no, not really. I think there are a few in between. Like, Pillars had a fair bit. Torment clearly had a ton. Maybe Torment was the one with the most, actually. Both words started with T. So I'll let you know. Yeah. Well, there's Torment that starts with a T as well. There's a lot of reading in Baldur's Gate, of course, but none as much as Planescape Torment and Betrayal Krondor and then Tyranny, and now it seems Torment. I seem to remember that Torment had more voice acting. Been up since 6 a.m. Oh wow, 11 hours and 12-hour shift, 12-hour morning shift. I guess you get home and you get off work.
I fear no one, for while the Force is with me, I yet live.
Hey Ash, welcome. Dark Scion. Pretty scary. How are you doing, Ash? How is your Saturday? You work from home? Yeah, I corrected myself. I remembered that you work from home. But you get off work and probably go to sleep or something. Yeah, we are reading a lot, which was a little bit of a surprise. I thought there was more voice acting. Apparently there isn't, but I have no problems with it. You know, it's a little bit of tiring, maybe, but it's all good. It's all good, as long as the writing is good. Tyranny felt a lot, because there was a ton of filler text in there. A lot of the dialogues, honestly, were... It felt to me like it was a lot of filler text that had little meaningful content in it, so... That is why I got tired in Tyranny. And obviously some of the DLCs wasn't very good, etc. But yeah, Torment I have no problems with so far. Of course, we just started. There's plenty of opportunities to complain about the game. Hopefully that won't happen. But yeah, let's look at our boosts now before we jump into more reading. At a Match Gate, Diablo, Chronox, Anna and her timepiece, Grimrock, Wizards and Warriors, Banner Saga, Shadowrun Returns, and Wasteland. You know what the issue is? You don't have to read anything less. Did we play the same game? Are you sure you didn't play? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't show you these. Why did I not? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, you didn't have to read, of course. Maybe I should stop streaming and play the game to myself. That might be less reading. Honestly, yesterday there was nothing that I got bored reading. But obviously it's the start of the game. This is like some of the most tense and full and meaningful parts. If a developer usually has to resort to filling strategies, they do it in the middle, right? More towards the middle, not towards the ends, not at the beginning, but filler content is usually towards the middle. But I don't think Torment is like that. I don't think it will ever be like that. Maybe with some dialogues, but mostly Torment content is mostly meaningful, just like Planescape Torment, which is great. And it's not a very short game anyway, so... So, we better get to it. We still have a lot to do. And yesterday it was so slow. In the best way possible, of course. But I think the game will take longer time than I initially anticipated, which is also good. I don't have any problems with that either. But it will be going slow. Of course, we are going to start the poll tomorrow, regardless of where we get to. And it will probably run for about 2 weeks or so. So, curious about which third game of a series will win. So we left at Circus Minor, which is part of Sagas Cliffs. We just got here. We are just past the tutorial almost. This is like the second map past the tutorial, and we have already recruited. Apart from the 2 companions that are handed to us at the beginning of the game, we had to choose between the 2, which we did. We went with Aligarn. And we already recruited 1 more companion and met very colorful and interesting characters all around this map, and this is just like maybe 1/3 or half of the map. There's still a ton to look at, and that is exactly what we accomplished yesterday in about 4 hours and 21 minutes of gameplay. So I'm guessing in today's stream we may be able to look at this part, maybe leave here for tomorrow. We shall see how it goes, depending on how big of a lore dump character we meet in this part. Yesterday we did meet quite long dialogue characters, and I think Thor was saying most of the lore dump of this first area we covered yesterday, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for joining me today. As always happy to see you all, and hope you enjoy the game. I'll start now. I think yesterday the last thing we did was talk to Philethys, which was a very interesting character, kind of asking about all sorts of weird small decisions that we make, like what step we took and why we took it, etc. For your progression got faster and faster. At first you were amazed at how much story there was to explore, and on the end I was sad that it was probably going to end sooner than you had thought. Yeah, that also happens, right? Because sometimes the writers and developers come up with great ideas, which continue to be great towards the end, of course, no problem with that, but sometimes they cannot get any more great ideas, and since they have already worked on their ideas enough, and also there is the fact that the characters settle and you build them like you want, you get good items, etc., and you know, other encounters or challenges like combat also starts getting faster. And while a game might start very slow, it usually accelerates and continues to accelerate towards the end, and suddenly it ends. That happened with Arx Fatalis, actually, the previous game we played. It felt like, you know, even at the last stream of Arx Fatalis, you may remember me saying, okay, this game is actually taking more time than I thought. We will probably not finish it, not only today, but probably not tomorrow. We'll probably play it next week as well. And suddenly the game ended, right? It happens. It also has to do with our playstyles, prioritizing side quests, leaving the main arc for the yeah, of course, that is also true. That is also true. But yeah, you know, regardless of anything else, I have truly enjoyed what we did yesterday, and I'm ready for more. And yeah, let's go. Let's look at these. The energy trap within the discs inside at the top of the pillars that line this wall appears to pulse. What? Within the discs inside at the top, the pillars that line this wall appears to pulse slightly differently as people walk in front of it. Okay, that's a very long sentence. I'm actually having trouble following it. The energy trapped within the discs inside at the top, the pillars that line this wall appears to pulse slightly differently as people walk in front of them. There is like a comma missing, or even a word missing. Okay, I'm not going to dwell on it. So this might be the changing god, well, it is the changing god cultists, where Aligarn wants to so this is why punctuation is important. Well, I couldn't quite get where the punctuation is. the energy trapped within the discs inset at the top of the pillars that line this wall. Oh, okay, now I get it. So there's a wall, and it is lined with pillars, and at the top of those pillars there are discs inset, and within those discs there is energy, and that energy appears to pulse slightly differently as people walk in front of them. Okay, that took me a little bit of time to figure out. I guess it's going to be one of those days. Well, there we go. Let's talk to these guys. Look, it's one of the Death Cheater's vessels. Ah, can it be?
Run all you like, you insignificant
What fortune,
insect.
what joy.
The human race
Caspian,
is
we want to
doomed.
see you, Vessel, and Mimian too. Hey, Vero, welcome. Purple Tentacle, hey. Hey, oh, Ray. Welcome.
Veru Mamo just boosted fire.
How are you, Vero? How are you,
Veru
Ray? Good
Mamo
to see
just
you both.
boosted water.
Hope you're having a good
Veru Mamo
Saturday.
just boosted darkness.
Let's see if we can talk to these cultists first. I was an outcast, hideous and shunned before I found your sire's cult. You come to the right place. Of all your sire's cults, ours is the first and greatest. Will you let me touch you, honored vessel? I've studied your sire's lives since I was a youth. All my wisdom I owe to them. You should speak to Caspian and Mimian, vessel. They are first among your sire's faithful. We have knowledge of all your brethren cast off. That is all but a few. Thank you, Veru. I appreciate the lurk. Avoid those spoilers. I'll see you somewhere else, probably. You feel a slight tugging in the corner of your mind when gazing upon this symbol. Huh. The size of the human's figure that's repeated throughout the camp is highly unusual. Its use as a symbol suggests the elevation of humanity, or perhaps a specific person. Leave the device alone. Okay, these are more of the devices that were used to fend off the attackers. Howdy, Marzo. Howdy. How are you doing? Good to see you. How was your stream? Okay, more of that. Alright, let's talk to... well, let's look at this thing first. As you approach the clock, there's a pause in the argument the duo next to it are having. The petite woman turns towards you. Her hair is unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, but my colleague and I were having a discussion, and her eyes fall upon your tattoo, and her breath catches audibly in her throat. Her partner is an unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sour-faced, his voice sonorous, with fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasional light sparks in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment and he says, it's an honor. He nods his head to the two of them. I brought someone you should meet. He turns to you. These are Caspian and Mimian. They are the leaders of the local branch of your church. Stream was fine. You are quite enjoying Anna's quest. That's nice. I'm glad you are. You have our thanks for the introduction, Aligarn, and our deepest thanks. He eyes the Ion Priest for a moment, as if about to say more, but thinks better of it. Interesting, Aligarn has rarely been so helpful to us in the past. He collects himself. If I might impose on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Do you know why it differs from the others? I'm having trouble placing her. Could it be I need more time to question her? I don't know much about my tattoo. What does it mean to you? You have been touched by the changing god, she whispers. His mind is sheltered in you. You shared his dreams, his power with your mind, and when you left your body, he created you, she swallows. The tattoo marks you, all of you, with a symbol. It grows and changes as you mature, so that it becomes your symbol instead. There are more of you. They call you cast-offs. She cocks her head, studying you. You are welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions for us?
Fear the Legion's might.
Hey Jettlers, that's a nice roll. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Who are you? He considers your words before answering, a thoughtful phase. I am Mimian. I am one of the leaders of the cult of the Changing God in Sagas Cliffs, and my primary duty is as chief archivist. Archivist? Archivist. My colleague is Kazmin. She is responsible for the day-to-day administration of our encampment.
Marto_Varna just boosted Mass Effect
What can
3.
you tell me about the city? The city your sire built and defended, the cradle of civilization, the center of the empire of knowledge. His eyebrows rise and his slow tone is effusive. It is among the great works of humanity in the Ninth World. Built on the foundations laid by unknown creators, it has risen to become one of the preeminent cities of Garavia Sound. He pauses. It's somehow diminished in these latter years, to be sure. Perhaps if the Changing God were to return to lead us to glory. Can you tell me anything more about the city? Many thousands of souls call Sagas Cliffs their home. They came here for safety, for succor, and the Changing God protected them. Now you visit these spires of Government Square, where he once sat, of the places where his machines once shifted the city out of time. Your sire even faced the balloon when he was here. She represses a shiver, but you should avoid it at all costs. There is much else to do in the city if you want to walk in your sire's footsteps. Do you know anything about the Sorrow? She shudders and touches herself ritualistically on the forehead on her lips. A monster of deepest nightmare. I have heard that it wants you dead. Every one of your Holy One's creations, all dead. I don't know why, but it hates you. Can you tell me about the meaning of this tattoo now? What can you tell me about my sire? You mean the most accomplished inventor of our time? The hero of Sagas Cliffs? The man who dodged death itself? The Time Weaver? The man who destroyed the Tabath? Oh, we have so much to say. She catches herself. But perhaps we should wait for another time. Why? Just tell me now. I'm ready to read. Come on, hit me. Hit me with the texts. I want pages on pages. I prepared myself for this. Welcome, Multi. Happy Saturday. Hope you are doing well. Do you know anything about a device called the Resonance Chamber?
No.
Multi-Dark Samus is just musted Rogue Trader.
Rumor and
Multi-Dark
conjecture,
Samus
nothing
is
more.
just musted Andromeda.
Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of your sire's motivations passed along as facts. He leans out to touch you. Have you seen it? Do you know where it is? What it does?
Jot Eilers just boosted Kronder 2. Jot Eilers just boosted Wasteland. Jot Eilers just boosted Chrono T. Adam Ciuda just boosted Dungeon Siege 1.
In the name of my master, Brona, I will destroy you
Adam
both.
Ciuda just boosted Diablo 3.
Hey Adam, welcome. You started right. What did you do? What did you do? How are you, Adam? Happy Saturday. Hope you are doing well. Thank you for the.
I find it better sometimes to just
Hey,
be a
Alistair.
little weak. I'm all
Hey,
right with
Prince
that.
Robot,
Really.
welcome. Happy Saturday, Prince. Hope you're doing well as well. You missed some games. Well, congratulations. That's great. I'm happy. You just made me happy, Multi. Okay, I don't think I want to tell them. I need to know who can repair it. So, you have seen it. You have touched it. She catches herself. She seems almost overwhelmed. Your tattoo like all the others, but this one is different. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. I do not recognize you, he says. You do not match any descriptions we have recorded. She snaps her fingers as if she's finally figuring out a mystery. You are... wait, let me remember your face. She studies you carefully. You are... oh my, you are new. Are you the Changing God? Can it be? She reaches out to touch your sleeve but pulls her hand back quickly. No, I am not the Changing God. You met Tiki Wiki again. Well, you cannot get Tiki Wiki every day, otherwise she would lose the, the meaning, right? Sometimes you get Alistair. And it's okay. He's okay with that. Really? No, I'm not the Changing God. His eyes flicker towards you and his mouth throws down for a moment, but he says nothing. He nods satisfied, as I thought. You're a cast-off, one of his children. He touches you with his long-fingered hand, as if in consolation. There is no shame in such a thing. Many cast-offs have come to our attention, and some of them have sought to deceive us so that they might seem more important. He smiles softly. If you are new as we suspect, it's better for you, for us, to know the truth of your existence than to bluster and lie. Crestfallen, she touches your shoulder. Are you sure you're not? She catches herself. No, why would you lie about that? With a noticeable effort, she wrenches herself into optimism and she chirps. But you're new, aren't you? You're new. Have you decided what you'll do? What you'll be? Your sire's other children have done amazing things, amazing. And no doubt you will as well. He lays a hand on her shoulder and his voice is low, cautionary. Cass? She looks away from you for a moment, swallowing sudden tears, and he says, "I have a request for you." He gestures toward the clock behind them. Dark figures circumambulate. What is circumambulate? What does it even mean? Like moving around, something like that? Circumambulate. Like moving around, right? Walk around, okay. I've never seen that word. Obviously, I have seen the two parts. It took me a while to actually even read it. Ambulate is walk, okay. I thought it was more like move because, you know, ambulance, something like that. It stems from ambulate. I thought it meant move, not walk. I've never seen that word before in English. It's the first language. It's an interesting word, yeah. It's like doing number 5 on a carousel. Okay, yeah, now that's an image. Dark figures circumambulate these clocks' faces. I theorize that your sire's creation of the time shields that protected the city established a connection with his future selves. Given this, we believe those figures may be cast-offs, or ghosts of cast-offs, perhaps, living shells of the bodies your creator has worn previously. His fingers shrug eloquently for him. The clock is unmoored in time, you see. We do not have a knowledge sufficient to investigate, but you might. You have a connection with he who created the clock. You should be able to align it with the present time and uncover who these figures are. A gentle, rare smile appears. If you cannot, at least you will increase our store of knowledge. She smiles bravely, looking between Mimian and you, and says, "And then we can answer the questions you must have, right, Mim?" Do you have any idea how to fix the clock? We have tried. I have appealed to the Order of Truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom from as far as the steadfast. A great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. We believe your sire created the device or had a hand in it. Perhaps. This maid dances across his fingers. His hungry-eyed compatriot steps in. Perhaps you can find an answer where others have failed, and then we can help you. She turns away. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one.
Making a note.
Making a note. Making a note. This complex machine towers over you. Its purpose is unclear, but the 3 circular faces set into the ground remind you of clocks. Something is wrong with the machine, however. It's partially transparent, shimmering in the air when you look directly at it. The clock faces seem to show several different times at once. Humanoid silhouettes ripple beneath the central clock face. One places his hand against the face as though it were a glass wall. They seem to be watching you. Examine the machine. The towering mechanism wavers in the air. Similar to Calistige, it appears to be in several states at once, though all of the machine's states are in the exact same location. You can't touch it either. Your hand passes right through the structure. As you pull your hand away, a memory strikes you as powerfully as if someone took a club to your chest. You are working at the clock. It's no longer transparent, but perfectly solid. There is a noise behind you. So they've come, the 3 traitors. They think to surprise you, but through the powers of the clock you have foreseen this moment. There's the faintest sound of metal sliding against leather. You slap a hand on the central clock face, activating the clock's arcane powers. You're not sure what it will do to them, but it's better than what they'll do to you. There's a flash. Arcs of energy stretch out from the clock over your shoulders to your would-be attackers. You don't see what happens to them, but they quickly disappear along with their screams. As the last shreds of the memory fade, a swirl of energy passes through your body. Cold barbs prick every muscle. Suddenly tidal forces arc from the clock, the 3 ancient devices in the cultist encampment. The clock recognized something inside you, or maybe vice versa. Either way, you have inadvertently activated the nearby devices.
Making a note.
Uh-oh. They are weapons. Okay, so it's not crisis. We didn't trigger a crisis. You doomed us all. No.
You were a fool to confront me!
Reach for the silhouetted figures. Your hand passes straight through the clock face, the figures, and the entire structure. It's as if the entire machine wasn't even there. Hey, if you relax, casual dooming everyone in the first few minutes of the stream, well, yeah, that's how we roll here. That's what we are about. How are you, Virlax? Happy Saturday. As you approach this device, Circus Minor changes around you. People are dressed differently and speak differently. All new structures appear, including an enormous building rising from the edge of the square. You look down at the device. A series of images flit across its surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. You're fine, chilling very much. You're curious about this game. I hope you enjoy it. Look more closely at the changes around you. Circus Minor looks almost completely different. All the people are dressed strangely, and though they speak the truth, they use many terms and phrases that you don't understand. The square has changed as well. All of the tents are gone, the buildings are more colorful and less weathered. One building in particular rises from the edge of the square. A tower of purple rock some 50 stories high. A mural is painted on the side, though you can't see the details from here. Examine the images on the surface of the device. As soon as you focus on them, you feel a warmth on your head where your tattoo is. The images respond to your thoughts, slowing and changing at your whim. It's something about your body that allows you to do this, which perhaps means that only you can even see the images. You immediately recognize the pictures as pieces of memory, specifically the 3 memories you saw back in the fathoms of your mind. Look at the memory in the underwater city. The memory is recent. 2 men, both with tattoos like your own, are in an underwater city searching for something. The denizens of the city chase them from their quarry and ultimately surround and capture them. As you review the memory, you get a strange feeling in your mind that you can only describe as a query. The device wants something from you. Suddenly you remember, the memories in the device are possibilities, but you can lock one of the memories here, so it is the one that it is the only one that displays. You don't remember what purpose that served though. Look at the memory in the lush valley. Somehow you know the memory is from a long time ago, centuries ago probably. A man and a woman, both with tattoos like your own, are surveying a lush, secluded valley for some purpose you cannot recall. So it's like we have to find the timeline, how recent or how old the memory is, and then the image shown is, and then we lock a memory that corresponds to that time in this machine. So this was like a more recent but not very recent version of Circus. This area, Sagas Cliffs. So the recent memory could fit here, but of course we should look at all 3. So recent memory, centuries old memory. Get the memory of the city under siege. Somehow you know this memory is ancient. It might have occurred 1,000 years ago. A man and a young girl race through the streets of Sagas Cliffs. All around them the city is attacked by a terrible people. The Tabat, you recall. The man takes them to an ancient machine somewhere in the city, then he and the girl disappear. So this was like, everyone is dressed strangely, they speak using terms and phrases you don't understand. Tents are gone, buildings are more colorful, less weathered. So there is still a city though, there's still a city, then a 50-story building. Oh, if you had to guess, you'd say this is what Sagas Cliffs looked like centuries ago. So we are given a direct correlation about time. So it's probably safe to lock this here, but I'm going to look at the other ones first. Nice little puzzle to start the player off early, you always saw. Yeah. I like stuff like that, even if it's simple. It feels good to work on a puzzle than do combat and more combat. A strange feeling comes over you as you approach this device, as if someone were sneaking up on you in the corner of your eye. When you look, there's no one there. It feels like something is different though, but you can't put your finger on that. On what? A series of images flit across the surface of the device itself. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people and places, all of them familiar. Look more closely at the changes around you. The changes are difficult to notice at first, but after a moment you figure it out. Circus Minor is the same, but the crowd is different, so this is the recent past. Most of the people in the stalls and buildings are not the same as those you've seen around the square. Those few you do recognize are younger by several years. So yeah, it should say it's almost as if you are looking several years into the past, yeah. I think it's safe to lock this in here again. So this should be the ancient one. But let's take a look. As you approach this device, Circus Minor is thrown into chaos. Buildings are on fire. People are screaming and running for their lives, while armored soldiers hunt them. None of them seem to pay any attention to you, though. It's some kind of vision, not reality. You glance down at the device. A series of images flit across its surface. Okay. Look more closely at the changes around you. Circus Minor is under attack. Squads of armored soldiers roam the streets, hunting and killing anyone they find. Mobs of people flee in terror, with only a few hapless souls trying and failing to fight them off. The soldiers are completely encased in jagged metal armor. You can't even tell if they are human. Looking beyond the carnage, the square in this vision looks wildly different. Many of the buildings that are on fire don't exist at all when you step away from the device, having been replaced by other structures. So, Circus Minor, you get the feeling the Sagas Cliffs in this vision is ancient. These events could have occurred as much as 1,000 years ago. So, I'm not particularly very happy that they just gave me the answer pretty much within the puzzle itself. I wish it was slightly more difficult, but at least, you know, we are sure that this is correct now. The images of the man and the girl are the only ones that play across the surface of this device. They run past the enemy soldiers, then disappear at the machine in an endless loop. Oh, we could have unlocked as well if we did it wrong. Leave the device alone. Lock to recent memory. Images of the two men in the underwater city are now the only images that play on the surface of this device. They search for something, are chased, and then are captured over and over again in an endless loop. The images of the man and the woman in the valley are now the only images that play across the surface of this device. They survey the valley in an endless loop. As soon as you lock this third image, a final surge of energy arcs through the air from the device to the clock itself. The clock shines for a moment, then becomes solid, fixed into a single state. At the same time, the device in front of you goes dark. The images disappear, as does the strange view of the city's past.
Making a note.
Making a note. The machine is solid now. Each of the three clock faces shows a single time, though none of them point to any time measurement that you understand. You lean closer to the central clock face. Three shadowy figures still lurk within, their features almost discernible now. Suddenly, the figures surge out of the clock towards you. Intense pressure strikes your head like a steel spike, then everything goes black.
I'll remember that.
You better. Kamos Diviatiku. Villain. Oh no, we found the villain. Ah, this is nice. Look at it, like Escher. Going down and down and down and down. You're freaking out. The three figures before you are disoriented. They don't even seem to notice you at first. All three of them have a tattoo like yours, cast-offs. What befell us? The woman is dressed in powerful-looking armor. Her face bears several scars, yet her eyes have the innocence of a child. Did he do something? Are we still in the clock? What new torture does the changing god have for us? I do not believe so. The second figure is tall, dressed all in black. Its height is exaggerated further by a violet, fish-like crest on the top of its head. Its large yellow eyes are squinted, scanning all around. There was a woman outside the clock, but it wasn't. It was her. The third figure points at you. He's small, wiry, and tense, as though he expects danger. He carries a shield on his back. She's a cast-off, he says, looking at your tattoo. Can't say I recognize her, though. Who are you? The woman steps forward. We beg your forgiveness, friend, sister. We have been through quite the trial. I am Kamos. These are my friends, Diviatiku and Villain, we are cast-offs like you. She looks you up and down, her brow slightly furrowed despite her kind demeanor. We were ingested into your head, I saw it. How is that possible? He eyes you suspiciously. Who are you? I'm a cast-off like you. I'm the latest one. The latest? She raises one eyebrow significantly higher than the other. That's not possible. We faced the changing god mere days ago, and you are not the body he wore. I think we might have been trapped in that clock for centuries, Kamos. Something about it messed up with our perception. The Van Halen? Oh, it's Van Halen. The Varjellen. The Varjellen looks up at the ceiling, or where the ceiling would be if there was one. Time is an illusion. How long is the wrong question. It turns its enormous, bulbous eyes to you. What is this place? Where are we? Outside time we were, perhaps still are. Somewhere in my mind, I think. The Varjellen shuts its eyes, 6 nostrils open wide as it inhales deeply. Yes, perhaps you're right. Our consciousnesses were ripped from our bodies when the changing god activated his clock. Then when you appeared, it happened again. Our minds ripped from their chronal prison. It looks to its friends. I cannot be certain, but I believe this is part of some vast mental construct. He turns to you. Your mental construct. His eyes become nearly as large as Varjellen's. What? You mean we just went from one prison to another? He grips you by the shoulders. You did this. If this is your mind, then let us out. Let us out. I don't know how to get out of here.
Let us out!
Why did the changing god trap you in the clock? Ah, yes, she looks down embarrassed. The 3 of us once worked alongside our sire, helping him with his research after it brought the Order of Truth to Sagas Cliffs. We saw him for what he was, selfish, arrogant. Maralel helped us to see. I wonder what has become of her since we were imprisoned. He doesn't care about us, not a single one of his children. He crosses his arms and looks away bitterly. All of his projects were always about him. He didn't care if anyone got hurt in the process. We betrayed him. Unlike the others, the Varjellen looks you directly in the eye. We meant to stun him, to capture him before he could escape to another body, but he was too quick for us. He activated the clock, tearing our minds from our bodies and trapping us eternally. I don't know how to get out of here. Relax, friend, sister. Whether for days or centuries we survived that clock, we will survive this. If time is an illusion, then it's not our enemy. We will find a way. Why can't you get us out of here? Weren't you listening? We were trapped in that clock for centuries. I'm looking for a way out, believe me. But if Diviatiku says it's your mind, then it's your show. So long as we live, there is hope. One of us will find a way. I don't see any way out. The Varjellen stretches its neck, putting its face within a handspan of yours. Seems to be examining you. Then it says, your mind. Only you have the power to change. Only you can prevent forest fires. What he's trying to say is that this place was created for your body, or perhaps by your body. Our sire placed within each of us unique gifts and abilities. For example, I have never heard tell of another cast-off who could trap consciousnesses the way that you have. She gives you a warm smile. He would not have created this space for you without also giving you a means by which to move through it. Think, what other gifts did our Creator bestow upon you? Hey dude, welcome. Greetings, greetings. Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. I built a path out of a deep fathom in my mind by recovering memories I had lost. Let's go from top to bottom. I chose an aspect of myself when I was born, deep in the heart of the labyrinth. Is that it? Diviatiku shakes his head. I can see what you speak of, it says, and you get a momentary impression that its eyes can see through you. This aspect describes you, just as I am Varjellen. Villain is observant, Kamos is foolish. I object to that characterization. He gives you a kind chuckle. He's not wrong, and you know it. At your wounded look, he raises his hands placatingly. It's the truth. Anyway, you've gotten us out of twice as much trouble as you got us into. The Varielan speaks to you. These aspects are descriptors of who we are, but they are not us. That you chose your aspects says quite a lot, but I do not believe that is enough to set us free. I am what they call a nano. He laughs. So is Varielan, but you don't see him barking about it. You see, that's just the type of thing that you do. It was a path you chose, not something your sire gave you, not a means to freedom. I built a path out of a deep fathom in my mind by recovering memories I had lost. Perhaps, if there were any memories here to recover. He curls his lip and looks around. Maybe I just don't know what memories look like, but I don't see anything. It would seem we are in agreement, villain. I don't think I have the ability you are talking about. You must! She looks at her compatriots and back to you. We each have our gifts given to us by our sire for specific purposes. His purpose, of course, but a purpose nonetheless. She presses her hand to her chest. They say, for example, that, foolish though I may be, I have 9 magical gifts of speech. That is not something I chose nor learned, but it is who he made me to be. He rubs his hand along the edge of his shield. I am a master of defensive arts. Our sire learned them when he was in my body. Probably built my body to excel at it. I wouldn't call the gifts, but it's me, yeah. I am one with the shadows. I live in them. I breathe them. This is not some esotery I discovered, but a unique ability our sire chose for me while he was in my body. She gives you a kind smile. The gift is in you.
It shall be even bloodier than you hoped.
Perhaps you have just forgotten. Our sire wouldn't have made this place for you without granting you the power to get out. Focus. Find the answer inside yourself. Shut your eyes, search the memories. Wait, let me look around a bit. If there is actually something that I missed, maybe. But there are no interactables, so okay, let's do this then. Actually, shut your eyes, search your memories for this ability they speak of. You rifle through your memories, past everything you actually remembered to those memories you didn't create yourself. There must be a key or a door, anything that would help you escape this fathom of your mind. Just as you're about to give up, you find something, a cluster of sparks, nascent abilities deep within the core of your being. You sense the abilities to speak eloquently, to use a shield with a master skill, to lurk among the shadows as though they were home.
I'm ready to learn something new.
Ooh? Your travels have left you more experience, allowing you to advance. Okay. None of those seem particularly suited to creating a path out of this place, but as you sift through them, you know that you are trapped here, not because it's some puzzle your sire left for you to solve, but because you are not yet whole. This is another part, the last part, of deciding who you are. In completing yourself, you will be able to open a path back to the calm of your mind. Oh, hell yeah! Max effort on persuasion, deception, intimidation. We unlock natural charisma. Or we can unlock if we choose this. So it is the 3 that they mentioned. We can master defense, we can breathe shadow, or we can natural charisma. While I like this the most, this is not our character really, is it? This is like more like Tybir. Although still good to have. Let's check this out. You hide in the folds between dimensions, evading... Is there more? No, just 3. You hide in the folds between dimensions, evading them the most watchful eye. Evading even the most watchful eye. Emerging, you rend reality and your enemies along with it. So, Nocturnal. Okay, Quick Fingers, Deception, Perception... Oh, you know what? This is pretty good passive. I like it. If this character is hidden or targeting an enemy that is blinded, gain 10% on all attacks and plus 3 damage. I like this. I like this. This is kinda roguelike too. Master, I don't think I will ever use shield. Counter attack. Answer immediately. Whenever an attack misses you, you make a basic attack. Nah, this is like a more frontliner thing. I like this a lot as well. But you know, it increases your max efforts. Means you can spend more points. But doesn't necessarily make it more effective. As long as you have points to spend, you can spend 1 more. That's what this does. I kinda like Breeze Shadow more than this. This is like a passive bonus, albeit small bonus, 5%, on 3 different checks, and all 3 of them I like for my character. Quick Fingers, Deception, Perception. Especially Perception. And Surprise Attack can come in handy with a frontliner. Yeah, we'll go with Breeze Shadow. We'll go with Breeze Shadow. That's it, you did it! Does this mean we can get back to the real world? I don't think so, villain. But it does mean we are free, finally. He turns to you. Thank you, friends. Go, we will follow. Something's not right. Shadows, angles. It's safer for her to go first. Well, I'm not going first. Expand your experience points by clicking the plus button next to your experience meter on the left side of the screen. You can choose between 4 advancement. You can choose between 4 advancement steps. When you gain all 4 steps, you will increase your tier. Okay, that's actually very interesting. You know, instead of leveling up and gaining a bunch of stuff in different menus, you level up in, let's say, 1/4. You level up in quarters, and you choose to prioritize one part of your level up total bonuses over others, but you get everything. So it's an interesting design. I like that kind of design. We can increase stat pools, we can increase edge, we can increase extra effort, or we can get ability or skill. Let's see. I assume we can cancel. You can choose between either improving or picking a new skill, improving one of your abilities. Let's look at our skills. Now I would like to get Quick Fingers. I wanted to get this for a while. That's a good one to get. Deception Tybir has, so Persuasion is good. Actually, I think, wait, increase edge. Let's look at this. So edge is like a 1 level of efforts at no stat pool cost with every check using that stat. It's actually pretty impressive. A very good bonus. But I'm not going to prioritize that. Extra efforts, max effort level. This is also pretty good. But I think I will get a skill. But first I need to check my other character skills. Edge is very powerful, but don't underestimate effort either. Yeah, of course. They're all very good. Oh. Oh. Okay, I couldn't find my companions. I saw what happens. Are you alright? That thing almost killed you. What did happen? 5 minutes and counting. A final 5 minutes. It's the final countdown. Bye. What did happen? It blasted you out of that part of your mind. His voice is somber. The sorrow must be gathering its strength, taking spaces in your mind to keep you from reaching your full potential. I don't know why it doesn't just destroy you. Maybe the fragments aren't strong enough yet. It's alright though, we have more important things to do, right? Like get that chamber fixed. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. They aren't there. Or rather they are there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of this place. Are you always here? He shrugs. Where else would I be? I found a resonance chamber, but it's broken. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out there in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. What should I do now? With the chamber broken, I'm not sure. We need to find someone who can fix it. That chamber is our only hope. Without it... How did activating the clock in the real world open that other fathom? Who knows? It probably triggered something in your mind. Made a bridge you didn't have before. Maybe you did have the bridge once, but you lost it. Could other phantoms open like that? Maybe. You've already made a lot of changes to this place. At this point, nothing will surprise me. How do other phantoms open again? Sometimes the things you do in the real world can create bonds and bridges you lost or never had. Those bridges reveal themselves here. Your thoughts are fuzzy. Why can't I read them? His voice is dry, but his smile takes some of the sting from his words. I imagine it's because we are in a place of pure thought. I'm a construct of pure thought. And that our conversation is taking place on the level of thoughts. Most things here aren't real. It'd be like reading your own mind. How do I get back this time? The portal is still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. If this is my mind, why don't I remember this place? I told you as much as I know. It's your mind, and that means you're in control. You just need to figure out how to unlock its secrets. I don't know how, but I think the resonance chambers will do that for us. It'll unite us, make us whole again. Is there anything to do while I'm here? You mean apart from your cabaret acts, distilleries and endless adventure just behind the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. Ha! And if you believe that... Sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here. I've looked. Still, you've changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. Has anything changed since the last time I was here? He shrugs. Look around. It's your mind. Tell me who you are again. Nah, I think I'm ready to go. Farewell. Alright, let's level up. Let's level up. What I'm slightly worried about is if you find a character that I like with quick fingers, then I may be a little sad. I may feel like it's like a waste. I don't know. But Tiber doesn't have quick... Well, I guess Tiber can get quick fingers, right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set this to specialized. I think it's what it was called. That's what we are going to do. We are going to max this. We are going to max this as early as possible in the game. So we will hopefully be able to unlock more using that. I don't know if there is anything that requires two pips and amnesias early in the game, but we'll have it. We'll have it maxed. That's what we'll do. There we go. You just hold off on skill choice on for late early looks. Yeah. And amnesias is not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll have it maxed. It's a skill you only you can learn. Yeah. Yeah, and we will need it for sure, and maybe we will need it early. The sorrow shattered the mirror leading back to the dark fathom. Glass shards hiss when you touch them. The swirling depths flicker with mysteries and powers you cannot define. The portal has collapsed into this tiny pulsing sphere. Something about it strikes you as angry, but though you'd be hard pressed to say why.
Much better.
Alright, we are back with our party. We are going to take a brief pause here to get rid of those pesky ads. If you're not a sub, you may get ads up to 3 minutes. Hopefully much shorter or none at all. So I'll be waiting, not playing. And yeah, thank you for your patience with those. I'll see you in a bit. Do we have boosts? Yes, we do. Let's go boosts. Boosts. Dead fire.
Don't forget to drink water.
Yes, I should not. Vader. Andromeda. Rondor. Wasteland. Chrono Trigger. Dungeon Siege. Diablo 3. There we go. Thank you for the boosts. Verum, Marto, Multi, Jatlers, Adam.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted SAC.
Hey QP, welcome. You're doing well. Boost!
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Lion.
You gotta try that again. That's too many O's.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted BG3.
Alright, QP. It was your Saturday. Let me hydrate.
Draconic Dude just boosted Zoria. Draconic Dude just boosted Solasta.
You boosted too much. You boosted.
How quick are
Draconic
you?
Dude just boosted Chrono Trigger.
Thanks for the boost as well, dude. Not very quick. Really, not really. QP, did you play this game? Did you play Torment? I don't think you did, right? So I wonder how we are going to gain our immortality, because last time we died for good. I think we are supposed to come back to life. It was mentioned in the manual, but probably something has to happen. I was sort of hoping that the scene that we just played would give us our immortality, but it didn't. So anyway, yeah, welcome back from the ads, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around. We can go back to the game. Let's see if we can talk to our party.
Thanks for taking me on, lass. Always good to have a friend watching your back. Huh? Now, what can I do for you?
How are you old enough? Thank you, QP. Alright, let's talk to Kazmin. You fixed the clock. I knew you could do it. I knew it. She shoots a triumphant smile at Nimian. You must tell us what you saw. Who were those figures? Were they cast-offs? What did they say? Were you able to retrieve them? Patience, Cass. We must first congratulate our guest. He turns to you. Masterfully done, revered one. A performance worthy of your sire. He bows gravely to you. You are most welcome here. And we do have answers for your questions, revered one. That is as soon as we hear the report of what you have found. Tell us! She's nearly breathless with excitement. I made Kamos, Diviatiku, and Villain. Disappointment creases her face. I know these names. They are not new to us. They were favored servants of your creator, cast-offs who served him well, indeed. Diviatiku brought the order of truth to Sagas Cliffs, but they betrayed their holy trust and disappeared. He sighs. Nevertheless, we will honor our agreement. You sought answers about who might repair the Risen's chamber. We know that your sire built it with the aid of another cast-off still unknown to us. Perhaps one of your siblings might know where to find him, or her. I know of only one other cast-off still in the city, the albino assassin Matkina. They call her the White Death. She wore a camouflaging cloak and brought destruction in her wake. The last I heard of her, she was in the underbelly. He restrains a shudder. Seek her, but be wary.
I think I'm ready to try something new.
Really? Okay, let's see. Let's check Tibir first. So, increased stat roll is the only one. I guess maybe we'll go with intellect. You'll probably go with intellect. So you have 2 deception, which is intellect. Initiative. Persuasion is intellect. And quick fingers is speed, right? Where do I see which stat these use? I think I know deception and persuasion use intellect and quick fingers use speed. But the fact that it's not shown here. Has 1 edge in speed. Okay. Increase stat. Well, I guess we'll increase intellect and deception and persuasion. We'll go with this guy mostly. Probably. Whenever we can. And I'm glad I didn't pick quick fingers because Tybir also has that. Let's increase intellect. Oh, I can increase twice. Okay. Let's increase twice then. Or do I focus on speed? No, we'll go to intellect with Cyber. Issue challenge. All enemies in range who fail through this game compelled, dazed, they are forced to attack you and receive. Not very good for Cyber, is it? Resourceful. Skill with defense. 10 evasion time. Yeah, we'll go with this. Make him more defensive. I mean, he also by default has a shield, so maybe he's not that bad in the front line next to Aligarn, and we could do some backline shenanigans, maybe sneak attacks and stuff like that. So we can increase your edge, we can improve your skill. What are your skills? Smashing could be okay. Intimidation could be okay. Lore natural, we kinda lost when we let go of Calistige. Could go endurance. More tanky. Though I kinda like smashing, you know? It's good to have on one character, I think. If we increase edge, we could go with might edge. He has smashing for might. So edge on strength is 15% bonus for any strength check. 2 levels in smashing is 15% bonus for smashing checks. And smashing being a strength check, I guess this is overall more bonus. In case there are other strength checks, you know. We'll do that. We'll give you a might edge.
Good choice.
So you are now tier 2. Might also be the combat stuff early on. Yeah, might edge is a good choice. For also useful in combat, of course. I'm not really thinking too much of combat, seeing that there's a lot that can be skipped combat-wise. You know, pacifist routes and stuff. But there will be combats probably. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. All right. Pensive.
Yes.
A recent by Pensive Elephant. Did you know it has been 30 months? Oh, I bounced off tides of Numenera very quickly. How are you finding it? Also, boo/hello.
Birthday! Olay! Happy birthday, Pensive. Was it yesterday or? I think it was yesterday, right? Happy birthday. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm having fun with Torment. Definitely having fun. It was yesterday, yeah. Good to see you. It's been a while. Always good to see you, Pensive. And yeah, I'm having a good time with Torment. So far it's good writing, good characters, interesting story. Another birthday, yes. More birthdays every day. Hey JFC, welcome in. Happy Saturday as well. Good to see you. Why did you bounce off? Did you lose interest, or did something else come up, like a more interesting game? You two were born on the same day. Yeah. Exactly. Alright, I didn't think of that. You're right. Alright, so we learned the name of someone that we need to meet. Can we talk to them further? Do you have any supplies you could share with me? August 9, brothers, sisters, as appropriate. Share? Oh dear, we are a small group and not wealthy. We exist on donations, curios, and occasional great gifts from one of your siblings. For instance, we had a weapon once used by the Calcadon, the Calcadon, the commander of... She catched herself. My point is that we require some payment for our wares. Well, let's see. Okay, 52, so... Alright, let's sell this. Let's see, what do you have? Some cure items. I don't plan to buy those. And there's an artifact. 1 training in deception skill plus 2 damage on Ezetri attacks. You know what? This is actually pretty good. And we have the money. We could buy this. Oh, there's negative effects as well, though. Well, you know, I'm not really worried about negative effects. This is a good thing. Who has Ezetri attacks? Calistiche had Ezetri attacks,
Forward.
but I think Onslaught is Ezetri attack, but your attacks, like if I gave it to you to make use of Deception... Oh, you already have max Deception, though. Maybe it's not that good, you know? Maybe it's not that good. We could use it for plus 2 damage on Onslaught attack, though. There was something about the first bit of interactive text that rubbed you the wrong way. You don't remember what. It was your ADHD. Oh yeah, I read you were diagnosed with ADHD recently, Pensu. Yeah, I guess I should congratulate you because...
I'd risk everything.
Hey, Andlog.
To get what I want.
Welcome, Andlog. Good to see you. How are you doing? Saturday. Not because ADHD is something to be congratulated
You two will
at
be
all,
nothing but a footnote in the annals of my achievements.
You know, usually putting a name to what you might otherwise feel for many years, your whole life, like something weird wrong with you, but finally putting a name to it might and usually does lead to a lot of improvements in your life and feeling better about your life in general. Hopefully it will be the same that way with you. Hopefully, you know, you already said you were kind of looking at your life and stuff like that, you know, making decisions. That's great. Hopefully your life in general will get better in light of this, you know, discovery. Yeah. Speaking of ADHD, you are born with ADHD. There are, yeah, so many people. You know, the more I talk to people, the more I realize how actually widespread that is. Really interesting. Mind of a toilet seat, okay. All right, you chat away. Let's move on. Skull-like relief could be a warning, or perhaps a notice that something harmless but related to death waits below. So what is that? This goes to the underbelly, right? Yes. Approves ADHD. If you were diagnosed early, like you were born with ADHD, and if you were diagnosed early, hopefully you will have shaped your life around it and have a more or less, you know, what's the good word? I don't really know, but you will more or less not be affected. At least you will know how to live your life with an early diagnosis. But late diagnosis can be interesting, and those are the stories I hear the most. You have just the one. The sun is nourishing today, is it not? Yeah. Auto Chithon, Otakton, Otakatulu. Why they have so many buildings here? Yeah, I was used to having the ADHD. Your dad have it, so does your siblings. We just live with it, no medication or anything. We just learn to control it. I was told you had tendencies, but no ADD tendencies, but no diagnosis. Yeah, it's tough to actually, you know, diagnose for sure. Sometimes. It's like when suddenly left-handedness went up as soon as we start forcing people to use their right hand. Diagnosed with Asperger's at 55 and ADHD at 60. It doesn't get much later than that. They just weren't a thing when you were... Oh, really, JFC? Wow. I didn't know that. ADHD at 60. So, hopefully, though, after that point, at least stuff got more understandable and life maybe got a little more, at least easier to accept or swallow or live through some of the problems doubtless that you must have had up until that point. Where does this go? Cliff's edge. Subtle energy plays along the cables, though whether to prepare the fish for consumption or deter their theft, you couldn't say. Life made a lot more sense after the ASC diagnosis. You know, you once mentioned Asperger's before. I think that was close to the time when we were going to play Don't Starve. And I thought you were joking, honestly. I may have come off as disrespectful. I'm sorry if I did that. I honestly thought you were joking about it. Because, you know, that's the tone you usually use. But my apologies if I came off as disrespectful that time. In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, you glimpse hints of verdant chitin. Chitin, right? Kitten? I never know which one is correct. I guess both are correct. Kitten and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. Oh. But her voice is a warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you, warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker towards an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trails off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts? Dusty relics, Numenera of uncertain origin? It's quite common for assholes to become class jokers at school to fit in. Our weird and fast minds are well suited to humor. Yeah, I guess so. She looks like that pale woman. No, you're right, Birdie. Not looks, smells. I've never visited this city before. Can you tell me about it? No, she laughs and it sounds like a cloud of insects taking flight. I'll do better than that. Tell me anything about this place that worries you and I'll make it better. That's a guarantee. We do love to help, don't we, Rhonda? What part of the city should I see first? All of it. Take it from me, everything is worth seeing. Even the boring bits. Take your time, talk to everyone you meet and keep your eyes open. Are there any dangerous areas I should avoid? Not at all, Prada says, waving her claws at you. I heard so many rumors about how the underbelly was ruled by vicious thugs, but when I went down there to make a trade, no one so much as glared at me. She hesitates. Of course, they were probably worried I was going to snip their heads off, but the underbelly is fascinating and worth the risk. Most everywhere is. Do you? Tiber says, leaning over to look at her shrouded hands. Snip heads off, I mean. You don't seem to type. I might be, Prada says brightly. I've never had to find out. He leans back out of snipping range with a fixed, polite smile. Snipping range? Okay. What dangerous areas should I avoid? I'm still finding my way. Think I could get a discount on your goods? Well, she says, looking momentarily uncertain. It's like watching a lone cloud passing across a summer sky. You know what? I'll give you a discount on everything I carry from now until the last star in the sky collapses. Or, you know, one of us dies. Can't do a thing about that. She laughs again, clearly unworried by the prospect. Let's talk about something else. Absolutely, she says, something whirs beneath her cloak, and she swats playfully at it. Are there birds in her cloak? You appear to be transforming into an insect. I know, isn't it fantastic? I think it might be caused by the intermingling fields of the Numenera I use to organize my thoughts, or the ones I'm selling. Maybe all of them. You never know how a variety of ciphers will interact with each other. They are such fun. Tell me about the Numenera you use to organize your thoughts. Oh, it's simple, sort of. Prata pulls 3 tiny Numenera from her robes, a buzzing bird figurine, a green music box, and a circular spring. I have too many thoughts. If I tried to hold them all in one brain, I'd just stand and drool, you know? So, oh, that explains my condition. Okay. So each of these have a slightly different purpose. Which one do you want to hear about? The bird figurine. Birdie is pretty simple. If I'm running with a great thought I don't have time to complete, I shunt it into her so I can pick it back up later. She does make everything smell like berries, though. The music box. Jade Box is a tough old lady. If I'm rolling with a more complex line of thinking, I bring her up and she chops the individual ideas and feeds them back to me. Hey Tazen, welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? That's part of the reason you've taken a step away from watching Twitch. You realize you can't focus a long time without just spamming chat with talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. I mean, that's perfectly fine with me. You know, whether you are here and talking non-stop or whether you take time away, as long as you feel good about it, it's all fine. But we'd love to see more of you, of course. No pressure at all. No pressure at all, but yeah, we'd love to see more of you. And talking and talking and talking, that made you feel guilty. No, I'll just stop ignoring you. You can keep talking, you know? Someone will answer you in chat, I'm sure. Most times. I'll just play the game. Just got home. That's nice. Just got home, watched Deadpool and Friends. Deadpool and Friends? Is that a new movie, Deadpool and Friends? I try to use her as little as possible because she gives me headaches. No, what's the opposite? Head eases? What is head eases? Wow, that would be nice. It's basically Deadpool 3. Oh, really?
Great to see you again.
Hey, another resub.
Starving_drummer, you have now been subscribed for 31 months. Mitchell insane.
Insane. Oh, did I thank you, Pensive, for the resub? Thank you so much for the 30 months resub. Also, thank you, Drummer, for 31 months resub. Thank you. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Hope you are doing well. Anyway, they are worse than headaches because you can't go around thinking everything is alright. It's bad for your health. Wow. The circular spring. That's Rhonda. She's a bit scary. I can shunt a bunch of thoughts into her, but she doesn't process them. She just gives them back to me slightly changed and infinitely better than they went in when they went in. The 69th month, that'll be a special month. Prata leans in conspiratorially. I try not to use her much, she whispers. It feels like cheating. Actually, I want to buy one. Prata flushes. I hate to say no, but I've had them since I was little. You're practically family. Okay. Gonna perch trout? What's the word for not watching but keeping the stream on? It's lure. Well, I do like the alternatives though. The perch, the trout. I like them. I should make aliases with them. Perch, perching, spoil perching, spoil perch, work perch. Perch would be nice for this channel, especially as Tazen says. Yes. Thank you, Pansu. Thanks for the lurk. It was great to see you. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And yeah, thank you again for the resub. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Oh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite. But no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You are better off with someone else, sorry. You said someone else had my tattoo. Who? Oh right, a pale lady. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it. That is rare, believe me. Brother sighs. I feel sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. And she wouldn't say what she'd lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. I'm looking for that woman you mentioned. Was her name Matkina? Do you remember where she went? I don't know anything else about her, she says, and though you can't see her face, you hear her to frown. I wish I could help you more. I won't use that discount we talked about. Okay, let's see what she has. It's a cipher. I don't think I will buy ciphers. Does she have any artifacts? Under than 50, 69 times 3, minus 57. That's a little far-fetched, but I like it. Thank you, Tyson. Thank you for being here. Being here. 150 days. Crazy. Contingent subroutine. Oh, this is actually pretty good. Oh, refill health, might, speed, and intellect for all party members. Pretty good. Deals 20 chemical damage. Confers bleeding as well. Deals 10 points of health on all allies. These are all single uses, right? We managed to watch those 30-second streams. Well, I never had 30-second streams. Come on. Deals 12 transdimensional damage, confers hobbled on all characters in range. Pretty good as well. Confers Prey Sector's Eye on target. Well... Alright, we are not buying or selling anything, for now, at least. This stall stands empty. Deep ruts in the laid rugs hint at her heavy furniture hastily moved when the last occupant vacated. Various devices clutter the 3 tables of the stall, some of them spark and twitch as if objecting to proximity of their neighbors. Go heading out now, you will catch me next time. Thank you, Mason, it was good to see you. Have a good rest of your day. I'll see you next time, hopefully. Best selection of migraines in the city. Right here. Free samples, friend. Why would I want migraine? Would you buy my migraine? No need to show. I'll be here all day and all night. All week, in fact. Myriad statues sit at various stages of completion, each featuring a figure that leaves you with a feeling of profound disquiet when you look at it. Hey Sangniv, welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? In several of the pieces, the creature depicted appears to almost lunge out of the stone, almost as if hurling itself at the sculpture. Perhaps that's why they were left unfinished. Canopied wagon beds lie forlornly against the wall, bereft of axles or any other means of locomotion. They don't appear to be going anywhere soon. Slavers. Don't talk to me, talk to the boss. Talk to the hand. This portly man's cracked and bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips running through his thinning hair, or molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed about him. A soul like slivers of ice, he mutters. Fingertips long, shriveled, sharp. Screams, trapped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why isn't she? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What am I not seeing? What am I missing? Who was he? What was he feeling? Without that, I can do nothing. You'll never get over the fact you complete the glitch on your name being Thor. What did you think it was? What's wrong? Everything, he says without a moment's pause, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed trod. Every detail is almost right, which means everything is wrong. I am Zaofi, stonecarver, sculptor, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge, my greatest work, my talent has finally abandoned me. He sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold my art, wanderer. Witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of a sublime being. What is it you think I made? I try to recall why sculptures look so familiar. Let's go. It was a compound of thorough and obliterator. Ah. You stare at the sculptures, your memories flow into its sweeping curves, teasing you with what you've seen in your short life and beyond. Yes, this towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Zaofi has sculpted the sorrow. You don't realize that you've spoken aloud until you hear Zaofi's gasp and see the tears in his eyes. Yes, sorrow, or even grief, is present in the work. I feel it, but where? I cannot pull it from the stone. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago. Smoking coronas of blackened light drew me to my window, Zaofi says, shaping the scene with his palms. And there on the street below was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes, she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hands. But what do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject. Of course I do. She's mysterious and fascinating. She? Zaofi stares at you dumbfounded. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, then immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded, in fact. She is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth his metal couldn't capture such a being? But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a little creature? No, the source of my ruin is this damnable man. Zaofi points a trembling finger at her faceless human cradled in the statue's talons, a charred, oddly familiar pattern etched onto the stone head. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink, but he will be forgotten unless I capture him there. And I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. Did you see a parrot set a new record for correct naming items? Sign is a zebra. In a sense. How can we get you out? We can smelt it, I guess. They are innocent. Ah. How many statues of this being have you made? Oh. Zaofi swallows. The moment he fell, I ran for the streets. But the Dendra her claimed his body and took it away, probably to their foul chapel in Underbelly. Now I'll never know who he was. How many statues of this being have you made? Ha! If only my efforts could be limited so. I've sculpted that blasted moment in marble, granite and clay. I painted it in oil and blood. It even follows me into sleep, where I weave the scene from clouds on dream stuff. A frustrated tear rolls down his cheek. Even those were flowed. Artists, Tiber murmurs. You'd think they'd be happy a bunch. They slap paint on a canvas and someone pays them for it. But no, they trash about in their sleep, moaning and stealing all the sheets. You turn your attention back to Zaofi. Is there anything else you can remember about the creature that killed your subject? What a surprise, Zaofi says with a ragged, scornful sigh. Yes, let us ignore that incandescent flare of this stranger's brief life and focus on his murder. She's so much more glamorous. He grips his sparse hair as if it's going to fall out and glares at you. That's what you want, isn't it? That's what everyone wants. Like so many, she wants flash and flourish, but humanity is what truly inspires. No, I want to see this moment fully, to understand why it inspires you so much. Oh, of course, Sophie says, a flattened blush rising on his cheeks as he directs your attention to his work. I captured her as I saw her, perfectly. See the dexterous overlong fingers, the flesh form of the shrieking prey? But there was more to that moment than even I could capture here. In studying her from my window, I knew that she did not belong in our world, and yet I could not help but see her there, as though she was forcing me to accept her presence. Zaofi licks his lips. To look upon her is to see death made flesh, and yet her victim saw her and did not flee. Why? What granted them such bravery when we lesser creatures covered the coming of the night? Tell me about the Dendra or her. They are a cult and a curse, Zaofi says. The world would have you believe they exist to preserve the great works of humanity, to celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is that they squat in their underbelly chapel, eating corpses and claiming it gives them power. If I learn anything about your subject, I'll let you know.
Making a note.
Alright. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Must consume.
Enjoy your food, Hazen. As you approach, the wild-haired woman eyes you speculatively and whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing, and a slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from a cord around her neck, and you can see Veritas cut permanent grooves into her face. She ruffles her hair, messing it still further, and sings out, "Come to buy a slave, cast-off? If you've come to me, you must want something of the sort." She's a fresh one, I can smell it on her. How do you know I'm a cast-off? The tattoo. I've had dealings with your kind before, I know about you. She rakes her fingers through her hair. If anything, the motion serves to obscure her vision even more. So, cast-off, I have information you might want. Of course, it comes with a price. What kind of information? You think you'll get it from me that easily? I don't think so. I know your type. You cast-offs, not a one of you can be trusted. I give you this information and you're gone before I can collect my price. So you'll forgive me if I decline to say outright what secrets I hold.
I'll remember that.
One of my wars has run off. She's taken a head wound, not my doing, and I've been watching after her. I don't know where she's gone, but I suspect she's headed to Cliff's Edge. Plenty of other urchins clamoring about the place, and she'd find it easy to blend in. Sadly, my troop and I are detained here, so we can't go ourselves. These Locknibbers are tired of hunting her. Damned girl hides well, too well. She's a scrawny child, name of Rin, head wound, but it's covered by dark curly hair, has a little necklace around her throat, bubbles about her gods. Go get her for me and I'll tell you what you want to know. Answer a few other questions for me first. Fine. Can you tell me about yourself? I'm a slaver. I'm the last person you want to make an enemy. I've got a reputation for coming through on my word. Nothing else need concern you. What can you tell me about your drug truth? You want to deal with them? Be my guest. Those pompous iron priests are up the government square. Think they can unlock the secrets of the past, but they are not focusing on what's important, which is creating for the future. They say they are studying, learning, but the fact is they are not doing anything useful. Don't let them tell you otherwise. I had some questions about the cult of the changing god. Her lip curls. Delusional meaning seekers. They spend their time chasing their imaginary deity, ignoring what it means to be alive. Ooh, what has he done now? They say. Can I thank his divine arse? As if knowing his life makes theirs any better. By studying his actions, they might be able to replicate his successes. I'm with you, they seem like whores to fame and power. If studying this life proves meaning to theirs, who are you to judge? They are misguided, the only way to understand life is to experience it. I guess we'll go with this. By studying his actions, they might be able to replicate his success. Please, if you were going to succeed at anything, they'd have done it by now. But look around you. You hear of any of them doing anything of note? Living in grand mansions? Owning fleets of airships? You don't, and it's because they are intent on living in someone's shadow. She curls her tongue and spits. Nothing grows in the shade. Nonsense. I could mention at least one thing that grows in the dark, but I'm a gentleman. Come back and talk to me later then, if you can tear yourself away from this scintillating company. I have some questions about slavery in Sagas Cliffs. It's not so bad, not horrific, almost no one sells them for parts anymore. Fact is, most of them go down to the balloon. where they can work off their debt to society by opening a mall or two. It's not a forever thing, it's a punishment. I have some questions about Sagas Cliffs. Ask someone who cares. I think this is a sewer. There we go. Did we pick up the quest? Search for the missing slave girl ring. You want a salamander fursuit? Salamander fursuit? Okay. Why do you want that? Okay, I think it's all of this map. So this map. So we now either go to Underbelly or Government Street. It's Workman Flint. Welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? Thor, are you still here, Thor? If you are still here, without telling me more than I ask, I know you mentioned me going after one particular favorite companion of yours. With that in mind, oh, there's another exit to the. Oh yeah, Cliff's Edge. Should I? Which of these 3 exits should I go to for that companion? Or did I miss them here? Probably not. So you take Cliff's Edge. Okay, we will go to Cliff's Edge. It's all the same to me, so we'll go to where your favorite companion is. As a member of the council, I assure you the creature will be found. So back in medieval times, salamander fur was the garb of high nobility. The name likely stems from the popular belief that salamanders were born of fire. In fact, it refers to fireproof asbestos suits. You just have your cigarette and you're like, ah. Well, yeah, okay. That explains a lot of that comment then. The flesh creeps in if you let it. If you let it. Mercenary, Lord, Wantgen, Wooded Thug, Townsperson's Merchant. I've had enough talk. Let's find this thing and kill it. Declaiming to the crowd is a well-dressed but sickly-looking man, short, dumpy, and an unhealthy shade of yellow. Despite this, he has the proud demeanor and the stentorian voice of a much larger man. He booms at you as you approach. Ah, another likely lady. Excellent. The people have called for deliverance from this ravaging Stychus, and the hero has answered, most courageous of you. You are all heroes who stand up in the face of conflict.
I'll remember that.
He smiles. All you have to do is be the first to find the rogue Stychus that's been terrorizing Cliff's Edge. Return here and tell me precisely where it is, and I'll take it from there. He pats you on the shoulder. And you'll be rewarded, I promise you. As the head of a slave family, I'll owe you a favor. And my favor carries a good deal of weight. Can I ask you more about this Stychus and its kind? He nods. Of course, knowing thy enemy is the first step to defeating it. What exactly is a Stychus? They are horrible, undermining vermin from another world. They tunnel beneath the streets of our city, undermining our homes and causing them to collapse. Our deaths are nothing to them, but they don't even believe that humans are sentient creatures. What else can you tell me about the rogue Stychus you're looking for? He shudders. The wild thing appeared in Cliff's Edge a few days ago, and it's been skulking around ever since. The whole neighborhood lives in fear of it. They should be afraid, I make sure of it. Why is Cliff's Edge so afraid of the Stychus? Some will tell you it's because this district has suffered the most of the Stychus digging, houses collapsing on the people, others falling into the sea. There's some truth to that, but the real reason is that people have become weak and afraid. They aren't prepared to face adversity. He leans in, warming to his subject. Indeed, if the Stychus didn't exist, I would be tempted to invent them, for they are just what the city needs to stiffen its spine. Sagas Cliffs, our once proud empire, has abandoned its holdings and ceded its territories to autochthonous autochthonous tribes and wild beasts. It's time to take them back. But how can we do that when our citizens have become lazy, timid children? They are the perfect opportunity. The weak will become stronger. But empires only serve the interest of a lucky few. Most people suffer and gain little in return.
I'm ready to learn something new.
He frowns. And how much more would they suffer without the empire? The empire serves all. Even the least in a strong civilization is better off than the best of a weak one. Did we level up again? Sagas Cliffs had an empire? Indeed, we held all lands from here to Ornuz Unagran. That was before the slave uprising that brought the slave families to power. Some of us seek to reclaim what we lost. Oh, to live in that age. Sagas advanced so quickly back then. I have other questions about the Stika. Go on then. How did the Stika come to be in Sagas Cliffs? Several members of the council believe that it's the work of our enemies, that their eggs were brought here from another world, an act of vengeance or sabotage perhaps. Others think that the eggs were always here, and it took them centuries to hatch. He shrugs. But how doesn't matter to me. They are here, and they are dangerous. It's up to every true citizen of Sagas Cliffs to resist them. I suspect the Dream Seekers working on a larger scale than I can alone. Can I ask you something else? Of course. Tell me about yourself. He puts a hand to his chest and raises his chins. I am Jarls Wundtgen of House Wundtgen, one of the most respected of the slave families. I also have the honor of serving on the council. He looks around him uneasily. I don't usually descend to this neighborhood, but in such a crisis one must put one's finer feelings aside and do what one can for one's city. Who are the slave families? He puffs up with pride. We are the descendants of the slaves who rose up with Chila the Great. They smashed the oligarchs who ruled the city and replaced their despotism with fair and egalitarian leadership, creating a city where anyone can achieve anything, if they only try. What can you tell me about Cliff's Edge? Alas, I rarely pass through these miserable streets, so I know little about them, but I go where my city needs me. I'm looking for an albino woman, an assassin named Matkina. Do you know her? I don't know who that is, or by the sound of it, I don't want to. She sounds like a dreadful person. Why does she seek the White Death? Ah. Farewell. Ah, wait. No, don't wait. Okay, you can stop waiting, chat. I thought I forgot something, but I didn't. This hatch appears to be the only visible means to enter the building. It's firmly sealed. Airships are known to be nearly uncrashable due to their leisurely cruising speeds and simplified controls. This crash must have taken a rather unique confluence of events to occur. Stops waiting visible.
I will feast on your entrails and devour your soul.
Delicious. Entrail soup. Enjoy your food, Tazen. The first thing you notice about this wiry young man is the golden haze, the glow surrounding him. It sparkles in his eyes and gives him an easy grin of warmth that you can feel right down to your guts. He spots you and straightens.
I know what you're thinking. How in the world did you survive that crash, Eratus? The answer is, as it always is, backflips. But hold on. How did you know my name? Never mind. Not important. Of course you know my name. I'm Eratus.
He plants his hands on his skinny hips and beams. This adventure is going nowhere. We are standing still. It's beginning when? Your thoughts are strange. Thoughts? Eric's eyes widen in alarm. I try to avoid those. They have agendas, you know? Thinking, planning, plotting. He's shaking his head. No, heroic instinct. That's always best. She hears us. Impossible. I can hear your surface thoughts. Why are they so different from what you're saying? If I have thoughts, madam, then that's news to me. Are you sure she can't hear us? We are certain. How did you end up crashing the airship? Yeah, first time we got some scan thought specific option. True. How did you end up crashing the airship? I'm glad you asked. This is somewhat of an understatement. He looks ecstatic. I was climbing up the cliffs to Caravanserai and to see how impossible it was when I saw a star falling towards the reef. He raises an earnest finger. I knew right then that finding that star was my destiny. He runs his hands through his curls. But what was I going to do? Climb down? Boring. Already did it the other way. Walk? Walk? Worse. Far worse. No fun at all. Tell them about it. The backflips. No one cares about the backflips. Tell them. He grins. Then I saw the airship docked over my head. I raced on up, borrowed the ship, and pointed it right at the reef. His face falls. I don't know what happened next. Despite my expert piloting, the airship steered itself directly at the cliffs. I had no choice. I landed it as fast and hard as safely as possible. Shaking his head, he sighs. I never did find that falling star. At this point, someone else has found it, and it's their destiny now. You're in luck. That falling star was me. Do we want to tell him? Yeah. No, Earth shouts overjoyed. Yes, really? It was really you? He grabs you by both shoulders. This is fate. You were meant to travel with me. You have to. Don't say no. They will lead us to glory. They will lead us to pain. Join them. Join them. Why should I let you join me? He gives you a puzzled look as if you just wondered aloud why air is important.
Join. Die. Join. Die.
I'm an adventurer, he repeats, brow furrowed. I thought I told you. Adventure happens when I'm around, and you'll get to be a part of it. He raises a finger. But you'll have to keep up, so where we go. He stares at the invisible horizon. We go swiftly, strongly, and most of all, handsomely. He leans in conspiratorially. Until you get handsome, I'll cover for the both of us. Yes, I want you to join me. Of course you do, and I'm ready. I'm always ready. Is this the guy? Thor? Is this your favorite companion? Is there another though? It's our boy Earth, okay. Alright. So what are you? Overly impulsive glaive who is as heroic as he believes himself to be. Wow. Alright, I mean it's good. We have a glaive. We have a jack. We have 2 nanos. I think Aligarn might change. Even Tiber might change. But I'll keep Eretis because you all like this character. We'll keep him with us. Do you also see the resemblance? To the DM? The hair color really changes my perception, but if I just focus on the face, kinda, yeah, a little, yeah. Now that you'll have to ignore the hair, yeah. Let's see, ignore the hair, block the hair. I cannot do it. This means P in Danish. Yeah, kinda. Airy P. Okay, yeah, I can play with a glaive. We can have a glaive in the party. What are you? Opportunists and turn immediately. Makes a basic turn against the first enemy that moves within weapon range. That's not bad. Practiced in armor. So an armor character. It's good to have a character that can wear heavy armor. Also Might's Edge. Endurance, initiative, running, smashing. So kinda shared skills, Might Edge on him as well. But has running, etc. This is like a combat character more so than other stuff. You should clearly be more pumped about Ertis. You thought about the backflips? Yeah, he mentioned the backflips. I'm feeling precision. A % critical success chance. Never boring. Ertis bounces around the battlefield, gaining 20% critical chance whenever he attacks an enemy target. Wow. Hey Voxel, happy Saturday. How are you doing? All other party members gain 5% smashing tax, 5% initiative tax, 5% melee. You know, it's good. He's good. Yeah, we'll keep him. Maybe not. Maybe more of a combat-oriented character, but it still offers some unique benefits to the party as well. And I would like to have a character of a different class. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. Doesn't have any intellect or speed skills. But, you know, Tibir and Last Castovs can cover them between the two of them, I think. And Eligern and Eretis will take care of the other stuff. Eligern also has his... Yeah, it's a good, kind of a good spread out setup. Maybe we will level him up more in a non-combat way. We'll see. I think maybe... Why do you have 6 intellects? Oh, 6 of 9. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Let's go with Edge on intellects. Obviously, Edge intellect is the most important.
Voxel Badger just boosted Baldur's Gate 3.
You can carry 2 ciphers, that's also good. Use a heavy melee weapon, 2-handed weapon. Well, I guess we don't want the shield for him. Alright, let's go on. Mother Tamaz. This woman glares at the air above her head, her fingers pressing with a single bead in a long, peculiar chain of them. Her low, angry muttering resolves into words as you get closer. Foolish girl, it doesn't matter what you were. The past is a land populated by wet-eyed nimwits. Nay, what matters is where you are, what you be. Who are you speaking to? She blinks at the empty air, and her hands steal to a metallic, manifested bead near the end of the chain. No one you know, she says, scowling at you, but you should, mayhap. Mother Tamaz knows you, girl. Born falling you were. Born in flame, shreds of your smoldering coal steaming through the air. When you struck ground, your bead first went cold, then hotter than a mother's hatred. Oh, that's not such a nice phrase, hotter than a mother's hatred. It's a strong phrase. She spits and shakes her head. Scarcely born you are, and already tangled in the past, seeking answers when you should be making your own. You think I'm foolish to want answers? Nay, but only a fool seeks them from others. People are glad to tell you who you are, girl. Doesn't mean their answers are worth a pinch of piss. She sighs. You're confused, but that'll change. You'll have your feet under you soon enough. Not all of my children are as lucky.
I'll remember that.
This one, she says, showing you the bead she was speaking to before you arrived. It's carved in the shape of 2 overlapping spheres. Something's eating her memories, her thoughts, even her name. She calls herself loss of self, and she's going mad. Her fingers fold over the bead. Set her back on her foot for me, girl. Do that and I'll return your call to you, improved through my art and stronger than when you lost it. How can I help loss of self? You haven't been listening, girl, she says with a sigh. Don't help her. Convince her to help herself. Where can I find loss of self? She's... Mother Tamaz trails off, closing her hand around her beads, staring into space. In Cliff's Edge. Look around, you'll find her. I have questions about something else. Okay, we are going to continue this dialogue after the ads. Gotta take the ad break, unfortunately, right now. Up to 3 minutes as usual. Probably shorter though, and we'll be waiting for you. I shall see you in a bit. We should have some boosts. We last did Draconic Dude, so we only have 1 boost. Okay, we'll do the 1
Trouble
boost.
sure seems to like
Life-giving water.
9s.
Fazan just musted Undertale.
Oh, Momo.
Fazan just musted Scald. Fazan just musted Chrono Trigger. JFC Fuller just boosted div. JFC Fuller just boosted UT.
Undertale, Scald.
JFC Fuller just boosted Witchy Woo 2.
Chrono Trigger. div. Unreal Tournament.
Raffle just boosted Pathfinder. Raffle just boosted Scald. Raffle just boosted Darklands.
Daggerfall. Divine Divinity passes Daggerfall. Witchy-Woo.
Paradise just boosted Undertale.
Scald.
Paradise just boosted Sacred.
Darklands. Undertale. Sacred.
Paradise just hosted Return to Kronder.
There we go. Thank you for the boots. Thank you for the boots. Thank you for the boosts. Parrot, Ash, JFC, Phasen, Voxel. Cool, cool, cool. Undertale. I wonder if Undertale can pass Pathfinder by the... not the poll that starts this Sunday, but the one following that. I feel like it's may
Starving
pass
underscore
Pathfinder.
drummer just boosted Fallout 3. Starving underscore drummer just boosted Daggerfall. Starving underscore drummer just boosted Scald.
Thank you for the boost as well, drummer. I think there's a real possibility that Undertale passes Pathfinder and becomes game number 4. Gets into the top 4 in the poll that's going to follow the next one. 2 polls from now. Could be interesting. Undertale isn't very long, is it? I think it's highly interesting, but it's not, it's kind of short, I think. I only played like the tutorial part of Undertale, not much. Kind of in the sweet spot for you. But what is the sweet spot for you? Like 20 hours? 25 hours? 15 hours? 50 minutes? Maybe 15 minutes. A little on the shorter side, yeah. I thought so. I think it's good to play short games. You know, if there is like 3 very long games in a poll and a 4th short game, I would favor the shorter one, regardless of how much I'd like to play the other 3. Because the shorter one will just do it and we will immediately start a new poll and get a new game, right? Like maybe 1 week. Those games are sweet and fun to do. So whenever there's a short game in the list, that's the one I prefer. So Diablo 3, for that reason, is kind of the one I prefer, for example, in these ones. Okay, it would be over so fast. We would do another poll and stuff. It would be cool. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue the game. I have some questions about you. Waste of time, she grumbles. I'd rather you lend your mind to a favor I ask of you, but ask can be done.
Welcome back.
Tell me about the chain of beads you are holding. I make one for every child I'll deliver, made with wood and their mother's blood, carved in the shape of their soul. Touching their beads tells me if they are well, or more often, if they are not, need a mother's help. She tilts an eyebrow at you. Sometimes I just witness a birth, but I still carve a bead to mark the occasion, if I think the child is worth remembering. Why do people call you mother? I've delivered every child of a mortal womb in Cliff's Edge, she says. A smile slips unbidden onto her face, and some who were not. Do you have any children of your own? Nay, none and never have in fact, but as the saying goes, all children in Cliff's Edge have 2 mothers. That's better than having one of my own. Do you like living in Cliff's Edge? Still here, aren't I? She says, wrapping the chain of beads around her fingers. I like having my children all around me. You mentioned you had my call. That's not what it is. I'm not a fool, girl, she says dryly. But you were born above my city, so I know you like it or not. She reaches into the bag strapped to her hip. Something glitters within. This is your call, torn from you at birth. Name it what you will, but I know what it be. Can I have a look at my call? When you finish the task I asked of you, not before. I want to ask you about someone in particular. I? A note of weary caution enters Mother Tomas's voice, and she drops the chain to coil, snake-like, into the palm of her hand. Rin. You describe the girl you are seeking, and she runs the chain of beads through her loosely coiled fist. Didn't deliver her, she declares. Don't know her. She doesn't come from Cliff's Edge and may not be from Sagas either. Neither. Matkina. She listens as you describe the woman you are seeking and begins to shake her head. Then she recoils. You are speaking of the White Death, she growls, gripping the ends of the chain of beads in her hands and pulling them taut until all of them shiver on their string. Mark the faded ones well, the ones as cold as a long night's snow. More than a few were down to her and her careful, careless knife. Lord Wantkin. He's a leader of one of the slave families, she says, studying her beads casually. Has a number of opinions, that boy. Some he shares, some he doesn't, but he's got them all the same. I'm not one to share his secrets neither. Ruining a life is his business, not mine. I have nothing more to say about the man, she adds, but head over there with your mind open. He'd be able to fill it for you. You don't seem to like Lord Wantkin much. Can he be trusted or not? You or a companion have edge. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you start with 50, I start with 45. Come on, critical.
I'll remember that.
She presses her lips together, eyes flickering between the distant lord and you. Your Woki blood on his mother's side, she says at last, so low you can barely hear her. I'll not turn my back on a girl in trouble, but I have no time for disgusting abhumans either. She shoots a poisonous look in the Lord's direction. I'm not alone in that. If people knew what he was, it would be the end of his politicking for sure and certain. Can you tell me about Lord Wantkin again? As I said in confidence, he has Yowoki blood in him. See it there in the yellow sagging skin. Would be the end of him if people knew. Farewell. Stay safe, girl. Let's see, what can we do here? We cannot confront him with the information we just got.
You were a fool to confront me!
Was I though? Was I? Strange fluids rush from these pipes, hinting at vast machinery and pipage within the cliffs themselves. Where does this go again? This fallen pile of wool and stone marks the place where a house once stood. Surprise briefly registers on the cultist's face when she sees you, then she slightly inclines her head in respect. Greetings, beloved vessel. How may I help you? You seem less differential than some of the other cultists. Why? Not all of us revere your father, she says carefully. We simply honor him for his boundless wisdom and bottomless knowledge. We wish to emulate him. But worship him? No. Good day to you. The mutant boy gazes at the entrance to the surgical parlor, flinching at each scratch of razor metal on metal from within. By your estimation, he is in his late teens, but is the size of a young, malnourished child. His arms are little more than bone wrapped in red speckled skin, and a row line of zigzags down between his mismatched eyes and over his blade of a nose, as if pointing directly at his thin lips. He sees you looking, and bird-like muscles flex in his frail jaw. Get a good look, he says, lifting his chin. Or maybe you want to call me some names. I hear eggshell a lot, or maybe lightning bolt. I get that one from time to time. He crosses his bony arms and glares at you. Don't let me stop you. Call me some names. Laugh. Do it now, because in another few minutes, I'll be the one laughing. I'm not laughing, and I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't want your apologies. You didn't offend me. Believe me, I'm used to this by now. I'm not going to be the butt of everyone's jokes anymore, he says. Electricity sizzles briefly within the nearby parlor. This time, he does not flinch away. Lightning flickers trapped in his determined eyes. I have some money, all right? I'm going to use it to change myself, change everything I can. What sort of changes are you considering? Right, he says with a bitter laugh, like I'm going to take advice from a girl. You don't like women? What? No, I like women, and they like laughing at me. We get along just fine. I'm not laughing at you. Uh-huh. You are talking to me out of charity or pity. I don't want either. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to change your mind about talking to me? Yes, I'm sure. I don't want your help. Can everyone buy improvements from the parlor? Yes, he says. You pay the keeper and the drones remake your body the way you want. Farewell. Alright, let's check this parlor. The shape of this operating table provides little information regarding the physiology of the beings it was originally designed to treat. Can I get you a beer? Nice. Enjoy the beer's work. The books jamming the shelves of this desk are divided equally between obscure medical texts and mechanical how-to manuals. These shelves abound with beakers, flasks, and other myriad containers. The utter lack of labels on any of them is somewhat worrying. These displays show information regarding patients, conveniently visible from anywhere within the parlor. Journal, surgical drone. This old man's skin is covered in makeup painstakingly drawn to resemble dark stone. His eyes widen briefly as he notices you, and his face and neck hardens into actual obsidian for a moment. Then he smiles and nods at you, his features mobile once more. Welcome, welcome, he says. Sorry about the stone. Polymorphic flesh modification, you see. I didn't see you woke up, and I assume you were going to cut my throat and take my surgical parlor for yourself. Why would you think such a thing? I do good business here, the old man shrugs. If I were a younger man looking to make a name for myself in the city, I'd kill me too. My surgical parlor is a marvel of the prior world, you see. Just pick an item or a service and pay my outrageous fees, and after only a short to long period of fairly safe but indescribable agony, you walk away with some horrible Numenera bits whirring away inside you. He pokes a few buttons on a device strapped to his wrists, and lights twinkle across its length. A dark glassy lens focuses on you. Well, interested? I can't help noticing that you're a very honest man. Well spotted, he says, nodding. Clear streaks of quartz run off his prominent cheekbones, revealing the muscle beneath. It's a side effect of my modifications. Couldn't lie to you if you begged me to. He shrugs. Honesty is usually a hindrance to a businessman, but people seem to like it. It's a blessing, in my opinion. How did you come to own this parlor? It was originally a partnership, he says. My colleagues and I spent 2 years digging it out and getting the whole mess working. Of course, we had to test the drones before we tried them on anyone else. Customers get skinned alive on opening day is bad. Customers getting skinned alive on opening day is bad for business. Turns out that was a wise move. Gorna chose an intelligence modification, and the drones cut off his head to work on it more directly. Major picked strength, and the drones sliced her arms. They defaulted to sever in those days. He smiles fondly. Anyway, 6 partners later, I was the sole proprietor. I worked out the kinks, and here we are. With no fatalities in, he thinks, months. No fatalities in months. Skull! my water, lemon water beer, and iced tea whiskey. The strongest survived. Of course, it might not have been me, but well, it was. Show me your list of items and services. Of course, he says, tapping a few buttons on the broad device and circling his wrist. The lens beams a cone of light directly onto your eye, which immediately begins watering. Blinking, you see a menu of items seemingly hanging in the air. Okay. How painful are these procedures? That's a popular question, he says, and it does vary from procedure to procedure, but if you are seeking a general area... He taps his chin thoughtfully. My customers usually range between shrieking for a merciful death and groaning while soiling themselves, if that helps, but they almost always seem happy with the results when they survive. Now, are you ready to buy something? Okay, let's hear about all of them. The cloth gauntlets. I knew that would catch your eye, he says, digging you in the ribs. We plant long hollow rods in your forearms with steel blades sheathed inside. Just flick your wrist out and they pop, surprising anyone who mistook you for unarmed. Oh, so we are Wolverine? He demonstrates with his unoccupied wrist, making little shh sounds. 125 shins for the weapon and the work both. No thank you. It's Deadpool and Wolverine. Your loss, he says. Interested in anything else? The jagged memory. This, he says with a raised finger, is a tricky one. It's a mesh that fuses through your skin, leaving jagged marks like tattoos. When you attack, you always hit your enemy's old wounds, even if they weren't there before. Told you it was a tricky one. Yours for 100 tensions. Encroaching Darkness. A beguiling name, isn't it? He says, his laugh lines crinkling. I'm glad you like it, because I'm not quite sure what it does. It's a living creature, you see, that crawls around your body while you sleep. Eventually, it takes root in your nervous system and does something. Could be good, could be bad, could be both. It certainly won't be boring. 100 shins. What are blood nanites? It's quite simple, he says. The drones fill your blood with millions of tiny machines that promptly begin devouring you alive until they learn to differentiate between your body and anything that's not supposed to be in there. After that, they'll do their level best to purge toxins and illnesses from your body with every pump of your heart. In case I wasn't clear, this one is really going to hurt. 95 shins, paid in advance, please. The Numenera analyzer sounds safest. It's quite safe, he says, nodding. Most of the time, in almost 3 out of 5 cases. And the procedure couldn't be simpler. The drones simply sew your skull open, shove an implant in the right spot, and seal everything back up again. He clasps his hands. Once they do that, the implant will help you identify the purpose of unknown Numenera. It costs 95 shins, but it pays for itself. I think I like this. I'll probably take this. An artificial eyeball, really? Very popular item, he says, nodding. The meat ones wear out so easily. This one never does, and it'll help you spot things normal eyes miss. All it takes a one-time cost of 100 shins and tremendously unpleasant operation. I guess it gives me perception skill or something. Which I would love. We'll get the Numenera analyzer as the first one. The drone's metallic arms pin you in place and you hear a circular saw spinning faster and faster. Well, you can't claim Journo didn't warn you. The blade clips through your skull in a heartbeat, and pincers pry the loose caps aside. You are distantly aware of struggling against the drone's unyielding arms before a metal spine jams itself into your brain. Everything goes white. After manning your breed skull, the machines release you. You stagger, but keep your feet as the implant begins humming. Swirls of text streak past your vision as the thing comes to life. Interesting little thing, isn't it? Journo says. It does get puzzled by larger Numenera, but it should be able to handle most smaller things you find scattered around. He scratches his nose. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll get the artificial eye as well when I have the money. I don't right now. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. It's still good though. It's still good. 5% on machinery tasks, 5% on mystical tasks, 5% on natural tasks. Yeah, it's good. It's great. Aye, Captain. I think we have that, right? Do we? Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
Yeah. We can go down from here as well. Another benefit to coming here early is finding the implant dog, yeah. We need money now. Hello friends! A smiling, dark-haired woman greets you, standing behind a table of trinkets. Your eyes are drawn to the 3 small rodents that lazily orbit her head in 3 floating bowls. They take turns hovering just out of reach of the half-mechanical, half-organic cat perched on the woman's shoulder. The smile disappears from her face as a small tremor runs through the ground beneath your feet. That's the 7th time today. She glances nervously at the remnants of the structure next to her. When that one fell, I heard them screaming, shrieking like the wind was tearing at her bones. Should I abandon my home before it abandons me? I wonder. She idly turns a couple of the curiosities on her table so the light catches on the various planes and materials. Then the smile returns to her face. Come, tell me, which of my treasures speaks to you? How much for one of the rodent globes? You mean buy Boo and Bow? She raises a hand and unconsciously pets one of the globes as it swings past her right ear. The tiny creature inside squeaks and scampers in a tight circle before the globe drifts out of sight. They are not for sale, my friend. I hope you are not disappointed. Are you sure you won't sell me one of the rodent globes? Very sure. She says easily, scratching her cat beneath the chin when it gets too close to snatching one of the said rodents from the air. Have you seen an albino woman around here? She raises both eyebrows, regarding you silently for a moment. A woman with the skin like alabaster. Yes, she was here, looking for help I could not give. Her own treasure was what she wished fixed. I declined. She did not take it kindly, and I haven't heard from her again. She placed a gentle hand on your wrist. She is dangerous, friend, she says, her tone light as if she were merely discussing the weather. Tread carefully, wherever you happen across her. She lets go. Have you seen an escaped slave girl nearby? She gives you an odd look. Don't tell me why you're asking, I don't want to know. There are children running around here all times of day, but I couldn't tell you one from another. And as to whether they are escaped or not, well, she shrugs eloquently. All children are running from something. Let me see what you have for sale. Oh, she has artifacts. Oh, look at it. Oh wow, this is very good compared to all the other ones we found.
New treasure!
Yeah. Very good. Stealth skill. I may sell this. Money is great. Money is great. Yeah, exactly. I may sell some of this stuff. I'll sell the health thing.
Do those tattoos hurt? They look like they probably hurt.
Does your glow hurt you?
Is this one of your riddles? If so, your riddles hurt too.
Artificial eyeball. You won't regret it. Well, you might during the procedure, but after, you won't regret it. I'll take the eye. A drone holds your head mercifully rigid while another approaches, claws outstretched. Look, your head is screaming at you, and you're pretty sure you're screaming back. A third drone, a gleaming blur behind the pane, approaches with a new eye, gently clasped in its claw. Shunk.
A resub by Chari Heart 42.
Hey.
Did you know it has been 8 months? Thanks to
Jerry.
it, Pylors, and for my sub gift.
Welcome. Thank you for the resub. Thanks for Pi, the gifted sub as well, once again. Good to see you, Cherry. How are you doing? How are you today? The drones release you, groaning and clutching your head. You feel the new eye skirming into your sockets, connecting with nerves there. Then the pain stops. You study your hand, noticing a scar on your hand that you've never seen before. Amazing, isn't it? Jorno says. Are you in need of anything else? Farewell. +1 training level in perception skills. See, this is what I was hoping for. Up and down, but okay. It's good to hear that you're okay. Yeah, I really wanted the perception skill. No one has perception, right? No one else has. Alright, it's great. Great. Perception. Perfect. By the way, I didn't talk to Eritis. Let's talk to Eritis. You catch Eritis staring at the sky with a distant look in his eyes. His strangely pale skin is nearly bronze in the golden glow surrounding him.
Is that good? That's very good. I mean, that's not very good.
No, it's very good.
I should
Very
climb a building. No, a tower. And jump off the top. Should it be on fire? Yes. Yes and yes.
Yes, yes, and yes, the hero is losing focus. Who cares? Are you actually thinking of setting buildings on fire? No, he says, shocked. Not today anyway, we have things to do. That distant look resurfaces along with a need so deep it approaches hunger. I'm just planning ahead for if things get... He grimaces as if the words he's trying to say pains him. Boring? Yes, he shudders. I have to be moving. Boring seconds turn into boring minutes, then entire hours when nothing happens, and then you are dead of old age, he says, wiping away tears. But you aren't here to talk about me, he says, then blinks. Or are you? I have some questions about you. I'm not surprised, he says, pleased. I'm incredibly interesting. What do you want to know? I keep hearing voices in your head telling you what to do, a loud one and a quiet one. You are trying to be patient even though you love all these quotes. The glow abruptly fades from Eritis. He looks older, plainer, exhausted beyond endurance. What? No, come back, he will wake up. She hears us. We told you. Perception, yes. I'm so glad we got it. Then the golden light returns, a savage explosion of radiance and heat, driving you back a step. Even half blinded, you see that the glow is coming from within him, springing from his pores like tiny stars. Eritis regards you calmly from within the passing nova. He's almost unbearably handsome. I have no idea what you're talking about. A clever evasion. Now convince her she's not interested in this. Let's talk about something else now. You aren't interested in this. This isn't the subject you're looking for. His voice is dull and dreamy, and his eyes wander about your face without seeing you. Then the glow recedes like a retreating wave, and Eritis blinks. He sees that you're looking his way, then looks behind him to see what you're staring at. What happened to you when I asked about the voices in your head? You never asked me about voices in my head, Eritis says, rolling his eyes. I would have remembered a crazy question like that. Can't you tell me anything about the voices I keep hearing in your head? If you're hearing voices, that sounds like your problem, not mine. Another clever evasion, we are not so sure. He beams, but a hint of unease flickers across his face. I never heard the name Eritis before. What does it mean? Never names mean things? He says, gaping. I thought they were just there to put words on faces. He frowns. It should mean fast or impossibly handsome, but I really have no idea. Do you know what your name means? He says, turning to your other companions. Honest, Tiber says, flashing his teeth. My dear mother was a woman of unwarranted hopes. I think it suits you, Ertis says earnestly. I hope mine doesn't mean thief. No one would trust me anymore. Hold on, he says, ripping a much-folded page from his doublet. This sounds like an exciting quest to set off on someday. He writes furiously, tongue peeking from between his teeth. Discover secret meaning of name. Done.
Updated my journal.
He tucks the page back into his doublet, grinning. Where do you come from? I came out of the west, Ertis declares, his glow intensifying, traveling day and night to escape the hired killers hounding my every step. That's not what I meant. Where did you come from originally? From the storms of the south. At first, I think I was an outline in the clouds and dust, but then... Ertis leans forward, palms spread, eyes wide. I emerged. Swords in every hand, cape swirling. You should have been there. I don't think you're understanding me. Where were you born? That's a strange question, he says, his glow dimming. Babies aren't interesting. Then he brightens, literally of course. You're asking when I realized I was a hero. No, I'm trying to figure out your literal place of birth, Ertis, where you grew up. Who knows, he says, waving a careless hand. Who cares? Heroes come from villages, so that's probably where I'm from, a village. Okay. What is that glow surrounding you? I don't see anything. Seriously, what is that glow surrounding you? I don't see anything. What's up with this guy? Let's talk about something else. Is he possessed, like, under control of some other force? How are things between us? Great, he declares, throwing his hands in the air. I knew we had the same instincts for adventure. Ertis blinks. I want your opinion of the people we are traveling with. Oh, I like them, he says airily. They keep things from getting too quiet or thoughtful. They get in the way of mirrors, and I appreciate that. He blinks several times. Oh, you want more specific details? Who about? You mentioned that you don't like mirrors. Why is that? I did, he says, blinking. What a strange thing to say. Who doesn't like mirrors? I certainly don't. Oh, wait. He frowns, his golden aura fades until it almost isn't there. I like mirrors, he says finally. I have no problems with them. Let's talk about something else. You can neither confirm nor deny anything about what's going on in the sweet summer child's head. There's definitely something wrong going on there.
Forward march!
Hey, Nebu, hello, welcome. Nebu and Raiders, thank you so much for the raid. It's a pleasure to have you here again, as always. Welcome, Biffy. Any journal updaters? Of course.
Updated my journal.
That's what we do here, update our journals and others' journals as well.
Freya, what have you done? She's achieved Jim. Look at her. Look at her go. My god.
What's happening there? Is this normal? She has some weird movement. That doesn't look normal to me.
Todd, fix your game, alright?
What's happening? What's that?
Maybe
I've never seen
the
it.
dance of her people, you know. It's like a levitating river dance, yeah.
That's so funny. Is that like a broken horse riding animation? Something completely random?
Do you need something?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just gonna ask you how you're doing. Okay, let's go. Alright, she's good to go.
I never saw that clip before. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, check out Nebuka. He's about to finish his whole Elder Scrolls series playthrough. I assume you finished Dawnguard and ended kinda early today. And one more DLC left, I think. He will have completed every single game at Elder Scrolls series, and then I was asking him today what he was planning next. He has some cool ideas, so check him out and look out for his other streams for sure. Always good stuff over there. And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. We play mostly CRPGs and point-and-click adventures today. We started Torment, Tides of Numenera yesterday, and we are continuing it. So hope you enjoy your time here. Hope you have a good time over here. So how was the finished Dawnguard today? Gonna start Dragonborn next week. Okay, that's cool. Very cool. Dragonborn, and then it's over, right? The whole series. That's, you know, a real accomplishment, I think. Some of those games, some of the Elder Scrolls games are not very easy to get through. You know, speaking about Arena and Daggerfall, of course. But yeah, I'm glad you did it, man. I'm glad I got to show you play those. It was always good fun. This is when you skip every giant fight.
Nebuka just boosted
Is
Daggerfall.
it? Why don't you? You should do it too, then, Biffy. You know, you should broaden your horizons. Maybe play some real difficult games. Like what is Baldur's Gate? One of the easiest games ever. Play a real difficult game like Skyrim. Don't bully me. I'm not bullying you. Come on. Fine, okay. You know, you play your easy games. You play your easy games, like Baldur's Gate, insane, no reloads, SCS, ethical, no less, and those are not enough. It even adds more difficulty to it, like avoiding imbalanced combos and stuff. You're crazy, dude. You're crazy. I don't know what to say. The most difficult imaginable Baldur's Gate runs, and you succeed in them too. What's to bully? What's to bully? There's nothing to bully there. You have already proven yourself. Yeah, check out Biffy as well. He's just amazing at Baldur's Gate and a very cool guy as well. Check him out for sure. So yeah, I hope you have a good time. We are reading a lot in this game. Hopefully you are into some bad voice acting and a lot of text reading. Hopefully you have a good time. And we will continue. We are talking to our latest companion, Eritis. I want to talk about your opinion. No, yeah, I was doing this. Aligarn. He's really smart, Eritis says, tickling his fingers, and interesting. Funny too. He hesitates. I don't understand a lot of what he says, though.
New Evil-O-Meter character suggestion by
12?
Thor Obliterator.
Wow, really? You think Eritis is 12? 12 is like exceptional, almost godlike levels of being good. You know, almost the embodiment of goodness. That's so low. Do you mean that, or, you know, is it because you actually like the character a lot? Like well, maybe there is more to this that I don't know. For all I know, it could be an avatar of a god here. We don't know. He's the goodest of good boys. Okay, all right. I'll take that. Maybe not 12 though, because 12 is Gandalf. Maybe something like more towards 15 or something. I'll find a place for it. That's for sure. All right. Thank you, Thor. I don't understand all of what he says, though. That might be because most insults go right over your head. Might be, Ertis says cheerfully. Tybir. He's such a nice man, Ertis says, shaking his head. Before we met, I had too much money to spend. Now I barely have any at all. Lighter pockets make a happy lad, Tybir says, jingling a little. You'd be fine with anything under 50. Okay. You are definitely biased. I will probably, you know, it will probably be lower than 20. I have to take a look at the full lists before deciding. He told me that one of his famous sayings, Ertis whispers, delighted. He told me that's one of his famous sayings. Let's look about something else. There wasn't much to talk about. He clearly denies everything that's going on about him. Like he denies the glow, he denies the thoughts. I'm not sure. He's like an enigma for now. I'm not really figuring out the guy. Maybe, I mean, for certain, it's it's going to evolve and develop, and we will understand more of him for sure. Gotta be careful. Gotta be
You are here
patient.
to save us.
Hey Baron, welcome. How are you doing? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. This facade is all that remains of a house. The rest has collapsed into the sea hundreds of meters below. A months-old layer of dust cakes the sign, which reads Scour Device, color of the Iron Ring. Okay, let's take a look at this first. Okay, shins, nice. Judging by the tiles, shingles and bricks that are piled here, these are the remains of collapsed buildings carefully pushed out of sight. Oh, it is this thing, okay. You're doing well, you just realized you never did roll and tried it out first time just now. Oh, this was your first roll? Yeah, if you know, if
Try
you'd
to
like
tame
to.
your enthusiasm, will you? We're not playing a game.
Oh, yes, we are.
A game? No. I wasn't playing anything.
You were laughing to yourself. We're not supposed to be having fun here.
Hi.
Oh, Allegern. If an adventure isn't fun, it's no kind of adventure at all.
If you feel like it, Baron, you can roll every time you are here, like once every day, and they are recorded. You may know the whole thing, but maybe you'll get the most evil or most good rolls. You know, it might happen.
What harm can a 15-year-old girl cause? I'm
Hey.
only a child.
Siren, you are glad you're finally getting to see this game. You always heard that You always heard about Numenera, never played it though. Yeah, I think it's great so far. I've been really having a good time with this game so far. It's actually what is pretty impressive is you can pretty much find optional paths around combat. So I think, as far as I know, you can go 100% pacifist in this, and there's a lot of role playing or ways of thinking that you could employ to solve many of the encounters or quests and everything. So there is a lot of detail. There's a lot of things to read. There's a lot of lore. Nice dialogue. It's been fun for me. Your run was 100% passive. You did 100% passive. I wasn't 100% sure that 100% pacifist was possible. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Now I'm sure. Thank you for confirming, Prague. How are you doing? Good to see you. Saturday. Interesting, they really thought of Planescape Torment. Yeah, exactly. Well, you couldn't go pacifist in Planescape Torment. There were areas you could pass through. So this game one-ups Planescape Torment in that manner. But in other ways, of course, this is inferior, in my opinion, you know. Planescape Torment is a huge influence for this game, obviously. They you know, traced its steps, kinda. Tried to achieve what it achieves, and to a degree managed that as well. This is a worthy successor, in my opinion. Good game, definitely. You should, if you find the time, you should give it a try yourself. The girl stands outside the crumbling old house playing the flute. She wears a simple dress and her golden hair falls past her shoulders. The melody she plays is gentle and soft, but it somehow carries to every corner of the street. As you approach, she stops playing and smiles up at you with large green eyes. Shins for a song, ma'am? How much?
Nectar of the gods.
It's 8 shins for a sad song or 12 for a happy one. Hydrate? Yes. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you. Why are sad songs cheaper than happy songs? Because there are more of them, ma'am. Can I ask you some questions? Alright. Is this your house? Who lives here? Zeb and Nim and I live here, but it's their father's house. He's away. She looks back at the house. I wish he'd come back and fix it. I think it's going to fall down soon. The house is in bad shape? She points to cracks around the base of the walls. Those weren't here before, and they are getting wider. We don't go inside anymore except to wash or dress, then we come right back out. Where did Zeb's father go? He said he was going to go work for someone named Memovira in the Bloom. He was going to be a guard. She purses her lips. He said he would come back every now and then, but he hasn't. I don't know what's happened to him. Tell me about Zeb and Nim. They are my friends. They miss their dad a lot, but we still have fun. Zeb watches out for us, and I'm teaching Nim to play the flute. Tell me about yourself. I was from outside the city, but I've been here with Zeb and Nim since before their dad went away, so now I'm from here. Do you know who lived in the house next door? A lady named Skora. She was a nano-sorceress, but a nice one. She let us look at all the things in her workshop. Well, almost everything. There was a room where she said she kept the iron wind. We weren't allowed in there. Alright, Pi, enjoy your food. Thank you for the lurk. She frowns. I think maybe something bad happened to her. One day she wasn't there anymore and she didn't say farewell. What do you know about the iron wind? Just as Skora thought it was dangerous. We never saw it though. She shrugs. Maybe she was just pretending there was something bad in that room. I don't know. Farewell. Here's 12. Play me a happy song. Thank you, ma'am. This one should give you a lift.
Never felt better than I do right now.
Do you want me to play another? Well, thank you. What did we get? Vienna's Ditty. Vienna's Ditty. Active until next sleep. It's not bad to buy for 12. I'm going to reload, by the way. I just want to check the effects of what these do. Here's 8. Play me a sad song. Thank you, ma'am. This one will break your heart.
Ready to take on the world.
Avina's Dirge. Oh, thank you. Farewell. Let's see. 5% on intellect tasks, 5% willpower. This is even better. Even better. Well, let's reload. Save our 20 shins. Cheaper and better. A boy in rags holds out a hand as you pass. He's far too gaunt for his age. His knuckles stand out on his fingers like knots on a twig. Any shins for a family in need? Let me ask you something instead. That's hardly polite, ma'am, asking for services rendered without even offering a tip. Surely you can answer a quick question. Sorry, ma'am, our stomachs are too tight to answer questions for free. Give him 5 shins. Thank you, ma'am. Good fortune to you. Is this your house? It doesn't look safe. We know. That's why we stay outside most of the time, ever since Avina noticed some cracks around the walls. We only go in there to change clothes and stuff. Tell me about your family. He ducks his head. Yes, ma'am. There's 4 of us, counting my father. But he's gone to the Bloom and we don't know when he'll be back. Huh, I guess I really do think of him as family. I wish we could do more for him. I'm Zeb and... are they talking about that thing? Whatever its name was. I'm Zeb and... He points towards a little girl kicking a rock in a circle and an older girl who is playing a flute. You notice that they look considerably more well-fed than Zeb. That's Nim, my little sister. The girl with the flute is Avina. She's not actually our sister, but she's still family. And there's no one else, that's it. His eyes glance further down the street, then snap back to you. He smiles nervously. Stickers, yes. I think that's what he's talking about, and now his eyes glance further down the street. Maybe something this way though, I don't know. Tell me about your father. What's his name? How long has he been in the Bloom? His name is Zeb too. Zebak Uralau. And it's been a year at least. He went to work for the Memovira. For a while he sent shins back, but then they stopped. Haven't heard from him since. He squirms uncomfortable. The Bloom's like that though. Sometimes it doesn't let anything out. I figure he's just waiting till it opens up again. What if he's... No, he's fine. I'm sure he's fine. What do you know about the bloom? My dad always called it a schist hole. But he said it was a schist hole full of shins, so he was gonna pull up his boots and wade in. He shrugs. I don't know much else about it. They say it's a monster and people live inside. You can see it from Caravanserai. But they don't let anybody down there. Well, they didn't let me down here there anyway. It looks scary to me. I can't believe that went down there. What do you know about the Memovira? She's the boss in the bloom. The mayor or something. My dad works for her. He is one of her guards. Is Nim okay? This life must be hard on her. She's okay. Doesn't know anything else really. She misses our dad though. His eyes cloud. She never really knew our mom, so at least he doesn't miss her. Tell me about Avina. She's been with us since before Dad left, but she's never said where she came from. Maybe she doesn't know. He looks across at Avina. I'm glad she's here. She notices things better look out than I am, and she catches a lot of shins with that flute of hers too. Are you sure there are only 4 of you? I saw you looking down the street. Is there someone else? Huh? He chokes. No, I'm just waiting on a friend. There's only 4 of us, no more, no less. Please don't investigate, they'll kill him. Let me ask you about something else. Does anyone else live back there? There used to be a lady who lived next door, a nano sorceress, but she disappeared a while back. And there was a family of 2 doors down. We heard them screaming on their night their house fell into the sea. He shudders and looks away. My sister Nim was friends with their little girl. Can you tell me anything else about the area? Hardly anybody comes through here anymore. It's nice and quiet, I guess. Better than the rest of Cliff's Edge. Fair one. A little girl in a patched tunic kicks a pebble while reciting in a sing-song voice. Joy, 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 sorrow, joy, sorrow, joy, 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 joy. Watch her play. Joy, yay! She looks up at you. I got 5 in a row. She shrinks back as she realizes she's talking to someone she doesn't know. My brother usually talks to all the strangers. Can I ask you some questions? Nervous, she glances at the older boy nearby.
And there was much rejoicing.
Joy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Tell me about the game you are playing. It's called Sorrow and Joy. I made it up. She starts kicking the pebble again, first with her left foot, then with her right. You have to kick the rock left, right, without stopping. That's joy. If you kick it twice with the same foot, that's sorrow. 5 joys in a row means you win. 5 sorrows in a row, you lose. I'm gonna clip that. It's like it's something a character in Baldur's Gate says actually. Something like that. Not exactly like that. Is there any reason you use the word sorrow?
New channel SFX request by PyLorZan.
Fine, we'll add it, okay. Alright, we'll add it. We'll also add it to the prediction. Maybe there will finally be something nice in the prediction as well. It's all negative and stupid stuff in the prediction right now. At least we will once in a while maybe get a happy joy prediction. Is there a reason you use the word sorrow? I don't know, I just like it. Sorrow, sorrow, joy, joy, joy. What's your name? Is this your house? My name is Nim, and this is my daddy's house, but he's not home right now. Only me and Zeb and Avina and Mittens the monster live here now. We are waiting for daddy to come back. He said he'd come back now and then. I hope it's now. Tell me about Zeb. Zeb is my big brother. He takes care of us. He has a knife. Who is Avina? She's my sister who isn't a sister. She plays the flute. Why isn't she my sister again? She's always been here. Where's your father? He's in the bloom, being a watchman. He's coming back any day now. Daddy's strong, I miss him. Who is Mittens the monster? He's our friend who lives in the alley. Mittens is nice, but I think he's sad, but at least he's got us. Zeb turns towards Nim suddenly. Nim, I told you not to talk about Mittens. He looks at you with a sheepish grin. Sorry ma'am, Mittens is Nim's imaginary friend. He doesn't really exist. Maybe I can answer your questions. Nim nods. Yeah, Zeb knows everything. Ask him. The little girl is playing her strange rock-kicking game, but the words are different now. Up, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, yay! Your game has new words. Did you change the rules? Yes, it's an all new game. She kicks the pebble. Now if you do it right 5 times, your house stays up. If you do it wrong 5 times, it falls down. Makes it scarier. Wow. Can I ask you about your neighbors around here? Her eyes fill with tears and she looks down the road toward one of the fallen houses. My friend used to live over there, but she... Her brother interrupts. It's okay, Nim, you don't have to talk about that. He gives you a quick shake of the head and carefully wipes his sister's tears. Farewell. Happy, joy. Okay, let's see if there's anything new here. We cannot ask about Mittens. Alright, obviously Mittens is the stickers. Oh, how do we get down there? Can we get down there? Let's see where... Where are you going? Oh, interesting. So there's possibly some way to go down there. They are taking a weird route like that. We'll take a look at it later. Far below you can see a ledge jutting out from the cliff face. The collapsed tunnel appears to have been once used to access the strange objects cradled in the corner. Proportionally speaking, the creatures that laid these eggs must be truly formidable. Alright, let's start the dialogue with this character, but I guess I may have to... You know what?
You're actually kind
Let's
of
not.
dim beneath
Let's
those
not. I'm going to
golden
take a short
sparks,
break.
aren't you?
I shall be away for like 5 minutes or so. I'm also going to run the ads in the meanwhile. And we'll continue afterwards. Hopefully. So yeah, if you're on the sub, you may get ads for up to 3 minutes. But I shall be back in 5-6 minutes or so and we'll continue down. So stay tuned and thank you for your patience. I'll be right back.
I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine. Ooh, my heat setting is getting awfully high. Let's go somewhere a little more romantic. Let's show me your skills. What are we doing? Are they cooked? No. Come on, cook my bread. Are they cooked? They're not cooked. Come on, cook the bread. Toast the bread. This is getting awkward. Is the bread toast? No.
I could one claw just boosted Gorky 17. I could one claw
It's
just boosted
flashing
Return to
fast.
Chrono. I could one claw just boosted Witcher 2.
Vernon left a DVD in his safe.
Snooky! My Snooky!
Okay. She doesn't look quite right to me. Is it just me?
Any idea what this
Oh,
is? Looks
Nico
like a
doesn't have a
picture
head
of
either.
spider.
What happened to their heads?
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. Why, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something. I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? It was actually rabbits! What the heck? I should have picked up the heal option. You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really? Happy Independence Day, if you are celebrating, as we all know. 19 years ago today, Gordon Freeman liberated United States of America from aliens. So, America celebrates Independence Day since then. And we are going to be reenacting that liberation today. We are going to be playing the game Half-Life 2. Inspired
Only
by
by joining
real
the
events.
five
Okay,
could I
we found the
discover
cat.
who the others
Chat,
were.
I want you to spam for the cat this one, and for the hamster this one. Okay, when we do it, when we talk to the cat. Wait, not yet. All right. Meow. Alright, it's time for the hamster. Squeak! No, it's hamster time, it's squeak time.
Hey!
Wow, okay, alright, stop.
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Kai.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something. Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes!
Nebuka just boosted Deus
However,
Ex
the
2.
net result is still, it costs.
Nebuka just boosted Dark Sun.
I can never hit these. Well, I killed it.
I have secured us a Monday stream of Barbie horse adventures,
No.
riding camp. Everyone who wants
No
to
way.
see it, give me a good old YAIC.
It's not going to happen, Payson. Choose another game. I'm not going to play Barbie Horse Adventures Riding Camp. Shoot whatever you want, you know. No, come on, I'm not going to play Barbie. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Stop wagging. Okay? I'm not playing Barbie. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening, okay?
Oaks, 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 oaks.
New extra Monday stream request.
Come on, what?
_Voga requested. You're gonna play it and you're gonna like it.
Are you serious? Oh, Jedi. Alright, I'm back. Welcome, Ikit. Did I miss anyone else? Welcome, good to see you. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Video some boosts.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Thazen. Yeah, Ikit boosts, Nebuka boosts. Let's go. Daggerfall. Thank you, Parrots. Gorky. Wonder. Witcher. It was X2. Dark Sun. So I'm starting the poll tomorrow. Chat. In case anyone didn't know. I don't think the top 4 is changing, but you know, still. Keep boosting, obviously. And you can vote tomorrow. The interesting thing I was saying earlier is the 5th and the 6th positions after the next poll. Obviously, one of these games will be in the top 4. It looks like Undertale is catching up, so just saying. Just saying. Whether you're a Pathfinder or Undertale supporter, you may want to do something about that. So let's go back to the game. I'm getting a headache, unfortunately. I took some painkillers just now. Hopefully it won't get worse and it will pass. But yeah, let's continue.
Sparks?
So we are talking to Stickus.
What Sparks? Theory confirmed.
Updated my journal.
Did you hear that? There it is. She actually said, instead of taking notes or whatever, she said updated my journal. Is that like his Easter egg that she randomly says sometimes instead of the usual quote? That's so cool. We gotta get that as well. We gotta get that. She said updated my journal. Yeah. There you are, Biffy. You were asking
New
for it.
channel SFX request by Parrotwise.
You were asking for it, and we get it. I didn't know that existed. Very cool. Partially hidden in the trash of the dump is a strange and frightened creature. It is covered in kitten like an insect, but its shell looks thin and soft, and its small and malformed claws seem half-grown. It stares at you from its hiding place and chitters incomprehensibly. It exudes a sense of sentience as it watches you, but you sense nothing in its mind, as though it were a common animal. Attack the stickers! No. What are you? Creature makes vague motions with its claws and emits a series of clicks and wet guttural noises. Oddly, you smell dust and lightning. Some of the sounds are reminiscent of a human with digestive trouble, and you are fairly certain it's some form of language. Are you the rock Stickus that everyone is looking for? As you speak, you gesture in the direction of the square where you met Lord Wantkin, and the Stickus seems to understand. It shrinks back, raising its deformed claws as if to defend itself. It doesn't seem like it would be much of a threat to anyone. It puffs a minuscule amount of vapor from the spiracles on his head. How did you get here? It rears its head and clicks its claws, then pauses as if waiting for a response. The odor of ozone and stale air surrounds you. When you make no reply in its language, it shakes its head vigorously and says nothing more. Where are you from? A series of gurgling sounds emerges from deep inside its belly, punctuated by a concussive grunt, followed by a scent of sparks struck from rocks and metal. It isn't clear whether the sticks understood you or not. Something about the creature's behavior is familiar, and you realize that you, or at least the changing god, have spoken to the beast before, not skillfully, but well enough to be understood. Try to remember the language of the sticker. Oh, so one thing about Edge that I'm now noticing, it gives you one free use of efforts, which still takes space in your available efforts. So we don't get a free one that doesn't, you know, cost from within your max allowance. That's okay though, that's still good. But we need to raise our efforts, right? We need to raise our efforts. The difficulty checks are going to get higher for sure. And we will need more than this. A murky memory comes to you, a small box resting between you and the patient stickers, your muscles jerking and twitching as the device transfers your words and thoughts. Your muscles twitch in sympathy with these memories, and you realize that the sticker's tongue is a jumble of scents, movement, and sounds. With the memory, information pours into your mind as if a plug had been removed. The smell of granite fills your nose. And as the vision fades, you realize the creature's language is yours. What's the stickers doing up here? Its clicks and scents resolve themselves into words in your head. Tunnel live below, but bat claw, not dig, not eat, no home, sticka family. And the scent it uses is one of desolation and abandonment, a great void within the earth. Sand above ground to die. You were sent up here by the other sticka, why?
Making a note.
It holds up its malformed claws, not good. It presses its shell, which bends like leather. Soft like grub, not strong, not dig, not eat, not worth, trash, rubble, not even kneel tunnel. Sticka dig for food, what do you eat? It makes a digging motion, dragging his claw against the ground. Then with his other fans, his stubby talons like someone is miming a bright flash. Dig makes sparks, eat sparks, not dig, not make spark, not eat, hunger. If you can't make sparks to eat, why haven't you starved to death up here? It points down the alley. Baby brown grub feed. It shows you a heap of small electrical devices, all drained of energy. Spark shells, spark tubes. It points to itself and smells of flint and steel. Eat. Its scent is gratitude. Is the burrowing of the sticker responsible for making the houses collapse here? It nods and chitters. Sticka no care, grub homes break. No dig, sticka die. It taps its chest. Not dig, no close, no grub home break. What are you doing in this garbage dump? Yellow shell grub steel, leave here. It emits a fierce scent of rotten air and underwater floods. Not speak, dangerous. Are you the stickers everyone is looking for? It waves its deformed claw in affirmation. The scent of mud, sadness wafts from it. A man with a yellow shell left you in Cliff's Edge? Did you mean a man with yellow skin?
Making a note.
Its odor becomes strong, hard rock mixed with veins of ancient metals. Intense affirmation. Farewell. Okay, let's go talk to the Lord. This Lord.
I'll remember that.
Hidden enemy. The scrawny boy reaches out to you as you pass. Ma'am, please ma'am. I know you saw the stickers hiding in the midden. Please don't tell anyone about him, ma'am. He's not doing anyone any harm. You saw his hands. They are like human hands. He can't dig like the others. It's not him that's bringing down the houses. What's the stickers to you? We found him, ma'am, my sisters and I. He was so pitiful, near to starving, near to dying. We've been feeding him ever since, but we've got to get him out of here. The neighbors will find him soon, and that'll be the end of him. His family, every bit as much as Nim and Alvina. You feed him power cells. Sticka eat electrical energy, and we can't find nearly enough. He's starving. Do you have a plan to help him escape? No, ma'am. We can't just walk him down the street, or that fat little lord would see him. Not to mention the neighbors, and they'd kill him for sure. I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. Thank you, ma'am. You're a lifesaver, ma'am. Not if... Now, if we could only get him to safety. Maybe I can find a way to get him out of here. Could you, ma'am? That would be wonderful. If we can find the other Stika, maybe they'd help him. I heard that some of them are down in the underbelly, but I've never seen them myself. I'll try. Thank you, he smiles. I had a feeling I could trust you. Alright, first things first, we get rid of this dude. He smiles as you approach him again. The likely one is back. Have you found the stickers yet? I've learned that you are part Yowoki. Abandon your hunt for the stickers or I'll tell the crowd. He hisses at you under his breath. You would use my family's shame against me? You poisonous hypocrite. And I'm sure you think yourself noble for doing it. He swallows. You know they'll kill me if they find out. Do you really want that on your conscience? I won't have it on my conscience as long as you do as I say and stop hunting the sticks.
Updated my journal.
He lowers his head furious. Very well, I'll call it off. But this is not the end for us, friend. You will regret crossing me. Is this a good thing? He turns to the crowd. Citizens, it seems we are making no headway in the hunt for the stickers, so I'm returning home. I suggest that you all do the same. I kind of want to try the other options, see where they lead. I'm curious. I like this one. I like this one. But I'm curious what the others might lead to. So I think I'm going to give myself that opportunity to try out maybe one or two of the other options, just out of curiosity. Let's see what others lead to. I spoke to the stickers. It said you captured it and left it in Cliff's Edge. He laughs. Preposterous! It's lying to you. Why would I do such a thing? And if you spoke to the creature, does that mean you know where it is? What proof has you of this? None. No one can speak to a stickers. I'm starting to think you brought the stickers to Cliff's Edge to give the people an enemy to hate. What proof do you have? The word of a stickers? Do you think anyone would listen to it even if they could understand it? He waves a hand. Instead of discussing this, why don't you tell me where it was when you spoke to it? I found the stickers, but it's harmless. It has deformed claws. It can't dig. We should let it go. He raises an eyebrow. Harmless? I'll be the judge of that. Where is it? You notice that Lord Wantkin doesn't seem very surprised to learn of the sticker's deformity. It's as if he already knew. I'm not telling you where it is. You'll kill it. What kind of monster do you think I am? I merely want to see justice done. Sorry, I don't trust your sense of justice. Then get out of here before I tell these good people whose side you're on, traitor. Alright, so we have to choose this. I don't think there's any other way. Except maybe, like we talk to the other stickers and they find a way to get them back without us having to deal with Lord Wantkin. But I want to. So we'll do this again.
Updated my journal.
Okay, this is good. Oh, I thought someone had leveled up. I guess I was mistaken. Alright, so let's see. We looked at here, now there is this bit and this bit. Memovira Goon. So this goes into the 5th Eye Tower, tunnel to Underbelly. 5th Eye Tower? Did I say tower? Tavern. threads shreds tendon spending. You're not much active, you've been busy trying your best to get back to yourself. Thanks again for the sub, and I'll see you next time. Alright, Jay, no worries at all. You don't need to be active, it's perfectly fine. As long as you are, you know, comfortable. It's fine. But yeah, thanks for stopping by and saying night. Have a good night, have a good sleep. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. The purpose of this protrusion eludes you, but the fact that there's one of them lined up with each outlet pipe emerging from the cliff wall. Wait, the purpose of this protrusion eludes you, but the fact that there's one of them lined up with each outlet pipe emerging from the cliff wall can't be a coincidence. Okay. Your breath is bad, just awful, like your tongue died in your mouth. The skull-like relief could be a warning, or perhaps a notice that something harmless but related to death waits below. I know that look, wondering why the levies aren't all over me, eh? Trade secret clever. Welcome back, Pi. Welcome back. Hope you had some nice food. What is the... Lox's eye! What is this guy doing? Aiden. Stabo. Glow of the Lorica! Doing some sort of kung fu. We'll take a look at the tavern after we take a look at the area outside. Burger, some fries and milkshake. Oh, some nice fast food. Did you order it? Did you make it? Please, gentle heart. If you look at me maybe for an hour, a week if you can spare it. Just look at me. I feed on attention, you see. No one ever looks at me. I'm starving. Stare at me, please. Glare if you have to. I'm so hungry. You ordered it? Ah, okay. Aww. You are too lazy after a long work. You are too lazy after a long work day. Yeah, I guess that's understandable. Did you order McDonald's, Burger King, something else? These three triangles float serenely above a scuffed stone basin. You can't help noticing that the citizens of Sagus are giving this monument a wide berth. The largest triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothing warmth. The middle darker one hovers above it, turned slightly away from the first with what strikes you as disdain. The third is small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be nearly black. It's removed from the first two triangles. You hesitate. You are sensing emotions from these objects, intent. Something is strange here. Crouch to look at the stone basin. The stone is cracked in places, but far newer than the ancient shapes that float above. You suspect that the citizens of Sagus added the basin to make the triangles look less out of space. Examine the smallest triangle. The tiny object spins slightly faster than the others. The more you stare at it, the more you sense a growing presence in the air and the icy regard of distant eyes. You blink, swaying. In the half second before you open your eyes, you hear the thunderous crack of wood on wood and the rumble of distant voices. You snatch your hand from the triangle. Study the medium-sized triangle. Staring at this triangle is disorienting. The longer you stare at it, the more you feel a tight, coiling sensation in your own head. Standing on your toes and stretching, you manage to brush the triangle's icy face with your finger. The air thickens like a weight over you, and you struggle to keep your eyes open. Between the thumping of your heartbeat, you hear thousands of purposeful, rhythmic footsteps treading endless stairs towards the peak of a vast, echoing room. Touch the large triangle. You reach out and time slows. Your hand drifts past individual motes of light dappled dust, moving into the warm glow of the large triangle. Calm warmth bleeds up your arm when you grasp the edge of the triangle. It's somehow rigid and flexible at the same time. You blink and a strip of light unwinds ahead of you like a path through infinite murmuring dark. Behind you is an ever-shifting zoetrope of linked, motionless hues. It is your past, you realize. Every second of it, every choice pouring out of you and trailing away into the black. You open your eyes, you are back at the stone ring, still touching the triangle. All three of them are watching you. You blink again. The strip of light, the surrounding darkness, and in the valley between the slow pulsing of your heart, you hear the murmurs of countless witnesses. The raised voices of your past and future companions, the heated condemnations of enemies you haven't met yet, and above it all, a trio of voices, one warm, one cold, and one dryly practical. They are speaking a verdict, but you can't hear them over the din. Shout for silence so you can hear the judges. You bellow into the dark, clenching your fist, and the crowd instantly falls silent. So do the judges. In the echoing silence that follows, you realize that you are alone. You always were. You stride on. The path unravels before your every step. Your past unspools behind you. Stay on the path to see where it leads. You follow the road casually, you look to the right, and the path at your feet flickers, as if anticipating your new direction. Clearly, your choices define this road's course, and not the other way around. You open your eyes. The three triangles hang in the air exactly as they did before, unmoving and silent. The vision is gone, and yet you can still feel the choices you made, curving away behind you like a string of jewels. You straighten, moving into the future breath by breath. You suddenly notice a message carved into the stone ring beneath the triangles. Judge yourself. As you watch, it slowly fades away. Step away from the monument. That was interesting. Okay, we are very dominantly blue. There's not even a second one. Okay. Aiden Stabo. Loss of self is here. A local joint, okay. Nice. The large muscled man is practicing some form of martial art as you look on. He is wearing an old white rough woven cloth with the sleeves torn off, and a red bandana is wrapped tightly around his head. He seems to be moving much faster than his size suggests is possible. He glides between stances as swiftly as water. His fists are blurring hammers, striking the invisible enemies. His bare, calloused feet snap and slash at the air like knives. You are very fast. Yes, Aiden says. The Drebel's gift. His hand slips around an invisible assailant's arm. He snaps it with a stab of his elbow, then crushes his enemy's throat and flips him over his shoulder to the ground. Jasanthum's array, he shouts, spinning over the invisible adversary's corpse to deliver a triangle of jabs to the chest of his next attacker. The entire set of moves took no longer than 4 seconds. He catches you staring and smiles. You must be wondering why I'm shouting. Yes. I'm not surprised. I must look like a lunatic, he says, before spearing his opponent's jugular with 3 fingers. Can't it thrust? It helps me focus my breathing, my strength and will. It reminds me how weak I once was and how strong I've become. Years ago, I was a starving beggar. I managed to steal a wedge of pie crust and was terrified that someone would take it from me, so I hid it inside that metal structure over there to enjoy my feast. Bite of the hidden queb, he says, cloving his enemy's eyes. The stale crust crumbled into pieces between my eager fingers, and something strange happened. They drifted towards the ground like the softest of snowflakes. I was able to pluck each of them from the air before they fell. At first I was delighted, then I wept. How far had I fallen that clean food was a miracle. He sighs, then delivers 4 more blows to the air's belly. But the miracle never ended. The longer I lived in that shelter, the more I could slow the world by concentrating. I swore to never waste this gift. I would honor it by becoming stronger, faster. I would challenge the predators of the world and take their killing blows from them. I would never be prey again. Grass stomp! Where did you learn to fight like that? By challenging the deadliest creatures and studying their killing blows, he says. I lack claws or teeth, but I do the best I can. Have you seen a 10-year-old girl with dark curly hair? Yes, he says, bowing his head. I've seen her, crawling out of a fissure in one of the collapsed houses in this district. She's likely hiding, but I did not pry into her affairs. Okay, I'm going to save... I want to say this, but I'm going to say first. I bet I'm faster than you. You're not the first to think so, he says casually, snapping an assailant snack. I should warn you that all the others are dead. That's not a threat, I only fight to the death. He flings the invisible corpse aside. Before I accept your challenge, I'll need to see if you are good enough to face me. His fist lashes towards you. Juryl's kiss! A slow punch at first, some challengers are braggarts, but they don't deserve death. Initiative quick fingers, block the punch and strike back. Ah. I will likely... Well, maybe I won't reload actually. Let's try 70%. Okay. You bat his fist aside and aim yours at his nose. He lowers his head, dashing your knuckles off his forehead. I underestimated you, he says, an odd light in his eyes. That won't happen again. Tell me when you're ready for the next round. Ooh, there's more, there's more. Okay, I'm ready for the next part of it. Let's save. I'm ready for the next part of your test. So am I, he says, nodding gravely, but prepare yourself. I will not hold back this time. The beer is assault! Most checks can be retried, difficulty increases by 20%. Ah! Faster now, but not deadly. He launches a two-handed blow at your face. Initiative quick fingers, parry and counterattack, he won't see it coming. Oh, it's speed again. Alright, I can spend 3 and 3 next one as well. You lunge into the attack, driving your arms up between his fists and pushing them apart. One hand whips around the back of his neck and pulls him into range of your forehead. Crack. He stumbles back, blinking, smiling. You are ready. Ah, this is so cool. But I'm scared. Okay, I may have to retry this maybe a few times. We'll see. Well, have I passed all your tests? You have, he says, but I will remind you one more time. This will be a fight to the death. He draws one foot back, settling his weight on it. His hands come up and draw apart, tightening in the fists. Are you certain you want to do this? A short fight. One kick at full speed is deadly enough. So I don't want to die and I don't want to kill him, but, you know, we may reload. It's fine. Yes. Very well, the challenge has begun. He regards you with the serene eyes of a predator, chest rising and falling. A warm wind tumbles across the stones between you. He flows with it, spinning away from the ground. His foot slices towards your head in a blur. Time slows as if the universe is holding its breath. Cock it and kick! Initiative smashing? We don't have smashing. Fist off to the last cast off. That's so good. Initiative clicking. Okay. Let's see. This is pretty... Okay, not that bad. 70%. You lunge beneath his scything foot and slam your fist into his throat. He tumbles gracelessly to the ground, choking. Time resumes, flowing through you, and you feel some of Aiden's inhuman speed melding with your own reflexes. You have won, Aiden says, when he has regained some of his breath. Finish it. Last cast off permanently gain 1 speed pool. That is so cool. Hey Zerel, welcome. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? Wow, this is a huge boon, huge bonus. And rob this world of your talents? Never. I see, he says, lowering his head, troubled. Perhaps I should have shown my other opponents the same mercy. Instead, their talent is lost forever. He staggers back up to his feet and resumes training. Gold Tide raised a moderate amount. I don't usually go in for mercy, but he does seem like the type who only tries to kill you once. Aligarn said. There it is. Are you going to be challenging everyone we meet to daring duels? Never mind, don't tell me. I want to be surprised. You are doing great, that's so good, Zeral. Happy to hear that. I do thank you for not robbing the world of his talent. This square is a better place for sight of him and jumping about and flexing. Okay, this is so cool. We got a speed. We got a speed pool bonus. Speed stat even? Yeah, we got a speed stat. I'm glad I went for it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go for it, but I'm glad I did. let's talk the loss of self. This young woman clutches herself and growls low and continuously under her breath. Pearly white light shimmers from a vial on her wrist, and her eyes are red-rimmed, as if she's been crying. You've never seen her before, and yet your hands are sweating and your breath catches in your inverted chest. Shame burns your throat, hot and sour. Your body recognizes her, even if you do not. This isn't you, only I am real, and you don't need to fight me. Leave me alone, she mutters. It's a moment before you realize she is not talking to you. You took my face, stole my family, whisper at me in my own voice. Isn't that enough? Isn't that... She breaks off when she sees you. She's in my head, she won't. Shut up. Talk loud, talk over her so I can hear you. Mother Tamas sent me. I want to help. That trim old sack of bones, she says, trying to smile. I've never been able to fool her. No one can. She grips her head, staring at you from between the bars of her forearms. I've been hearing a woman's voice for a long time. She tells me that everything I know about who I am is wrong, and her words are persuasive. With a sound that's half chuckle, half sob, she continues. I can't remember my childhood or my family. Last year I forgot my name, but that's not all. You're not positive you ever properly solved loss of self. Okay, we'll see what we can do. And I see people who look like me around the city. They have my face, they speak in my voice, and once I saw a ghost of her, in the fifth eye. It was the woman in my head. She had a kind face, but it was sad. Like she knew she was going to win, to take over my body, but didn't want to. She clenches her fist. She won't win. I'll kill myself first. Trust your instincts, throw yourself off the cliff and find peace? No, we're not going to convince her to do that. How long have you been hearing this voice? 6, 7 years? At first it was just a whisper behind my thoughts. Then I started forgetting simple little things, like where a scarf was. Then one day I woke up and I couldn't remember my mother's face. Her eyelids flutter. I wish I wasn't scared, but I'm terrified. You're not alone. I'll help you, whatever it takes. Thank you, she says. Her smile is fragile, beautiful thing. Tell me about the ghost you saw in the fifth eye. She looked like... No, she was me. But I could see through her to the pipes on the walls. At first she wouldn't look over, then she did. And the voice in my head. I couldn't hear words, but it felt like glass breaking, ripping my mind to slivers and shreds. She swallows hard. She was crying. She knew she was hurting me and couldn't stop. She's kind, understands? I hate her for that.
I'll remember that.
Her voice goes quiet. She's still there in the fifth eye. She's always there. Have you ever tried talking to her, reasoning with her? Why? She exclaims, tears of pain glittering at the corners of her eyes. Why should I talk to her when I can hear her right now? Would becoming someone else be so bad? Would it be... She gapes at you. It would be dying. If I were sick, would you tell me to lay back and let the disease take me? What are you thinking? You already said you've forgotten who you once were. What are you fighting for? I don't know, she shouts, but I'm alive and I'm fighting her and it hurts. She buries her face in her hands. It hurts so much. I have another suggestion. I want to talk about your family. I told you, I can't even bring their faces to mind. Just shapes. Shapes in the sea of that damned woman's words. She clenches her eyes shut. I know you are trying to help, but you don't understand. Her whispers eat at me. They peel me away. Wait, I think I want to reload. I want to make another choice before. Yeah, I'm going to change one of my choices. Let's see if we can... I want to do that dialogue differently. Because now I'm thinking something that my character should say at that point. Did I not save? Wait, is this before we won the challenge? No, oh, okay. It's because I forgot something before. I'll tell you.
Making a note.
I'll tell you what it is. Okay, we don't want to say you are not alone, I'll help you, whatever it takes. We want to say you'll fight this off. I know you will, because Mother Tomas said, like it's indicated here, we shouldn't help her. She should help herself, right? You'll fight this off, I know you will. We need to say this. Or die trying, she agrees, a brittle light in her eyes. So, okay, let's... I just wanted to change that. Maybe it's not important, but I wanted to change that. Also, let's not say that as well. I want to talk about your family. I told you I can't even bring their faces to mind, just shapes. Shapes in the sea of that damned woman's words. She clenches her eyes shut. I know you're trying to help, but you don't understand. Her whispers eat at me. They peel me away. How am I supposed to stop her when I don't even know who I am? They're not real. They never were. Only I am real. Funny you should ask. I'm missing a lot of memories too. Her lip quirks and for a moment she looks more likely to laugh than cry. What a pair we are, she says. It's nice to know I'm not the only one. There's nothing you can say that I haven't already tried, she adds. Her mouth trembles. She won't stop talking. She'll never leave. Someone must know who you are.
Updated my journal.
Here it is again. Yes, but either they haven't come looking, or they haven't found me. She mashes her forehead with the heel of her hand. I'm not an idiot. I've thought about asking in Government Square. The council is supposed to have information on everyone. She laughs bitterly, but I've never made it there. Every time I try, I get lost, or forget where I'm going. It's hopeless. No one knows you because you aren't real. Only I am. Let me in. You said there might be records about your past. Where would they be again? In the Government Square. Actually, I have other questions. Mother Tomas thinks you should handle this on your own, and I do too. I'll take that from her, she says, balling her hands into fists. She's a petrified branch of a woman with more willpower than sense, but I know she cares for me. You don't get to echo her when you don't know how hard I fought this. She swallows, how much I've failed. Okay, let's take this option as well. But we are not going to pursue it, of course. Let's get something else. Describe Rin to her and ask if she's seen the girl. The little girl? I've seen her crawling into the ruined house over there. I've been worried about her, but she gives you a wry grin. I've had my own problems lately. What is the shining object you're holding? She flinches but reveals the vial strapped to her wrist. It glows with an inner light, and the tiny ripples within seem to cast moving shadows on her palm. I woke up one night in a building I'd never seen before, she says, soft and low. I found this beneath a pile of blackened scales. If you shake it, it makes a picture. Watch. She jiggles the vial, holds up her other hand. Indistinct shadows mimic the motion on her palm. Why are you holding on to it? Because I feel like it was mine, she blurts, then grimaces, as if the words escape without her permission. At any rate, it's mine now, and I don't need more of a reason than that. It's mine, I don't need more of a reason than that. Ah? Is this what's causing her situation? Let's try taking it. Let's see what happens. Just out of curiosity. Oh, pretty low chance. You don't have many points. %65% with you. I guess I'm gonna try this. Her fingers tighten over the vial, then loosen. All right, she says, looking desperately unhappy. Still, she seems somewhat relieved when she hands it over. Next enemy that makes a melee attack when this character gets knocked down. It's an artifact. I thought this was maybe an item that makes her condition more powerful. Like helps that other thing take over. But it's nothing related to that. Invasion. Yeah, I did that just out of curiosity, so just wanted to see what it was, so I'm going to reload. Alright, let's continue. We'll go to the government square and the tavern, of course. We'll find a way to help her. This dilapidated structure has been converted into a cheap boarding house. Inside, people sprawl on filthy mattresses in a dimly lit room. Okay, let's talk to the tormented levy. This levy is not like the others you've seen. The wide smile is absent, and his oddly shaped eyes are red, wet, and haunted. He stares past you, whispering to himself and turning a small charred object over and over in his hands. Greetings, he says, apparently by reflex. He still hasn't looked your way. How can I help you? He closes his eyes hard, as if trying to crush visions that are troubling him. Despite that, his mind feels like a complete blank to you. So he's probably decaying, right? What's wrong with you? I'm wrong, the levy agrees, his lip trembling. Rotten, made of the wrong pieces and tied together with the blackened wire. He covers his face with his wrists. Please go. What are you holding there? He says, then grimaces as though his words hurt him. I'm holding my shame. His hands unfolds, one bloody soot-covered finger at a time. A crudely made wooden bird lies there, painted in pinks and pale blues and charred around the edges. That bird represents your shame? Represents? No, this is my shame and I'm holding it, he swallows. I can't put it down. What? I need directions. I can't. Can't help you. I'm wrong. He pauses, lifting his eyes to the sky. I'm lost. You're lost? Yes, no, I know where I am. He squeezes his eyes shut. I know everywhere I've been. You're lost? Okay. I want to talk to you about someone. Yes, he says, then shakes his head. No, I can't. Find another levy, please. I can't report crimes to you? Crime? He says, as if he's never heard of the word. No, please no. Well, we cannot try to take the bird? We cannot do anything with him. Is this where Rin is hiding? This house was reduced to rubble when part of the cliff face collapsed. There is evidence that squatters have slept here recently. A ragged blanket, rotted fruit peelings, and footprints in the dust itself. Something scratches deep within the rubble. It sounds like someone or something is in there. Hello? The rubble makes no response. Dig deeper into the rubble. You crawl partway inside, pushing aside boards and a thin slab of slate. A small girl gasps, throwing up a hand to block the sudden light. She is young, no more than 10 or 11 years old. She has made herself as small as possible to fit inside the tiny gap in the rubble. Her hair is dark and curly. She pulls herself deeper into the rubble away from you. Come on out, I won't hurt you. She shakes her head vigorously, trying to shoo you away. You hear a voice behind you. I told you patience would pay off, lads. Some thugs stroll over. They all carry weapons at their sides, though they walk with the cocky assurance of those who don't expect to need them. I swear I checked this hovel, says one of them. She wasn't here, no one was. How did this draft find her so easily? He gestures dismissively in your direction. Don't fret it, beggar. The thug looks you up and down, then calls out in the direction of trouble. Come on, little bird. Doesn't matter how good you're at hiding, you had to come out sometime. The girl huddles behind you, keeping you between her and the thugs. Even so, it's obvious she's not sure about you.
Don't let them take me, please!
To the man, why were you looking for her? This little urchin ran away from her home. Her mother asked us to find her and bring her back safely. You don't sound like concerned friends, more like thugs. Here now, the man managed to look offended. You're like family to her. No, she grabs your wrist. They are bad men. They want to steal me. Kidnappers? Ah, that's just crude. The man crosses his arms. We're delivery men, that's all. The means and motivations of our employers ain't none of our business. He sighs, dropping his facade. He turns to you with a look that pleads for understanding. But alright, yeah, there is a slaver who put up a fine bounty if we bring her back. It's all legal and none of your business. Best you stay out of it. He says the words kindly enough, but his colleagues' hands are on their weapons. It's not like I want to work for slavers, but the jobs are scarce as it is. You can't take me. Her grip on your wrist tightens. She found me. She has the discoverer's right. He raises an eyebrow, a bemused smirk playing on his face. Is that so? Well, Spider Jack, what do you say? Is she coming with us, or are we taking her from you? Kidnappers, yes. You're not a kid, but you're sleepy. Well, you can be an adult napper. These should be easy. Deception and persuasion. It doesn't matter if it's legal. Slavery is evil and you're a part of it. We could say that, or we could just... Her master has grown tired of waiting for you. I've been sent to collect the girl in your stead and to tell you the bounty is off. Well, I mean, this was... Maybe this will work. Honestly. It's not a check. I guess the deception part is the bounty is off, right? We'll go with the deception. And we should be able to use... Let's use you. What? That double-crossing, backstabbing Locknibber. She promised. He waved an angry hand in the air. Fine, see if we work for her ever again. Come on, lads.
Oh God, thank you. They were going to take me back to that woman. I've never met anyone so cruel. When she found me the first time she even... My apologies. I'm still out of sorts. You have my thanks and grace, sir.
Sir? It says my lady. They didn't record an alternate one, I guess. For female characters. For a moment, it looks like she might hug you, but at the last moment, she seems to think better of it and pulls up short a half a dozen steps away. She collects herself, standing straight with her shoulders back. Then she nods. The gesture is so polite, it's almost formal.
My name is Rin. My home and hearth and bread are yours to use. Except, I don't have any of those things.
She blushes then, looking around self-consciously. How long were you hiding in that building? She blinks a little as if confused or surprised at your question. Then she looks around, shifting nervously from foot to foot. This is my place. This is where I sleep. This is your home? She looks at the shattered wreckage. No, this is just where I was staying. I ran away. My home is a long way from here. Where are you from? She looks at the horizon and makes a vague gesture. Really far away, but I'm not sure exactly which direction. She looks around a little, almost as if she were seeking a familiar landmark. It has to be a long way from here. My home isn't anything like this. There were trees upon trees. The trees here aren't trees like... The young girl squints off into the distance. After a moment, her eyes go distant and you realize she probably isn't going to finish her sentence. You were saying something about trees? She looks at you oddly. What? No, I wasn't. Without seeming to realize what she's been doing, the girl brushes her hand through her hair and you see the side of her head has been shaved. Large stitches run along her scalp, holding together an ugly cut longer than her hand. The wound is purple and angry looking, only just beginning to heal. It can't be more than a week old. What's the little girl doing all alone here? The girl looks up at you, her forehead creasing a little in irritation. My name is Rin. But then she hesitates and looks down, blinking. She reaches into her pocket absent-mindedly. Did I forget to tell her that? She stands there motionless for a second, then stops and looks up at you again. No, I think I did. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, she says. My name is Rin. My food and fire are yours to use before you go. What happened to your head? Her body grows tense for a moment, her eyes darting around as if deciding whether or not to run away. She glances at the rubble where she had hidden from the thugs. She relaxes, though her eyes are still wary. I was running away. There were some people, bad people. I ran away and got hurt. Who stitched your head back together after you got hurt? For just a moment, her eyes flash with panic again, and they dart around like she's getting ready to run. Then she touches the side of her head gingerly. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I got away, and I ran, and I ended up here. Your story doesn't fit. Who fixed your wound and shaved your head? If you could hardly sit up, how did you keep running? She scowls at you fiercely. I didn't know I was talking to a judge, she says angrily. I told you I can't remember, not for days on either side of whatever happened. I'm sorry, and I was just trying to help. It seems like you had a rough couple of days. She gives a wavering smile. Oh, it's not all bad.
New
I found
evil
some...
meter character suggestion by Thor
60.
Obliterator.
My home and art and bread are, yeah, very nice. It's not all bad. I found some shimmery berries today. So that means I get to play. I wonder if this will poison me later. That's always exciting. Your scar looks pretty bad. Are you okay? She makes a dismissive gesture towards her temple. It's fine. It looks a lot worse than it is and a lot better than yours anyway. She smirks, touching the side of her head. The haircut is pretty awful though, isn't it? I don't think they really needed to shave quite this much, do you? I don't know, it looks dashing, fashionable even. You might start a trend. She gives a wide grin. I'll be the envy of every homeless waif in this entire... She gestures grandly at the landscape, then hesitates. Barrow? Her grin fades as the word comes out of her mouth. Sorry, I meant barrow. She pauses, then says, I know that's not the right word. I mean barrow. Her grin is entirely gone now, and her hands make fists as she looks down on the ground, concentrating. Her lips move, and at first you can't hear anything except for the hint of a whisper. Finally her body relaxes. Yes, neighborhood. That's the word I was looking for, neighborhood. She looks up and gives you a shaky smile. I offer apologies, it's been a long day. Okay, interesting, this girl. What people were you running away from? She opens her mouth and closes it again. She nods and puts her hand back into her pocket absent-mindedly. I don't really remember. I think they were stealers? No, what's the word? Robbers. They wanted to rob me. Is there anything I can do to help? She shrugs nonchalantly. I don't know, I'm pretty good here, unless you happen to have any spare food you aren't using, or water, or a blanket, or a new bed, or a house, or, you know, anything at all. Rin starts out talking with a playful smile on her face, but then her eyes well up. Her voice stays cheerful even as the tears are running down on her cheeks. She wipes them away, embarrassed and angry, but her hands are shaking now, and there are more tears, and words continue to pour out of her. I offer apologies, it's just that I've been hungry for days. I don't know where I am. My head hurts and nothing makes sense. She laughs then helplessly, with a tinge of trembling panic finally bleeding into her tone. Gods around me, I'm all broken in my head. The moon is wrong, and I'm so tired of being scared all the time. I'll take care of you, come with me. She blinks up at you and gives you a huge grin. Really? Then she looks at your companions and seems to shrink away. No, I'm alright. I mean, thank you, but I'm alright.
Really?
Really?
Making a note.
So, how does this work? If you drop somebody, we should be able to pick her up, right? I'd like to look at what kind of a character she is. So we are going to save. And let's for now drop Aligran. He'll be at his workshop Underbelly if we decide to go with it. You should come with me. Maybe we can find you a doctor. Maybe we can find you a new home. I don't know, but you'll be safer with me than you will here. Yeah, let's it doesn't matter. But what about those talk? I'm not a fighter, blah blah blah. Okay, if we decide to take her, we'll read all of those properly. Alright, so I'm going to take a very short break again. I'm going to take a bio break. When I'm back, we are going to look at what Rin is about, what he looks like. She looks like an incredibly weak character.
Where next?
I'm curious. You know, low stats. Intelligent nano who breathes shadow. Okay, interesting. So we are going to take a look at her and we are probably going to, I don't know, make a decision. Either keep her or reload. But I'd like to look at that companion. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm also going to run the ads. Hope you stick around and I'll see you in a little bit. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
What's there to say? If this whole telos... Yeah, if we can integrate quite a few. On top of that, the Senate's easy to negotiate
Anton, what are you doing?
They're liberal with the amounts of credits they throw
What's
around,
wrong?
even with the Republic being in the shape it's in.
Stop it.
And of course, new planets mean new markets.
Aton.
Good, Jim.
What is wrong with you? 1 health? No, I have 8. I might as well have 1. Nothing deals less than 8 damage. Hey! I was a little too enthusiastic for the health there.
Side for you. For you! For you!
I don't understand what I'm mistargeting. Oh! This is not a sleeping bandit? It's a backpack. How would I know? Looks like a bandit. Looks like a known bandit.
I'm restless.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, Harold. Harold, what are you doing? Harold. Harold, what the heck, dude? Wow.
Likely to change. It's obvious that there'd be trouble ahead. People always
sir?
talk.
Do you need a hand? Are you okay there? Alright, I'm back. Let's take a look at Rin.
All and I are ready.
Cipher limits.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Barrett. Bonded with the polished rock. In every way that matters, this is a rock with a hole in it, yet Rin talks to it frequently. Thank you, Tazen. God of Hiding. 30% on stealth tasks. Healing, perception, quick-fingered running. 8-year-old child. No, 11, I think. Could be a frontline material at the age of 11. So she's like a stealth character. Lost child who shapes gods. Rin insists that the stones she carries with her are gods. She says they help her, though it's hard to know for sure. Rin is just a child, nothing special about her, unless you count her damaged head, her turns of phrase, and her tendency to talk to a rock that lives in her pocket. Okay. You know, just a child, not a Nano or Jack or whatever. That is actually highly interesting to me. You know, this could be very cool. We have a Nano main, a Jack, a Glaive, and a Child. The 4 main classes of this game. Nano, Jack, Glaive, and Child. I think that's actually interesting. You know, keeping Rin in the party could be an interesting choice. So that means we will have to drop Aligarn, which I'm fine with. I think I'm fine with it. We've got Saint Luminar Child as a companion. Not done before, as far as you're aware. What do you mean? You haven't done it before? I think it'll be interesting. Besides, I can think of a few situations where her stealth might come in handy later. There is a specific crisis that I remember, and I'm sure there will be more. Since we seem to be going more or less a pacifist route, as much as we can. Like notice the average. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Well, Siren, how old is Siren? Siren isn't very old either. Like, how old is he? 13, 15, something like that. Like 11, of course, much younger. You're right, though. It's extremely rare, if not unique. All right then. Yeah, we'll keep Rin, but I'm going to reload and I'm going to properly dismiss Aligarn and recruit Rin. We are going to read the dialogues. She's at least 15. You're right. And yeah, well, Rin has the God Rock, so I think it's best we part. Before that, actually, maybe I'll take what you have. Okay. Now I can get rid of you. I think it's best we part. And here I thought we were getting along so splendidly. The irony in his voice is betrayed by the hurt in his eyes. But fine, if you need me again, find me at my workshop. It's in the underbelly. Oh, it's you. What brings you back here? It's not safe here. You should come with me. She looks at the tiny nook she was hiding in, then back at you. Where are you going? Maybe we can find you a new home. Maybe we can find you a doctor. Maybe. She wraps her arms around herself. But what about those thugs? What if somebody else comes after me or after you? I'm not a fighter. I can't help you. It's dangerous whether you stay here alone or come with me. At least with me, you can learn to take care of yourself. This is pretty much how your party ends up looking most of the times. Tiber being swapped out depending on your class. Oh really? You also take Rin in your party? I think it works well with a nano main, this setup. We have a glaive, we have a jack, and we have a child.
Making a note.
Alright, that's cool.
Yes?
I like this setup so far.
Yes.
I mean, these are all interesting characters. I'm sure there is some depth and interesting things about Calistige and Aligorn as well. But, you know, Eretis is highly curious, so is Rin, and Tiber is just cool. Like, these characters already appear with some sort of special story or traits with them, so you kind of have to be a monster not to take Rin. I don't know. Why? I mean, we are going to be dragging her into more and more danger. So maybe we are being a monster now. Let's talk to Rin.
What's going on?
What's your story? Her brow furrows and she clutches her elbow with one hand. You know some of it, maybe as much as I do. What did you want to know? Where are you from? Her expression grows distant. It's a better place than this. It's safe and warm, and it's a long, long way from here. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. There are no obvious choices. Yeah. For a moment, it seems like she's lost in thought, then she starts talking again. There are a lot of trees here, and it's full of growing things. And a little village with a tall wall to keep bad things away. Bad things away, probably. And I have parents there. She shakes her head a bit, but turns back to focus on you. That's where I belong. That's my home. I have parents there. I am not an orphan. It sounds like a lovely town. What's it called? Dominant tide changed legislation. She smiles and opens her mouth to answer. A panicked expression flashes across her face for a moment. Her eyes dart back and forth before she puts one hand to her injured head. It's Baranth. She looks up, her tiny face grave. Yes, it's called Baranth, my village, my home. That's where my parents are. If you are so far away, why do you speak the same language as everyone here? She tips her head to the side thoughtfully. I don't know. I guess I could also wonder why you all speak my language. How did you get to Sagas Cliffs? She shakes her head, tears springing up in her eyes. I can't remember. I remember running and a fire, but it wasn't the right color for a fire. I don't know. Rin looks around, her eyes lost. Then I just remember being here and nothing making sense anymore. How long have you been away? Did we choose? She scratches her neck thoughtfully. Only a few weeks, I think. She touches the side of her head again lightly with her fingertips. It's hard to remember. When I got hurt, I don't remember the time around then very well. Do you think your parents might be looking for you? She looks thunderstruck, as if the thought had never occurred to her before. When she finally speaks, her tone is flat, almost numb, and it's clear that she's talking to herself as much as talking to you. They know I'm safe. They can't be here. They have to be safe at home. Hey Millennial, good evening. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Rin brings her hands to her mouth slowly, her eyes terrified and oddly flat, almost glazed. She turns away from you, speaking to something in her hands. Her voice is too soft for you to hear. She continues like that for a long time, worried and muttering. You realize she has forgotten you are even there. Aww.
I'm sorry about last time. I know we didn't finish our conversation. I offer apologies for my rudeness.
I think she used to be a noble. Like the way the phrases she used, they are like extremely formal. I think she's been highly trained, educated in a noble family. And who knows what happened that she found herself here. Are you okay to talk a little more? She nods and gives you a tired smile. Yes, it's just been I'm not used to talking to anyone except all about these things. It's harder than I thought it would be, but yes, let's talk. I want to talk about you again. All right, she says, her brow furrowing. What did you want to know? Who is Al? A flash of panic crosses her face. What? No one, she says too quickly. Then she sighs and pulls something from her pocket. It's a small dark stone with a hole in it. She's outside your arm's reach, but she still holds it close to her chest protectively. This is Al. He keeps me safe. He knows everything of hiding. As she speaks, you realize something you hadn't noticed before. You aren't getting any thoughts from her, at all. It doesn't feel like you are being blocked though, which is perhaps why you didn't notice it until now. Either her thoughts are hidden somehow, or she just doesn't have any you can read on the surface. Why can't I read your mind? She takes 2 steps away from you. You can read minds? You're trying to read my mind? Not exactly. I hear people's surface thoughts sometimes, but not yours. It's like you don't have any. That's... Why would you be doing that to me? It's not something I choose to do. You hear people's voices whether you want to or not. For me, their thoughts are the same. Her eyebrows rise. Oh, I didn't realize. It's still pretty invasive. I wish you didn't have to hear it. Sometimes I don't like it, but it also helps me understand people. She shakes her head. Well, it's not a good thing. You have to know that. It's like eavesdropping. But it's worse than that, because it's more private than a regular conversation. What happens in your head is just for you. It's a conversation a person is having with just themselves. Nothing is more private than that. She hesitates, then continues in a soft voice. When a god is strong enough to see into someone's mind, it's a sign the god might be too dangerous. It's a bad thing. She breaks off suddenly, then reaches into her pocket and pulls out her stone. She stares at it with slightly vacant expression she gets sometimes, then speaks directly to the stone. I haven't been keeping it from you, Al. There are a lot of things I never told you. It's something I've never... Another pause, then her face grows increasingly concerned. Everyone knows, Al. Sometimes a god goes bad. When that happens... She breaks off, head cocked slightly to one side, her face growing concerned. Continue listening. Well, she says, if a god can move by itself, that's a big one. If it argues constantly with other gods or refuses to talk at all, those are signs that... She stops again, listening. Then you're supposed to take it to the... I can't remember their name, the god fixers. Bryn rubs her forehead with her free hand. I can't remember what they're called. She looks up, her face worried. Oh, I'm sorry, we can talk about this later, Al. We are being rude. She puts the stone back into her pocket and blinks a little as if to clear her head. I don't know why you can't get into my head. Maybe kids' brains are different? Or maybe just my brain. Or maybe that sort of thing doesn't work on people where I'm from. I really don't know. Could it be Al? Could he be hiding your thoughts from me? She looks surprised at this suggestion, then gives one of the widest smiles you've ever seen. She reaches into her pocket again, brings out the stone and holds it in front of her face. Is it true, Al? Are you keeping my thoughts hidden? She pauses, head cocked to one side, then she laughs and gives the stone a kiss. She looks up at you. You were right. He's the one that's doing it, and I'm glad. What's in a person's head is private. You shouldn't go prying into it. That's not what friends do. Laser refuse, Numenera indeed. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Hope you're well. Those thugs you were hiding from, they seem to know you were hiding in the building, but they couldn't find you. Why? She grins and her sudden smile is like the sun coming out from behind the cloud. We are good at hiding, she says. Can I ask a few questions about your friend? Doing great? That's good. She brings the stone up to her ear and cocks her head a bit. Then she looks up at you and gives a slightly anxious nod. Alright, he's fine with a few questions. A few. I can't help but notice that he is, well, a rock. She puts all back into her pockets. He's not a rock, he's a stone. There's a difference between a rock and a stone? She gives an exasperated sigh. If that wasn't the difference, why would we have two words for them? What's the difference then? She takes a deep breath, looking thoughtful. Stones are typically smoother and wiser and lazier and more vain. She looks distracted for a moment, then says, I'm sorry, but it's true. Rocks are brash and they are more jaggedy. They tend to be smaller too. Yes, I know it's a stereotype. You are being rude. Stop interrupting. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, he's sensitive about it. Anyway, the stone isn't all's a god. He lives inside the stone. So the stone is like his body? Or is it like his house? I'm doing well at the reviews. I'm doing well. Having a good time with this game. It's a little tiring. I pretty much read the whole stream. At least so far. I have been reading non-stop today for like 4 hours. 4 hours yesterday. Instead of reading. We are reading. We are, not doing much else so far. We have solved a couple of puzzles. And other than that, it was a lot of reading. But, what we read is good fun. It's well written, so I have no complaints. Enjoying this game. So you played this, right? Went out to your mom's today, grabbed an iced coffee on the way, cleaned a few things for her, and gave her some money you owed her. Oh, that's very nice. I'm glad you two had a good day. You have done nothing but read for 2 days. That's true, though. I have done nothing but read, almost. Honestly, almost. Done nothing, at least during the streams. We are reading a lot. It's fine. It's fine, though. She smiles. It's a little like both. It's easier for him to leave than a body, but harder to leave than a house. But either way, the stone isn't really him. It's a little like a cup too. Rin looks up at you hopefully. Does that make sense? I think I get it. It's like how a cup holds water. The water is shaped like the cup, but the water isn't the same as the cup. Her face lights up in excitement. That's it exactly. The water might even taste a little like the cup, if the cup is made of tin, or it might even taste a little like whatever was in the cup before, but you can pour it somewhere else and it's still the same water. She hesitates, then adds, almost the same water, mostly the same. Has all always been in a stone? She nods. He's a very young god. Older gods have usually lived in many bodies. How old is all? She grins proudly. Only a couple of weeks old. He is so strong for a... She breaks off and looks down at her hand. You don't need to be embarrassed. She looks up at you and grins again. Then she says in a stage whisper, he's embarrassed. What does it mean that he's a god? Bryn grimaces. That is a hard question. Where I come from, there are many gods. Gods of health and hearth and home. Gods of road and roam. Where I come from, it's a poor family that has no gods of their own. I feel like part of the reason you love these games is the philosophical and moral ideas within them. Yeah, exactly. Torment on Numenera and Planescape Torment, they shine due to that aspect, I think. Embarrassed? I thought he was all... Well, embarrassed is the middle name. She looks down at the stone in her hand, speaking softly. But here, there are no gods. It's like finding a place where people don't know what meat is. Or air. How do you explain something like that? And I haven't seen a single god except for All himself. And he's mine. He simply is. He's my friend. Bryn trails off, looking down at the stone in her hand. Did you bring All with you from your home? She shakes her head, her eyes far away. No, She breaks off suddenly, hand tightening around her stone, then starts again. Well, yes, I suppose I did bring him with me. I found him near a stream. I've been carrying him around in my pocket for years. You said All was a couple of weeks old, but that you had him for years. Which is it? She opens her mouth, then closes it again. She's quiet for a moment, then says, All doesn't want me to talk about this anymore. All doesn't want to talk about it, or you don't? Her lips thin. Neither. She cocks her head toward her packet again. Fine, fine, I will. She puts a hand to her head wound and squeezes her eyes shut. I don't want to ask this, but I don't want to not ask it either. She opens her eyes and looks at you, innocent and pleading. Do you think I'm wrong in the head? I don't know what to believe in. Your stories don't match. If you're not lying, then... I think you've gone through a really hard time, Rin. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us. So you do think something's wrong with me? No, that's not what I meant. I'm only trying to make sense of what happened to you. The top options are always so nice. But the nicest options aren't always the most helpful. I don't know, maybe it'll help to remember more of your past, like what are your parents' names? Let's go with the top option, especially because she's a kid. Like, I don't want to make her sad. No, that's not what I meant. I'm only trying to make sense of what happened to you. She wraps her arms around herself and shivers in the warm air. Me too, she mutters. Where you come from, does everyone have gods that they just carry around with them? She shakes her head. No, usually the gods stay in a family home. They give advice, they help with the things. So the gods are just lying around on the ground there? So you come from a magical, peaceful land where gods are just laying around, waiting for people to pick them up. So the gods are just laying around on the ground there. It must be comforting having something from home with you. I think she's maybe making these up like some sorts of coping mechanisms. But, you know, it could all be true too. If they are delusions, though, I don't want to feed into those, so... But something like this might offend her. So the gods are just laying around on the ground there? She hesitates. Well, no, not really. Sometimes, but not usually. What kinds of things do gods help with? She looks thoughtful. Well, gods, you see, they're old and they know a lot of things because they've been around for a long time, and they'll tell you what they know sometimes, give you advice. Sometimes they just listen if you need to talk. Sometimes that's all you really need. You said he was a god of hiding. Is that more than advice? She nods, and without noticing, she lifts up the hand with the stone in it so that she's holding it close to her heart. Some gods can help you with more than words. All knows everything of hiding, of being small and silent. He helps me hide. He makes it so no one can find me. He keeps me safe. I think she's definitely making this up. I want to talk about something else. Now, because she has had to hide from others, she has created this idea of a god of hiding from, you know, just a random rock, probably. She probably has powers, though. I think it was the slaver who mentioned she has powers, if I'm not wrong. I may be wrong. She may turn out to later become a nano or something. I think. I don't think she'll stay as a child class. I think she will definitely become one of the 3 classes. Don't make me nominate all for D666. Then he has to be a real character. I don't know. Are all the characters in D666 real? There is randomly made up stuff like Mithril in there. I want to talk about something else. She watches you patiently. How are you holding up? Before I met you, I asked Al if he could bring someone to help me. I know it's embarrassing, he's not the right sort of god for that. But then you came, and you're even better than anything a god would bring me. Commodore 64 isn't real? Yeah, well, see, there is made up stuff like that. There's Amiga, Windows 95. Those are all creations of our imagination. I want to talk about the people we are traveling with. Really? Who? What do you think of Eretus? She smiles. He makes me laugh, but I can't tell when he's being serious. Is he ever being serious? I hope not, he says, looking shocked. Rin giggles against the back of her hand. What do you think of Tybir? She frowns. He acts nice, but I don't think he likes me. I wonder if he really likes anybody. What a thing to say, lass, he says, genuinely shocked. How could anyone not like you? That's the part of what I said that bothers you? Well, he says, clearing his throat, you're a delight, lass, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Rin nods to herself a little and says no more. Let's continue. Okay, let's talk to the others about Rin.
Yes, lass?
Oh, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. What foolish notion made you think it was right to bring a little girl with us? People say I'm irresponsible, but this... Hey, she says, glaring up at him. I may be little, but at least I'm not a criminal. Was that an insult? He says, grinning. I hear it all the time. The word has lost its sting somewhat. I like her a lot, he says, smiling. She wants to explore and understand things. I like exploring too. What about understanding things? No time, it gets in the way of the exploring. Farewell. Yeah, Rin is highly interesting. I'm really curious what's going to become of her later in the game. Oh. Who shapes gods? Rin insists that the stones she carries with her are gods. This is maybe some kind of a spoiler, but she has only one stone. Maybe she'll find other stones later. Who knows? I also liked Rin, especially because there was something about... Where is that? Oh, never mind. Never mind. It was my character who breathes shadows. But still, Rin is like a hiding master and we breathe shadows, so maybe we kinda hit each other in a way. Alright, so there's the tavern. Let's see where this goes. Caravanserai, okay. So I wanted to try and go here. Let's see if it's possible.
Now.
No, okay, they get stuck. Ah, okay, we would have to get across somehow, I guess. Maybe. Did I try using this? Finzen, there's someone else here. The silent and ancient machine casts a long shadow. As you study it, your breath stutters in your chest and your hands shake. You can't help feeling as though you have stood in this exact spot before. Examine the device. A jumble of mismatched parts make up this once functional generator. You notice a familiar Circent symbol etched into the metal like a maker's mark. We have seen the likes of it. Okay, let's talk to Finzen. Everything about this slender young man says tug, from his scar-slashed eyebrows to the callous hand hovering over his hip where a dagger would hang. But he doesn't have one. Instead, flour cakes his hands, and a single apron string hangs from his pocket. He is apparently a baker. Stand still, you shine, he says, and peers over your shoulder. You follow his gaze to an armored soldier who is loitering in the public square. That Levy's been following me for days. Can't even stop for a piss without checking side to side. You sure he's following you? Put it like this, he says, licking his lips. I know when I'm being followed. I've seen him on my track from dawn to dark for 3 days. I ain't done nothing wrong. And it's worse than that, he says, wringing his hands. That's my Levy. What do you mean he's your Levy? Oh, we know what it means. Why is it worse that your Levy is following you? Having a Levy on your track is bad enough, right? But if he was made from a year of your life, he knows where you bed down, maybe what you're thinking. He groans, rubbing his eyes. That's worse, that's much worse. Look, he won't leave me alone, right? I gave a year of my life to make him, and I thought that was that. Now I catch him standing in the street outside the bakery, whispering to himself. His teeth graze his lip as he leans closer. He even tried to talk to me. Levies ain't supposed to know who they came from, right? They ain't supposed to know who you are. He wavers, gathering his courage. Could you talk to him? Find out what he wants? Can't you talk to him yourself? He swallows hard. I've heard stories. Levies go wrong sometimes. Get obsessed with the person who gave them life. If the two ever meet, the Levy goes mad. Tears them apart. That ain't going to happen to me. Not after... He cuts himself off. Not after all I've been through. Alright, I'll talk to your Levy. He nods again toward the armored man who is standing a distance away in the public square. He's the only Levy in this district. You can't miss him. Plus, he ain't smiling like all the others. He's holding some charred wooden thing in his hands.
Making a note.
You need anything else? How did they create your Levy? I look like a skull arch to you? All I know is where they told me to stand. His eyes rove past your face and snap back. Look, people who want to be, respectable in this town, they become citizens. The way you do that is you step into this glass chamber. Takes a year out of your life, they say. I figure it squeezes that year into human shape. Don't know how. Wouldn't pay tuitions to know. What is normal behavior for a Levy anyway? He hesitates, raising his hands as if he's trying to contain his response before he lets it escape his mouth. They work for the people who make the laws, right? And if someone breaks those laws, they track them down. Always smiling, mind you. Figures that my Levy would be the unhappy kind. I don't understand why you think your Levy wants to murder you. Look, he begins, obviously struggling to frame his explanation. Look, he tries again. Look, you don't track a man for days and days unless you want something, yeah? Maybe you like his shoes or you're curious about how many shins he's got. No, I don't have any shins and my shoes are older than me. Only thing I got that's worth anything is my life. Anyway, I told you the stories I've heard, how sometimes Levies go wrong. He shudders. You take a look at that Levy, everything about him is wrong. Farewell. Good to see you again, miss, Levy says, still staring across the plaza. Tears roll silently down his cheeks. Vincent sent me to find out why you are following him. Yes, he says, the despair melting away. In that moment, he looks like a child with a child's desperate hope. He knows too, doesn't he? He sees what he did, what we did. Tears leak from his eyes, trailing down into his mouth as he continues. When the machine ripped the year from him to make me, I felt the choices unraveling before me. He hugs himself. I see them coming. None of it can be changed.
Updated my journal.
They tell him this for me. The Gillam Manor job did happen. A servant quotes him called the Levies. They chased him, and he set a fire. His eyes squeezed shut. The fire spread through the neighborhood. People were trapped. People screamed. His hand clenches over the charred toy bird in his palms with a soft crunch. Please tell him. Tell him I'm with him in the dark, hiding from the mobs, sobbing. Tell him to give me a different year, a better one. Ah, this is so terrible. I thought you gave a year that you have yet to live, like you give 1 year of your future, so your life shortens, and that thing is created. But in fact, you can give You give a year from your past, and the guy, having gone through a trauma, created this levy from that traumatic year. Interesting. What kind of year do you want from Finzen? A year without the blackened door, he says earnestly, without the hand tangled in the grate, the weeping in the dark places. The silent tears stream down his face. He doesn't seem to be aware of them. Veils rising with the glowing ashes, my arms bound with ragged rope. Every time I'm there, in those last minutes, I try to apologize, but my mouth... His fingertips brush at his lips. My mouth is full of dirt and blood. A year full of cakes and coffee, yes, and cats. Well, hopefully you won't be eating the cats, but you know what I mean. Hold on, I'll speak with Finz. And Cracker, yes. And Cracker. Did you find anything? He asks, eyes darting around you to check on the distant levy. I've spoken to the levy. He mentioned something about a Gillum Manor job. Hey, Tony. Hello, hello. It's going very well, Tony. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying the game. Having a good stream. How are you? How was your Saturday? It's good to see you. He what? Finzen says, going pale. Keep your voice down. You tell anyone else about this? No? Good. He lowers his voice. I ought to be unspecific about this, understand? Before I became a citizen, I wasn't a nice person. I took things for money, and just a few weeks ago, certain people told me they wanted me to rob Gillum Manor. He grimaces, rubbing his neck. I was going to do it, but then I became a citizen. I gave up a year of my life to create the levy. That levy. Ah, it is. You gave a year that has yet to happen, but it was planned. It was going to be done. It was written, like destiny or fate, your future, and you gave that future to the levy. And for the levy, it describes it is what creates the levy. All of that. Wow, very interesting. Being busy with stuff, as always, right? As always. I'm glad you are doing well, though. Something changed, he says, frowning. All of a sudden, I couldn't get the dangers out of my head. How thick the levy patrols were, like, or how the captain herself was looking into one of my older adventures. He plays with the apron strings hanging from his pocket. So I cancelled the job and started working at my own bakery. Never did the Gillum job, and that's the truth. The levy is seeing what would have happened if you did the job. He wants another year from you.
I'll remember that.
Oh, I get it, he says, rolling his eyes. It's a shakedown. Give me a year or I'll tell them what you did. Well, I ain't done anything. I never killed anyone, and I don't owe him nothing. I can't keep handing out years like they're free. Based on what he said, it sounds like becoming a citizen saved your life. And that was my decision, not his. He groans. I'd go up to the government square and tell the captain of levies what he's up to, if I had any way of explaining it. Hey, your levy is following me around. I think it's because he's haunted by my criminal past. Give the levy another year of your life. You started fresh, you should get the same chance. Can we spend some from Rin? Not very effective. We could try 70%, which you... I guess that's what I have to do. Either that, or 65% with a lot of points using you. These are low chances. I'd like to succeed. I may have to save scum this. Low stat pools. Your longest streak ever. Thank you for the 5 streak. It's long enough. Thank you, Tony. You fully depleted one of your stat pools. Recover your stat pools, you can find a place to sleep or use consumable items and ciphers. Well, I mean... Oh, we failed! Retry cost 1 intellect. Let's retry. Let's retry with you. Oh, did it become easier? Wait, what is the cost? What does the cost mean? How is that cost extracted? Is it just from the pool? Like, we have 5 in our intellect pool now. Oh, the edge. The edge is not used, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that. How it's. It doesn't seem to be removed from the pool. That cost. Got a top of them pools, yeah. Yeah, I'm going into the tavern soon. But can someone explain to me how you pay this retry cost? Because it says 1 intellect, but it's not decreased from your pool. I don't fully get it. Oh, for what? He says, exasperated. A couple of bad dreams? I didn't do anything. He subsides, crossing his arms as if he's cold. Alright, what did you see in his other future? I get caught, chased around maybe? You started a fire that killed a lot of people. How much is a lot? He says, rubbing his mouth with the back of his hand. He sees some of the truth in your eyes and sighs.
I'll remember that.
Fine, fine, but I ain't running myself down searching for a way to give my life away. He rubs his life. The levy is mission at the order of truth. Go talk to the scholars since you are so hungry for this. Maybe they can buy something together that'll rip another year from me and give it to him. He grins, but his heart is definitely not in it. Good luck. Yeah, I didn't fully understand how we paid the retry cost. Like, we didn't lose from our total intelligence, right? No, that didn't happen. It was 9. It's still 9. Maybe the edge threw me off. It also seemed to be easier in the second try. Like, we reached 80%. We reached 80% success chance with 3 efforts, 3 intellect efforts by Rin. It wasn't that high last time. Retry cost was free because of your edge. Okay. Okay, I see. But
Tony 68k
but no.
just boosted Eye of Beholder.
But I did the retry with Rin, right?
68k just boosted Mass Effect 3. Tony 68k just tooted Fallout 3.
I did the retry with Rin. Rin has 1 edge in intellect and a total pool of 5. We spent 3 and it said 3, so she spent 2. So who paid the retry cost then? Because one of the 3 that we spent is the edge, 2 is spent from the pool, and who paid the retry cost? I'm confused. Did Tiber, having failed before, pay it? I don't know. Well, I guess it's fine.
Eratus,
I guess it's fine.
Eratus. Yes, Eratus?
You paid retry cost.
I was
even
just
though
thinking
Rin
how
mentioned.
wonderful it would be if there were 3 of us.
Well, if I paid the retry cost, and if I paid it with edge, then I didn't actually pay anything, right? But maybe I had 6 intellect pool before. I don't remember. Maybe I had 6 before, not 5. Alright, that's cool. No need to reload for that. Vincent is willing to give you a year of his life, but I have more work to do before it can happen. He bows his head and nods wordlessly, tears speckling the ground between you. Okay, I think we have fully explored this map. Obviously, we haven't gone into Underbelly yet. We haven't gone to the Caravanserai yet. We are not planning to do any of that yet. But we will go into the tavern. Hopefully, maybe we will find an opportunity to rest on top of these. We'll see. Oh man, this gives me the Flaming Man Tavern vibes from Planescape Torment. Was it called? Flaming Man? Burning Man. The Burning Man, right? Named after Ignis. Kind of reminiscent, isn't it? Wasn't the sign more or less... You know, wasn't the scene, the tavern scene in the Burning Man more or less similar to this one? Bar at the middle, path, separated into two parts. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. Clarion. Clarion, this young woman, wears finely polished armor and paces back and forth restlessly on the walkway. Her long hair is lustrous and healthy, and her whole form exudes a wholesome vitality. When she sees you, she raises her voice in greeting. Smoldering Corpse, yes, Smoldering Corpse, thank you. Burning Man, I mean, it's similar enough, right? It's similar enough. Welcome, friend, to the Fifth Eye. She strides closer and to speak more softly. You come at an exciting time. I've been trying to convince some veteran warriors to their eminent suitability to join the endless battle. So far, they have rebuffed me, but perhaps you can succeed where I have failed. Tell me about yourself. I am Clarion. I seek strong warriors, brave souls, to fight in the endless battle, to hold back the advance of the enemy. What can you tell me about the endless battle? Much as it sounds, she says. It stemmed from a rift between the changing god and one of his offspring, and has endured for hundreds of years, raging over the same battlefields using the deadliest technology of the ancients. The landscape is scarred and pitted beyond recognition. The walls between the dimensions are thin there. Every day, horrors cross into our world. She stands, arms akimbo. Worse, in recent years, the struggle has expanded. Nearby settlements, founded to provide material support for the combatants or existing there long before the two sides came to rage on their borders, have been engulfed by the spreading chaos. She frowns. It's not too late to change the course of the battle. If only warriors of proven mettle would join the fight. That is why I am here. This is why I beg for your help. A glorious conflict, so many have grown stronger in its wake. What else do you know about the endless battle? It's not truly endless, of course, but it has raged for hundreds of years. Imagine the wonders you see around you, the discarded pieces of the ancients' lives. Now imagine all their power bent toward destruction. Imagine what that would do to the land. It's a force, a disaster, that creates heroes. What side are you recruiting for? The changing gods. He has always been the patron of Sagas Cliffs. Perhaps we would not exist if not for his lives and his cast-offs. Certainly we would not be as we are. She pauses, but that is not the only reason. The changing gods' forces have allied with the towns and villages of the Worksulian waste? Worksulian, I guess, I don't know. Worksulian waste. We seek to prevent the endless battle from expanding beyond its borders, growing in size once again. The enemy has attempted to sweep across the plain before. They tricked the changing gods' allies centuries ago, destroyed an army of sand knights, and took off settlements in the waste. We won't let them do it again. Who is the enemy you are fighting? The armies of the first cast-off. They have never been friends to the people of Sagas Cliffs. She frowns. The first cast-off is long dead, but still her forces hold a grudge against her sire and his patron city. If I help you, will I get a reward? Of course, I'm not a wealthy woman, but I have allies in the city who are. The more veterans you convince to join the battle, the more you will be paid. Can you tell me anything about these veterans you hope to recruit? They have fought in countless battles and emerged victorious. They have made decisive forays that turned entire wars. They are clever and thoughtful, though I only know their reputation. The third inversion, for instance, saw them breach into a new dimension, and I won't bore you with the details, but they were integral in an offensive that would have changed the course of that conflict. Can you tell me any more about these veterans? She frowns. They have kept their abilities largely secret from me. I have not seen them in action, but the stories tell of 5 companions who turned the course of wars. Why are you trying to recruit these veterans? Perhaps they are tired of war. She shakes her head. Conflict shapes us all. It sharpens us, makes us stronger than we ever thought we could be. If you hide from it, you'll never know what you might have become. Or worse, you'll be easy prey for those who are stronger or crueler than you. She clutches your shoulders. These veterans have grown tired and complacent. I want to help them recapture what they lost. No, I want to make them even greater than they were. Even if they become prey, it will make whomever hunts them very strong. What does it mean? Even if they become prey, it will make whoever hunts them very strong. Let's talk about the merits of Conan. I'll help you recruit the veterans.
Making a note.
You will have my gratitude and a generous reward if you can succeed in this, friend. She begins to point. At the bar, you see Leto, the woman clad in desert robes. Behind the bar, Furiak. At the table there, Shiobi. She lowers her voice again. With Shiobi, you see Thebaros. He's older, but he has great experience. She indicates the final target with Urchin, and then the crowning piece, Dama. He's their leader. Farewell. Oh. Let's talk to O. Your eyes cannot focus on this person. Whether male or female, you cannot say, but it hums with a force that both attracts and repels you. You feel a sense of amusement as its regard settles upon you. You speak with O, it says. You have tasted the truth in forms of machine lubricant. You have contemplated the totality of human existence. Speak quickly and true. The world slows around you. The being has no mind to speak of. Where there should be thoughts, you instead sense only a deep, endless hole threatening to swallow your own mind. Who are you? I am O. You might call me an ultra-terrestrial, though I am far more. I am from beyond space, behind time, above your comprehension. Your mind has chosen this form for me, and I am content to exist in this structure, but know that I exist also outside of your subjective experience. Some might describe me as a superpositional extraction of fundamental universal laws made tangible. It gestures languidly, and you understand perfectly. I am a word made flesh, a letter at least, a concept covered in a false skin, infinitely malleable, essentially unknowable. You recognize this character. Wasn't there something like that in Planescape Torment as well? Kinda remember the letter. I can't fully remember if it was also O. It was something weird like this though. Z of the Q from Star Trek. I don't fully remember, but it's certainly something that we've seen before. What does it mean to be a word? I was, am, will be. I see into the infinite past, into the illimitable future. When the cosmos erupted into a sea of light, I saw it. When the mechanism winds to a sad and creaking end, I will weep. At the moment that great wings of death enclose creation, I am the last vestige of dust, frozen, forever protected, perfected. What are you doing here? I am here to see the final attempt at entry by the adversaries. I am here to offer a vision to Leto. Did you say this was the final attempt at the entry by adversaries? The adversaries thought to peel through realities to devour this world as they have others. They have never lost. This world is their first taste of defeat. Within themselves, the eating cores of their victims begin to stir. The adversaries will cease to exist in any meaningful form within a millennium if they are stopped here. This is an inflection point. If the warriors here succeed, the adversaries do not rise again for an eon, so it's written. In Smoldering Corpse Bar, also called O, very similar, equally cryptic, probably meant to be the same character. Legally distinct, of course. Yeah. I don't remember the dialogue with O in Planescape Torment. I kinda remember the character, not fully. Probably the same character, yeah. I have come to watch, to taste, to be, to help you and your fluttering between possibilities. Where did you come from? You would not understand, let me show you. Its eyes widen, expanding to fill the room, your vision, your consciousness, and you tumble into a starry immensity. Swirls of nebulae twist and knot, and in the hearts of these stellar clusters roar hungry vortices. You tumble helplessly into a myriad of them at once, torn apart and reformed in an instant, a being of pure light and will. You find yourself standing in the fifth eye again. Your nose is running, and tears streak your cheeks. You wipe them away numbly, and you realize your hand is streaked with blood. We gained a permanent 1 intellect pool. Too much information, too much knowledge. Had I shown you more, the energies that bind you together would have failed. Yay! You said you had come to offer a vision to Leto. Leto, or Lita maybe. She's prescient, she's the mother of empires. The adversary's presence has polluted her vision, and she has strayed from the page. I am here to reunite her with the truth. I do not intervene, but the story was true, and so it is true, and so this is not an intervention. The vision will come when you have left the city. What? When I have left the city? Tell me about Lita's visions again. She will see clearly. When you leave the city, she will have no further part in her story. You will have no further part in her story. When you leave the city, you will have no further part in her story. So should we not interfere by trying to convince them to join the eternal, the endless war? Very well. A moment. None here will know of our conversation. None will know its nature. None see me, nor will they recognize any sign of me. Even in this remarkable place, they cannot know. But I give you a gift, cast off and god and woman. Wait, what? Cast off and god and woman? Did he just confirm we are actually the changing god? For yours is a true story. It's welcomed into the world. It was born from desire and will end in... But no, I do not tell your fortune. Light envelops you when you open your eyes, always gone. We gained 4 health. Wow, okay. Well, it was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, for sure. Ghostly woman. Isn't this the same layout as the Smoldering Corpse? Am I making it up? I mean, there were other tables this way, I think, where the Tanari were sitting. But I kind of remember this exact same... Like the Smoldering... The Ignis would be somewhere here, and the Waitress would be here. I need to find the screenshot and take a look. The screenshot and take a look, yeah. We'll do that. I'm not the same, but similar. It's pretty similar, I think. Maybe not exactly the same. It's part of the franchise, the independent brewers on this one. Probably, yeah. You're probably right. Probably right. All right, let's take a short break. I'm going to run the ads. I'm going to be here. Just run the ads, and we are going to continue after 3 minutes. So, if you're not a sub, you may get an ad. Hopefully, you stay tuned, and I shall see you in a bit. Let's see. Okay, maybe it's not very similar actually. The bar is over here, and this is the entrance, not this. There is no walkway. I was making it up. I was making it up. It just did look so familiar though. I don't know. The bar though, like the bar is the same, right? This half curve. But I guess that doesn't mean anything. It's a common design. Think about it. Don't feel obligated to go to full 6 if your voice gets tired. Oh no, I don't feel obligated. I don't feel obligated, Thor, don't worry. But we'll go on for a while. I would at least want to finish the tavern. So we are going to talk to the people here at least. They were barred from changing that. Yes. We do have Tony boosts. Let's do the Tony boosts. Any more boosts? Anyone? Boosters? Come on, boosters. Any boosters? Mass Effect 3. Fallout 3.
Zerafuse just musted Fallout 3.
There we go. Boosted plugs. With like a Mars bar. I do not boosts. I could use a Mars bar. Apparently, I didn't eat Mars before. Like, I didn't eat this specific brand. It's not imported here. But I recently learned when we were talking about some chocolate bars here on stream. I recently learned that the one I like, a Turkish brand, Metro, is actually
Zyreal26 just boosted
pretty much a
BG3.
copy of Mars. So, like the Turkish version of Mars. We're getting a bit overwhelmed, leaving the fifth eye dialogue for your next thing. I may do that as well. I don't know. Let's just talk to some people, and depending on how I feel. When you get hungry, you just really need a Snickers. Snickers isn't my favorite. It's okay. Oh.
Moo.
Some nice moves there. But not the ones you really want, right? not the one she wants. Okay. Let me try. Let's see what we get.
Moo 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 moo.
Hey, this is not bad. You would like this one. Not exactly the same one you want, I know. But you'd like that one too, I think. Did your stuff ever get boosted? Nice one, yeah. Did your stuff ever get boosted? Pathfinder? Yeah, we did get some Darklands boosts today. I think. Did we? Yeah, Ash boosted Darklands. Ash also boosted Pathfinder. I think that's about it. There. That was the proper one. Oh, that was the proper one you like? I thought it was another that's similar. When you were a kid, your favorite was Milky Way. I love Milky Way too, the coconut, right? You hated extra stuff like nuts on your food as a kid. I still don't like nuts or similar additions to food. I don't hate it, but I'm not a fan. Milky Way is just nougat and caramel. No coconut. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm confusing then. Maybe I'm confusing stuff. I love the coconut ones, though. When doing magic casters and sword wielders. Yeah, wizards and warriors. Real simple. It was like cheese pizza kind of kid too. Really? Did that change when you
Your
grew
sound
up?
card works perfectly.
Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying your time here. Game is. I'm sorry, Vero. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no, I shoot away Vero. Oh no. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't feel obligated to go for a total of 6 hours. But I'd still like to, but I might not be able to, especially if this place, the Smoldering Corpse in Planescape Torment was highly overwhelming with all its dialogue. And I have pretty much been reading for 5 hours today, so we are going to continue, but I may, maybe end like a half an hour early or so. We'll see. Let's continue for now. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know if I welcomed you back.
Have you had any other ailments?
But yeah,
Fever?
welcome back.
Sweating? Fever sweating? Oh, I didn't say I'd kept thinking. The thinking passed quite quickly, really.
But the 10 miles get me just too much sometimes. 10 miles to get one? You have to go 10 miles to get Snickers? Raven? YSG. The most distinguishable feature of this tall, vaguely awkward man is the yellow shirt he wears. He seems desperate to fade back into the scenery. When he sees you notice him, he gives you a faint, uncomfortable grin. Perception. Something about him seems off, as if he were a flicker in the air. or strangely two-dimensional. He does not seem to emit a sense of presence at all. Strangely two-dimensional, as in, you know, he looks at you. If you go around, he keeps turning with you, just like, you know, Daggerfall and Arena, etc. characters. That's what this guy is. You go around, he's always facing you, and he's always facing everyone. That's so weird about it. Who are you? Aaron called YSG. YSG is probably not YSG. Aaron called ISK. Let's say ISK. Aaron called ISK. He almost whispers. I am not here. Can you tell me anything more about yourself? No, this is like a dream to me. Can you tell me anything about the people here? He shakes his head as if terrified to meet your gaze. Can you tell me anything more about yourself? No, this is like a dream. Let's try again. Can you tell me anything about the people here? He shakes his head. What can you tell me about this place? Nothing. Can't you tell me about this place again? His eyes are haunted, as if he were desperate to be away from this conversation. No. Why can't I sense you? Skist, he mutters. The yellow shirt fades away, and then the skin, muscle, and bone. What remains is a vaguely humanoid shimmer. I am Isk, Aaron. A trans-dimensional projection from a distant past. This abacus form, that is not the truth of me, trapped in this body, but I am not his. I'm not this. What's an abacus? A ghost, trans-dimensional. It feeds. I only watch and learn. Where are you from? Distant past, epochs ago, tuning through time to see future. Overshot. It shrugs vaguely. Maybe next visit. Can you affect this reality? Only words. The ghostly hand passes through you. Nothing touches. Only ideas. No physical energy conveyed. How did you get to this place in particular? When casting through time, saw light, drawn to civilized thought, admiring physics. Farewell. Farewell. Popcorn flash bomb? Wow. You got the most interesting ciphers there. They refuse. For a moment, you are not entirely sure if you look upon a construct or a human. The plastic sheen of this pale man's skin suggests artificiality. Artificiality? I guess artificiality. I guess that's a word. Artificiality. How do you pronounce it? Artificiality? There is an I here, but I guess you don't pronounce it, right? Artificiality. But if he's a construct, he's so cunningly constructed, so close to the human baseline, that the illusion is nearly perfect. Except his head is a trifle too large, his eyes black buttons. We prefer artificial coffee. Artificially coffee. You prefer artificially coffee. Then you realize the truth. He's a visitant. He's home many millions of miles distant. Almas, my name. You have coffee in the other room. Did you forget your coffee in the other room? Oh no. It's probably cold now. What can you tell me of yourself? He lifts his great head slowly and fixes you with a dolorous gaze. I am Almas. I am the keeper of souls, last of my kind, only survivor of a civilization that spanned time and space. Now they are gone. Their stars black. Reality's winds carry me. Reality's winds. Reality is... Realities, no. Winds belonging to the winds of reality. Reality's winds carry me. He turns his head back toward this drink. I don't know if I'm getting tired or if it's the writing in this game. It's occasionally takes me like three lookovers, 3 tries to fully understand the sentence. I guess it's both. Like the writing can be complicated in this one. And there are so many long sentences too. Would it hurt to at least put some commas here and there? What happened to your people?
Maybe yes,
Yeah.
maybe no, maybe both.
Both, definitely. The highest cast of power, controlled V-Mind's ideas. Controlled V-Mind's ideas for all souls of Empire. A great web we wove, shining with power. But other nodes, they winked away, until only I remained. His fingers drum on the tabletop. An image of my people I carry, but no place to make it real. Our domain lost, I alone am paralyzed with indecision and fear. Did I destroy them? I was not discontented, or was I? If there's an option to increase font size, there is an option to increase font size. Is it too small for you all? How did you get here? He looks around. Not my time, not my place. Yet, when the connection to home broke, a beacon shone here. 5 minds drew me, a light in the darkness. They were not a light to understand. They were safety, surety, while a new home I find. In this place I have clear thought, untarnished. It would make it easier for you to read. I guess you're right, yeah. I guess you're right. And if I'm going to read for 5 hours, I guess it's better to read bigger fonts to not tire the eyes as much. Maybe I should make them bigger. How did your civilization die? A doubt arose, it took seed, took flight. These thoughts connected to our network. These questions spread like disease. Trust, mistrust rooted. Nodes decohered. Nodes decohered. Without nodes, without control of dreams, the civilization falls. And then, they are gone. I alone remain. What was the doubt that destroyed your civilization? I do not know. I do not recall. Yet something in his stance suggests otherwise. I know. I recall. Tell me the doubt that destroyed your civilization. I know you know. Yeah, maybe. I'll do it. I do. Yes, it was my doubt. Mine. My question. I asked only, what if our way what if our way is not best? What if our people have desires of their own, ones that we do not give? He places a single hand across his eyes, then slowly slides it away. The others began to see, and question. Question gave way to self-doubt. Self-doubt gave way to self-hate. You'll do it for a turnip, Jan? Suddenly, Jan. I wanted only to know, what is best? How do you become better? Not to tear us down, but I shone a bright light on behavior, on truth. But our center could not hold under truth. His wet, terrified eyes fixed on yours. Was I to blame? Is civilization's end fixed on me? In dreams I see their faces, but not their minds. Tell me truly, is the fault mine? What is tidal surge? Train tidal affinity skill. Wasn't tidal surge Ebb's ability in Tyranny? That's the turnip for the books. It's when the title surges. Ah, okay, it's a title surge, not tidal surge. Sorry, it is. Well, I don't know what tidal affinity is. I guess we'll maybe we'll figure it out later. I think you were blameless in this. Made the tomato. I truly think he was blameless. He shakes his head. You seek the console. I do not believe. I'm not trying to console you. Your doubt couldn't have taken root if they hadn't already harbored their own doubts. Perhaps this is true. But what good are we if we share the same doubts? Better for us to find a new way, a new world. Alright, Sangnif, thank you for being here. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. I'll see you next time. He pulls his hands apart and you have the sense of a vast network of power contained between them. He raises his hands before his face. Then he crumples his fists. The energy vanishes. I have severed the last connection, the last hope. If they exist still, they must exist without me. Let me be forgotten. No more, he whispers. No more. He drops his head and weeps. You're also gonna head to bed. Your eyes have been shutting down. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Tazen. Thanks for stopping by. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow or next time. Have a good night. Alright, this must be the lady outside. The ghost lady outside mentions. You drove closer, but the wispy form of the woman in booth does not clarify. You can hardly discern the details of her ghostly face, and you hear a chorus of whispering female voices that swarm around her like chance moths. Study her face more carefully. You peer more closely at her, and she takes no notice of you. Her features are those of a teenage woman, leaving childhood behind. Anamnesis, your memory sparks faintly. These clothes look familiar to you. Wait, they are familiar because they were the fashion in Saga's Cliffs 9 centuries ago, and your mind has dredged that association from its depths. You have seen her face before, somewhere in the city. The ghostly woman could be her twin. Listen to the whispers. They brush against your mind just below the level of conscious thought. You hear them, but not with your ears. You can only make out snatches of the whispers in your mind. You killed me, created me, never wanted to die. Listen to the whispers again. Unmade me, only wanted peace. Your fault I live. Who are you? She has been ignoring you, but without a transitional state, her face is suddenly and furiously focused on yours. Another flicker, and her hands wrap around your throat. Ghost or not, her fingers are very real, and they are choking the life from you. Let the ghost strangle you. I kinda want to see what this does. Her fingers dig deeper. She's not just compressing your trachea, she's tearing your throat out. You choke and cough, drowning on your blood, but she's lashed inside you. The last thing you see is her rage twisted face. Are we going to get up, or are we not immortal yet? I guess we are immortal. Oh, she killed us to bring us to a place where we could talk. The air is warm next to this machine and you feel dizzy whenever you go near it. It's the same ghostly woman who strangled you, but the fury is gone from her face, replaced with confusion. She looks around, her gaze falls on the large machine and lingers there. Finally, she notices you. She steps forward, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Where are we? Do you know? How do I know that machine? It frightens me and I don't know why. I think we are in the labyrinth, a construct of my mind. Of your mind? Yet it feels familiar to me. She looks around her again, frowning. But even though it feels familiar, I recognize almost nothing in it. Yes, perhaps it is your mind after all. I do remember one thing. She puts her hands to the sides of her head. I was angry, enraged. There are... She turns on you. I don't know how, but there are women like me born throughout the city, repeatedly, against their will. My memory... Well, technically everyone is born against their will. Like, no one asks anyone before giving birth to them, right? Unethical. My memories are flitting back to me like flies. What drove them away? What do you mean? They are compelled into existence. She bites her lip uncertain, then she nods. I'm just a memory, but something is forcing my memory into the minds of women throughout the city.
I'll remember that.
She takes your hand in hers. It's wrong, I don't know how I know, but... She looks away, lost in her own thoughts. When she turns back to you, there's more certainty in her voice. Find them, the women becoming like me, or already like me. Maybe I'll remember more. Maybe we can do something. Look! You follow her finger to a glowing form, where before there was nothing. It's a membra. You found one of them already. The women created by the engine. Have you found any more of the women? We have to help them. How do I find these women? They are in the real world in Sagas. You may have even met them without realizing it. I only have vague impressions of them. I know that one of them is a leader. She has sacrificed much of her life and so gained life in return. She shakes her head as though to clear it. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more than that. Do you have any more impressions of where I might find these women? One of them offers joy and sorrow for a coin. Oh, it's the girl! Her family is not her own, it's borrowed, I think. It's the flutists. There's the leader. Flute kid. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more than that. One of them is dead, and yet a piece of her lives. Find that piece. Dead. One of them is a leader, okay. The siege, he says, watching the scene in front of you. I remember the siege, when the Tabat came to destroy Sagas cliffs. You remember it? I think it happened a long time ago. Did it? I'm only a broken memory, apparently. What do I know of time? A wry smile plays on her lips. After a long quiet moment, she nods as though coming to a decision. I was there. I remember the screams, the terror. The Tabat came, many of them mounted on their dragolets, each of them with a stranger, more terrifying weapon than the one before. Sagas should have fallen. Lachuena and Ika and 100 villages before us, but it didn't. We fought them off. It's coming back to me. These are my memories. These are my memories. She shakes her head. But what does that have to do with the other women? I don't know. There is more to the story. I need your help to find it. This burning building looks like homes you've seen in Sagas Cliffs, but of a much older style. This is all just a memory, but the heat from the rubble, as well as the smell of burning wood and flesh, feels very real. We can't really do anything with these. Blood-curdling moans can be heard from inside this structure, but there is no way. I mean, what exactly am I expected to find or do here? I guess I'm not expected to do anything here. We just have to find more of the women, and maybe more parts of the memories will pop up. I think. Okay, we'll continue the tavern. I'm going to leave the tavern. Oh, I'm not there. Okay, cool. Am I glad you came out of that door? The thing just showed up. I didn't know what to expect. Do you know who the ghostly woman is in that fathom? He shakes his head. Don't know anything about that one. Our that way is blocked. He shrugs. It's not surprising, really. It's your mind, not mine. I think I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm going to leave the tavern for a moment. Talk to Loss of Self and the flutist.
Welcome back. Everything where you left it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who the leader is or who the dead one is. Probably we haven't met them yet. Yes. Exactly. I want to help you deal with the woman in your head. No. They are going to help her some other way, I think.
New channel SFX request by Parrotwise.
You are Bamboo Flute Discordant sounds. Okay. Alright. As you regard this girl, you are struck by a spark of recognition. Though they hardly look the same, something about her reminds you of the ghost you encountered in the Fifth Eye. This little girl sits outside the old house, still playing the flute. Let me ask you something. You remind me of someone I met in the Fifth Eye. Her eyes narrow suspiciously. People say that to me sometimes. They think I'm one of those girls who are becoming somebody else. But I'm not, at least not anymore. Not anymore? What do you mean? When I was younger, I used to feel like there was another person who was always nearby, just out of sight. Sometimes she'd even slip into my mind and I'd hear a voice. She glances away. I think I was supposed to become her. Her smile flashes then and she looks back at you. But I wouldn't. Every night in my dreams we fought. And every night I won. After a while she got weaker and weaker until I couldn't hear her voice at all. Now she's gone and I've never heard from her again. Do you know anything more about her? No, and I don't want to. I don't think we've had much in common. Maybe that's why I could fight her off, and the other girls can't, she assures. I'm just glad she's gone. Are you sure you don't know anything more about her? She shakes her head. No, nothing. Let's talk about something else. Farewell. Would this information help Loss of Self? Where is Mother Teresa? Oh, here, Mother Tamaz. I need to talk to you about Loss of Self. What offer? I'll do what I can to help her. You know, it's really interesting. It almost feels like, however terrible it might sound, letting her help herself feels like maybe encouraging her to trust her instincts and just jump down. Trust your instincts, throw yourself off the cliff and find peace. This could be the way to let her help herself. If that is indeed what we need to do. You know, finding an identity for her. That's not letting her help herself. But it sounds terrible. She shouldn't do that. She shouldn't need to do that. Maybe if we help the ghosts, that enforcing of the ghosts into other women stuff will completely stop. Maybe we need to do the ghosts quests, and she will be freed. And then we'll help her remember, and all will be fine. That could be a way, I think. Possibly the best way. Alright, Draven, gonna head to bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Draven. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. I should be ending in a little bit as well, probably. I'm getting tired as well. It was good to have you. Hopefully I'll see you soon. So I don't know how to actually go back there to talk to the woman. I guess I have to die again. And yeah, since I want to try one more thing before we go back to the tavern. Wait, new person? Otero. Rin! The boy shouts, throwing out his arms as if to hug her. You're safe! She steps back, looking up and down. Hello, rude boy. This is Otero, she tells you, a scrounger. We met outside of town. He helped me, but then he left. She glares at him like she's trying to knock him over. Right before that woman stole me. His eyes widen. Slavers? Tell me they didn't. They did. I told you what would happen if you brought them to me, didn't I? I didn't bring them. I told you I wouldn't do that. I was mad, but... He glares at her. I wouldn't. I didn't. She traded fair. I was just mad, but I left and forgot. Nothing more. I think he's telling the truth, Rin. He doesn't seem the type to sell out a friend. Well, she eyes him distrustfully. I still don't know if I can trust him. He's a very rude boy. He stares at her, chewing his lip, clearly trying to work up the courage to talk to her, to convince her of something. Finally, with a wry twist of his mouth, he turns back at you. Look, he says, running her hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you are new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to Sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city, or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them free of charge. His eyes steal to Rin again, almost too quick to notice. Just this time, he adds hastily. Maybe until the end of day. I don't usually give away advice for nothing, you understand? Thank you, I do have questions. Good, he says, nodding. Let's have them. I'm looking for a woman named Matskina. Have you heard of her? Heard of... He stammers. Everyone's heard of the White Death, deadliest assassin in Sagas Cliffs. I don't know where she is, but I hope it stays that way. Does anyone around here know how to fix complex machinery? He says, scanning the plaza. Prata, that's the bug lady in the market, is pretty good with machines. You might ask her for advice. He rubs the back of his neck. Otherwise, you'll want to visit the foreman in the underbelly. They might be able to fix it, if they can stop fighting long enough. What are you doing here anyway? Well, he says, studying the ground. I was looking for Rin. Was worried, alright? But now that I know she's safe, I guess I can get going again. Rin exhales sharply, but doesn't otherwise respond. You look over, her arms are folded, and she's studying the horizon as fiercely as if it's hiding secrets from her. I want to ask about something else. Sure, he says. Do you live here? Not really, he says. Walls are nice, but they keep you in one place. I like moving around, explore. Don't like being here much at all, really. The folks are scarier than scroungers. You don't have a home? Don't need one, he says. I carry my life with me. He pats his bags. I'm looking for the cult of the changing god. Well, you are not going to be able to miss him, he says, smirking. They're camped around that weird clock on the other side of the square. He settles his hands on his hips. What do you want with those carcass anyway? They owe you something? I just need to ask them a few questions. Fair enough, he says, shrugging. Even carcass get it right sometimes. Where's the order of truth? Why do I keep hearing updated my journal and taking a note sounds when there is nothing appearing here? In Government Square, from here, follow the path around to the left and look for the stairs going up. So we are in Circus Minor now? Yeah, the heart of the city, he says, folding his arms. The levies and politicians will tell you that Government Square is the center of Sagas Cliffs, but they are not thinking right. He spreads his hands, framing the plaza. When folk come to Sagas, they come here. They talk and trade, flirt and fight, tell stories. Everyone who comes here lives different. His hands fall. Anyway, what do you want to know? Doodling in the journal, probably. What can you tell me about this city? Depends what you want to know. He says, I spend most of my time in Circus Minor, but there's other districts too. Government Square, Cliff's Edge, the Underbelly, and the Caravanserai. He scratches his chin. There's also the Reef of the Fallen Worlds, but you've already been down there. Tell me about the Reef of the Fallen Worlds. Only carcass slavers, bullies, and diggers desperate for scrounge go there. He coughs, and you, of course. He stares past you down the winding steps. Besides, folks thinks it's haunted by ghosts from the previous worlds, and I've seen enough down there to agree with them. But you don't need me telling you what it's like. You're lucky you didn't get robbed on your way back, or worse. He eyes you expectantly. What is up with this kid? I don't know. I don't trust. Suddenly I don't trust Otero. How does he know I've been there? Like he keeps saying. I passed some corpses on the way up. We paid our respects, of course. Of course, he says, casually leaning around you to look for the corpses in question. I want to know about Caravanserai. That's the port of Sagas, he says. Any ship that can fly lands there, makes their trays, and takes off for foreign lands. He turns a scornful eye towards the distant flags on a high crag. Plenty to see right here in Sagas. Don't know why people insist on leaving. What is Cliff's Edge? A damn dangerous place to live, he says, laughing. Folks build their houses out on the ledge over the sea, and everyone gets upset when one of them falls. I hear it's been getting worse lately. Watch your feet up there. Can you tell me about the Underbelly? Imagine an underground place where city sends everyone they don't like. Cannibal cultists, mutants, carcass and thugs. Now, a distinct like burning metal and cooking meat. That's the Underbelly. You mentioned Government Square. I did, he says, nodding. But you can guess what's up there. What is in Government Square? Really? He says, looking pained. You want me to lay this out? Fine. The government. The government is in Government Square. And the Order of Truth, he admits. But they are just as fancy as government folks. Sorry, I forgot what's in Government Square. Can you remind me? He slaps his forehead. The government, he says, peering at you from between his fingers. Other things too, but mostly government. Can you remind me again? I want to ask about something else. You like this guy. The government. Where can I find a place to sleep around here? The cult of the changing god might let you sleep in their camp, or you can try Tranquility's Rest in Caravanserai. Okay, okay. I don't know if you have any time-sensitive quests. You feel that vibe sometimes. Only sometimes? Okay, farewell. Fancy government folk. Okay, since I think we don't die anymore, lean out to touch the obelisk. We did this before. I had reloaded from that. Hopefully the game shouldn't end now. Oh wow, the game still ends. That's interesting. Because we just died and ended up in our memory palace before, right? But this thing still kills us, even though it gives us blue and red tide. The game still ends. That's interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why. Let me add a reload for this. While I'm here, maybe I am going to confront the slaver. Paya, Kellenor, Jerem. Who are these? These are new. This couple stands together, their shared gaze fixed away from you. No words pass between them. Instead, they share a silent language of tenderness. Their bodies turn subtly toward each other, forming a private space between them. His hands reaches for hers, and without looking, she claims it. Still looking past you, they smile together. His is a curving line carved in oak. Hers and unabashed and radiant as a lantern on a starless night. He's so beautiful. I do hope we are a good home for him. Turning, you see the object of their attention, a young boy darting between the stalls and playing in the dust. Each distant, exhilarated shout widens their respective smiles and tightens their grip on each other. But all is not entirely well here. Your sharp eyes notice their knuckles whitening on their joint grip and slivers of sorrow or fear in their eyes. The child's joy seems to be a source of pain for them as well. Is that your son? Yes, he says firmly. He's still watching the boy, but a very stillness has spilled into his posture. She swats his shoulder, and there is more punch than playfulness in it. Not yet, she says. We adopted Jerem, and we are waiting to see how he feels about that. Aren't we, Kellenor? His eyes flicker stubbornly, but he does not respond. Go away, go away! Why did you decide to adopt? Well, Kellenor and I, we've been together for how long? Years, Kellenor says, a glint in his eye. Let's see how long this one lasts. And we knew we wanted children, so we tried and tried. We tried a lot. Some days we tried multiple times. Some days I barely had time to put my clothes on before Cal took them off again. Interesting, go on. Paya raises her eyebrows but continues. Well, there was poor Cal practically falling asleep on the shift, forgetting his trousers half the time, and me with nothing to show for it but the glow on my cheeks. Clearly we were working with a barren field. Or faulty seeds, Kellenor adds deadpan, does run in the family. So we decided to find a child who needed a home rather than getting old trying to make one of our own. Paya says. That answer your question? Sorry, I'm going to need more details. Ha! Paya says, swatting at you. I like this one, Cal. She hardly blushed at all. She leans in and lowers her voice. We could ask this question a lot, and finally we found that being explicit about the process usually makes the questions just melt away. You've been talking to the wrong sort of people then, Tiber says, grinning over at you. We just love asking questions. Kellenor chuckles at this, but says nothing more. What brings you here? Jerem likes it, Kellenor says. The stern expression around his stern eyes softens somewhat. We don't have much time between shifts, Paya explains, or money to spend on free prees. So we bring him to the market when we can and watch him play. It's better than a night at the theater. Kellenor raises their clasped hands and kisses her bruised knuckles. You also need to sleep? No worries at all. Ash, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming here. And have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a good sleep, Ash. Farewell. Okay, there's something weird about these, but I'm probably not getting it. The child skids to a halt and rubs his forehead with a grimy forearm, leaving arrow tracks of dirt across his ruddy skin. Hey, Shua, he pants, shading his eyes from the sun and grinning up at you. Never seen you before. You called me Shua. What does that mean? Huh? Jerem says, a cautious light enters his eyes. Really? You never heard it? Has that changed too? It sounds familiar. What does it mean again? Relief flashes across the child's face. It's a nickname for adults. Not a mean one, not really. Some adults are nice to kids, right? Pat the head, here's a flower, a bit of Nash, whatever, but some aren't so nice. They curve, they show us a side when we are in the way. Kids remember showing more than smiles, right? So, sure. Good, at least some things are the same. Is he like a reincarnation of something? Do you like playing in the market? Not always, but it's better than school, hey? And I like watching Zaofi make sculptures, the ones that go sharp and curly. Reminds me of the monster on the side of Scarrow Hall. Why do you like Zaofi's style again? Scarrow Hall? What is that, a building? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Jerem says, chuckling. It's just a building at the center of town. 1,000 hands tall, with a mural on the side like Zaofi's sculpture, but flat in purple rock. Do you think you're going to miss it if you're looking for it, eh? Don't you think you're going to miss it if you're looking for it, eh? What? Don't think. Don't think. A wave of dizziness clutches at you and you close your eyes to steady yourself. You kneel in a basement amid rotting rows of carpet and broken furniture. A stack of paintings draped in dust and mold lean against the sweating wall. The painting in front displays the building Jeremy is speaking of, but through this body, this mind, you remember that it was torn down centuries ago to build the Forgotten Ruler's palace. Zerafuse. Do you also make statues, Zerafuse? The stink of the basement flees your nostrils as you open your eyes. Jerem, fidgeting, has looked away from you to examine an interesting stone nearby. Nope. Okay. Why are you so dirty? I don't know. Paya and Kellener make me wash twice a day. Guess the dirt likes me, eh? Don't your parents worry about you running around here alone? My parents? Jerem says, eyebrows crinking. You mean Paya and Kellener? They're watching me until my Mard and Zero come back for me. What do Mard and Zero mean? Huh? Jerem says, looking just as puzzled as if you'd asked him what hands are for. Mard, Zero, my parents? You asked me about them? Paya and Kellener are taking care of me until they come back. That's another one, isn't it? No wonder Paya doesn't like me talking to people. The words tickle your memory, your eyelids flutter, and you see hands, not yours, carefully turning the crackling pages of an ancient book. The roving eye catches the words Maro and Zero, old words for mother and father. Blinking hard, you focus on Jerem once more. He does not appear to have noticed your sudden fugue, but he's not looking at you either. You keep using words I don't recognize. Where did you hear them? Jerem's face goes white. I'm not allowed to tell adults about that, or about where I'm from. His gaze steals to Paya and Kellener, both of whom are suddenly taking a greater interest in your conversation. Don't ask, eh? I'm in so much trouble, I'm not even sure what I did. I'm not an adult, Rin says cheerfully, and you can trust her. She knows all sorts of secrets and never tells anyone. Oh, Jerem says, chewing his lip. I guess I can't tell you. But you can spread it around, right? Alright, tell me about where you're from. Here, Shua, he says, brow crinking in frustration. I'm from here. It just up and changed without me. I grew up in the Downs. My parents lost their spots on the work chain and we went to sleep hungry more and more. Neither of them could look at me without crying, he swallows. But everyone in the Downs was starving. It wasn't anything new. People started using that archway more and more. He pauses, scanning your face. The Downs have changed too. I can see it on her face. Where are the Downs? Jerem sighs. If we weren't in the families in the ups, everywhere else was Downs. Inside the wreckage, we dig deep, looking for food first, warm seconds. My neighborhood was inside this curved spiral. If you ever seen paintings of a seashell, it's like that. I knew it. What is wrong with this place? Tell me about the archway you mentioned. Big thing. Always good smells coming out of it too, like roasting meat on sunny days. I used to watch it, but I was never sure what it was for, you know? And the parents in the Downs never talked about it either. He shrugs without looking at you. Then one morning I saw Korna, a friend of mine, and her Mart go up. Mart gives her a kiss, sends her through, and Korna never came out again. Know what did though? Food. Huh, no, Jerem said. That'd be cruel for Korna's Mart to lose her girl and gain a meal. But no, it was a metal ring, he says, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. Didn't look to be worth much, but every once in a while you'd hear Korna laughing. Wherever she was happy, right? Oh, wow, they sent the kids from a hopeless situation to an maybe, you know, the future. To a happier future. Wherever she was happy, right? He raises his hand to his cheek, then continues. Handful of days passed, and my Mart takes me for a walk too. Said she'd find me one day, save the money, kissed me, and pushed me through it. Woke up outside another archway in the government square. Paya and Kellenor were waiting for me there. Jerem rubs his nose. They're not so bad, but I keep hoping my parents will stop by to visit, even if they don't have the money yet, right? He pauses, rubbing at the sudden moisture in his eyes. I try to laugh a lot so they can hear me, though. Ah, that's so nice and so sad. Wow, what a sentence. What a sentence. Farewell. At your return, Paya and Kellner are tense, but do not look away from Jerem's adventures in the marketplace. Jerem told me about the door he went through to get here. What's going on? Had to pry, didn't you? Kellner growls. Calm down, Cal. Paya says, putting her hand on his chest. Stranger, can we convince you to leave this alone? Please, for the sake of our family. If Jerem finds out, I'm terrified to think what will happen. I just want to know what's going on here. I won't tell anyone. She bites her lip and searches your eyes. Kellener's hand slides over her shoulder to cup the back of her neck. Maybe you are true to your word, and maybe you are not. The more we argue, Paya hisses, the more likely Jerem will overhear. Her eyes shift to you, weary and despairing. Jerem got here through the House of the Empty Time. He comes from Sagas like us, only centuries in the past. That's why his speech is different, why he remembers places that aren't here anymore. She jabs your chest with a calloused finger. Keep this to yourself. We'll tell him ourselves when we find a kind way of letting a child know that everyone he knows and loves is long dead and dust. I'll kick the skist out of her if she breaks my little boy's heart. I won't be the one to tell him, but you should, and soon. You're right, Paya says, and we will, I promise. Tell me more about the House of the Empty Time. We don't know any more than we told you, she says, shrugging. Find the house's keeper and ask her. Her name was... She trails off, forehead creased in thought. Alson Perry, Kellner says. Keeper of the House of Empty Time. You might find her in the government square. Thank you, Cal. I couldn't hold on to a name if it was buried in a bag of shins, Paya says cheerfully. Anyway, the very moment we decided to adopt, she was knocking on our door. We were nervous, but you can't argue with the results. She beams past at you at Jerem. Farewell. Okay, I kinda wanted to confront Tol Magur as well and then sleep at the cultist camp and go back to the tavern and end the stream there. But I am getting very, very tired, so I'm going to end right here. And we will do all those tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna end here, unfortunately. Pretty much out of energy at this point, so yeah, let's find someone to raid. Hopefully you had a good time though. Hopefully you enjoyed the game today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. You're welcome, of course. Of course. Where should we go? Let's see if anyone's playing Torment. Probably not, but you know, I'm gonna check. Of course, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for keeping me company. It's been a long time since we raided Landale. Maybe we should raid him. Thanks for being here, Tony. Let's raid Landale. It's been a long time. He does these RPG quests. You know, Landale is one of my original inspirations for Critical. It's Hippolito Pichardo and Landale, original inspirations for the Critical system. And Landale does his own RPG quest. He's on game number 450, Atrian Odyssey. He plays all sorts of console games. He tries to play all of them. He doesn't do, you know, he goes chronologically. It's not the boosting system like we do here, but, you know, playing a lot of RPGs is one of the inspirations of Critical is. Anyway, let's go there, say hi, enjoy his streams. He's a great streamer. He's been doing this for a long time. He's at like 13,000 hours, not measly less than 2,000 like I am. He is at like 13,000 total hours. It's crazy. Yeah, so let's go enjoy his stream. And I shall be back tomorrow with more Torment. Hopefully it will be, you know, as enjoyable as the first 2 days, having good fun, and hopefully you are having good fun as well. And I hope to see you soon. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well, and goodbye for now.